agencies in this investigation, how there has been influence by Giribala Singh that has been allegedly been
in the top
used.
court of the country. I'm just going to interrupt you for a minute. Right behind Rakshita, viewers, the dome under which courtroom number 1 is. Courtroom number 1 to hear this matter. We've just come to know the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta is present in the courtroom. He had a word with certain police officials. They are from the Madhya Pradesh cadre. They are from Madhya Pradesh Police. And we're also being told that the counsels who appear for Twisha have reached the courtroom. It's Anurag Srivastav, Abhijit.
Yeah, and also useful to mention here that today there are 2 hearings in which Solicitor General Tushar Mehta will be present. The first is this particular case where Moto, the Supreme Court of India is picking up the case of Twisha. And this is a very important matter because there was obviously a lot of pressure, and I'd like to place on record, on several occasions over the last 1 week, we have ourselves been saying, Rhythm, that it is extremely important for the Supreme Court to step into the matter to bring in, once again, a sense of faith and integrity in the judiciary. Here we have a live link. Can we use the live link here, Rhythm? Now we have a live link of the proceedings in the Supreme Court. This is an important matter. The registrar has not said you cannot use it. So obviously this is important. And in public interest, it is very important to hear every single word that the Supreme Court utters in this case today. So should we cut across to the Supreme Court for a bit to see what's happening, full frame perhaps? Let's go, let's hear, let's see what's happening. Can we raise the audio? Can we raise the audio, please?
The 3-member bench is all that's presiding over this case, already present in the
You don't
Supreme
need to
Court.
take, yeah.
We're seeing they're already present inside the Supreme Court as we are speaking. And
can we take the right screen, please? All right. Can we have the audio up, please, to hear?
Next week, because the CEC report is already there, formal approval is required. It's a 6-lane highway, it's a 4-lane highway, double tracking.
Lord, just give us room.
I'm in the same matter, your lordships.
My lords,
I'm mentioning a fresh matter, my lords, in which notice is yet to be issued. It was listed in March, my lords. And then your lordships are directed it to be listed on 15th, my lords.
The letter we will examine what is there.
Out of the link out there, Rhythm and I can be put back on screen. The windows can be made quickly by the PCR without having to be prompted on it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Supreme Court intervention.
yes,
The Supreme Court, yeah, we can make the right windows quickly. Shouldn't take so long. The Supreme Court windows, ladies and gentlemen, is important because the Supreme Court is coming in suo moto, which means on its own. Now, the court registers this case as suo moto on the 23rd of May, that's day before yesterday.
yes.
And that is a time when the case peaks. And that is a time when several appeals have been made to the Supreme Court to come in suo moto. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Supreme Court of India doesn't step into every case. It wants the appellate courts to deal with it. It wants the trial courts to deal with it. And the Supreme Court does not step into simple cases which come every single day. In fact, even in the case of dowry deaths, the Supreme Court do not step in. Why has the Supreme Court stepped in this case? The Supreme Court has stepped in this case because the prime accused is an ex-judge. And the Supreme Court is fully aware that justice must not just be done, it must be seen to be done. The Supreme Court is stepping in because it is fully aware that the retired judge used her position in the system to misuse the system, to call the Director General of Police, to call the doctors, to call the Lokayukt, and to call the people who were handling the case, to call the district judge which gave her anticipatory bail. And Republic kept questioning, and eventually when the CDR records were put out by Republic last week, and the CDR records showed that retired district judge, mother-in-law of the deceased, the one who got anticipatory bail on 15th May, just 3 days after Twisha's death, police did not even file an FIR in her case, waited nicely and calmly till she got anticipatory bail on, please, I will not be prompted on guests. Thank you very much, Aditi, for the additional information. What you should rather do is put the guests on the right-hand side screen so I can see them and know when to cut to them. If you haven't done that, then what's the point of telling me about the guests? So please fix that and tell your studio camera persons to look at the screen on the right. They can come right now in front of me and get the guests fixed. Can they do that, please? Can they do that? Can one of the studio producers come and do that, please?
We can also.
I'll wait for that. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, let me stay on it. I don't need any prompting on this case. I know it very well. What you can do, Aditi, is get the guests lined up not on this screen, Not on the PGM screen, but in the preview screen. Can you do that, please? Thank you very much. It's very disturbing otherwise. Now, ladies and gentlemen, retired district judge, mother-in-law of the deceased, gets anticipatory bail on the 15th of May, just 3 days after Twisha's death. The police serve her 3 notices to record her statement. She says the police never came, right? The anticipatory bail is being challenged in the Madhya Pradesh High Court by both the victim's father and the state of Madhya Pradesh. This is the most important legal case in a very long time because the Solicitor General of India is going to be in court today at 2:30 p.m. to say that Giribala has to be arrested. She cannot be a free woman. She cannot be a free citizen. She cannot be going around buying vegetables while her daughter-in-law's body, even at this moment, has yet to go through a second autopsy. I think the second autopsy has happened. And the final rites are to happen right now. So this is very, very significant. Yes. This is a complete misuse of the system. Yes. And the court knows that not only the retired district judge, but her daughter, his son, a practicing advocate, went absconding for 10 days. We have information with us, Rhythm, that Samarth Singh was sitting in an air-conditioned chamber. Right, you can tell our viewers details about it. He was sitting in an air-conditioned chamber in the Jabalpur court when he came to appear before the court. The entire system was making him very uncomfortable, and now he is presently in custody. His passport has been surrendered to the court. So what are we looking at today? We're looking at giving the people of this country a sense that justice has to be done, even when the people on the other side, the accused, are the most powerful, with the worst of intent, with deep networks running between them, capable of calling each other and undoing every possibility of the victim's family getting any sense of justice. Why did the Supreme Court step in? Why did the Supreme Court step in? The Supreme Court has stepped in because local police did not help. The Supreme Court has stepped in because Giribala Singh showed how powerful she was. The Supreme Court has stepped in because it knows right now that if this case goes unresolved, then it's going to be a talking point across the entire country. And Supreme Court cannot allow that. Sambhavi, what's your location? Where is Giribala right now? You are outside her residence. There was talk that she's going to go to Jabalpur to fight the case herself. What happened to that?
Well, yes, this is Giribala Singh's residence that we are showing you right now. She is nowhere to be seen, although we have seen multiple movements in the top part that I was showing before as well. So let us just quickly understand. Now, this is the lower part where there are rooms, and on the top part, the white curtain that you see is the exact in-house gym where Twisha allegedly hanged herself. So we have seen multiple movements there, although given that SIT team was due to come there and recreate the entire scene again, recreate the entire what happened on the night of 12th of May, so it should ideally be sealed. But we have seen multiple movements since morning. We also tried to speak to Swaraj Singh. Now, just next to this, now this is Giribala Singh's house, and just next to this is the Baghels. This is Swaraj Singh's house. One of the people who was, one of the 3 people who actually helped bring Twisha Sharma's body downstairs in the CCTV footage that we've seen. We also tried speaking to him, but then he very conveniently sent his servant saying that he's not there. We know as a matter of fact that he's there. He was seen earlier, and this is just next to Giribala Singh's house is Swaraj Singh's house. There were 3 people. Swaraj Singh is also associated with Congress party. There are 3 people, Samarth Singh, Swaraj Singh, and one of the house helpers. Giribala Singh has 3 house helpers. So one of those house helpers were the 3 people who actually helped bring... No, she's not. She's nowhere to be seen. She's nowhere to be seen.
Where
since
is she? Has she left the house?
Not. We have been constantly monitoring her house. She has not left her house yet.
Any police presence around her house in case the anticipatory bail is rejected and she has to be arrested later today?
Absolutely nothing. There's just media people out there. We've been constantly monitoring both the houses. Till now, we were only monitoring Giribala Singh's house, but now we are monitoring the Baghel's house as well, because that is exactly where Swaraj Singh lives, Samarth Singh's cousin.
Okay, let me also go across to the guests who are joining us. We had Mrinali Deshmukh, Shubhrashtra. We also have Vandana is also joining us. Vandana Shah. Vandana Shah, we're seeing what's happening in the courtroom right now. Any moment now, the case will be heard. Let's tell our viewers, Siddharth Luthra is present there, senior advocate who's going to represent Twisha's family. The parents have spoken with him and he's going to be there. The Solicitor General is present inside the courtroom, in courtroom number 1 physically. Remember, viewers, this is summer vacation time, but the case is so important and of such magnitude that we are seeing the Solicitor General make a physical appearance, not virtual appearance, but he's present there virtually. Vandana, today the hearing is going to start. The three-judge bench is going to be hearing the matter in great detail. It's very clear, and I have a statement with me that has been given by Twisha's father, Navnidhi Sharma, in which he speaks about how dowry was demanded, 2 lakh rupees were given. Jan and Feb, her mother-in-law and husband began taunting her, saying her parents had not spent enough money on this case. And about a month later, there were allegations, false allegations. They pressurized her, and she was taunted by the judge and the son-in-law, who used to say, the child in your womb is someone else's, drop that child. This was pure torture that was happening.
Correct.
This is a clear case of dowry, Vandana.
Correct. And also, you see, it is also cruelty. And I was also going through the FIR. I just want to draw your attention to the FIR where it says the bail was granted despite it being a dowry death. You see, a demand for dowry, you can get an anticipatory bail. But dowry death, getting an anticipatory bail is almost impossible. There is also under section 3(5) where it talks about common intention. Now, obviously there is a conspiracy to cause this death, and no one has brought that up. So, why aren't we also talking about that? And coming to your allegations of cruelty, also the demand for dowry, I mean, it is just absolutely unacceptable that under these conditions, an anticipatory bail had to be granted. And Arnab mentioned earlier, he said that, it is not every day that the Supreme Court takes up such matters. And there are a lot of dowry deaths in the country, like I said earlier, about 6,500 as
begun. The hearing has begun. We can probably get into the feed from the Supreme Court. It's a landmark verdict here, ladies and gentlemen. The Supreme Court is coming in suo moto. We're going to be watching every word of the Supreme Court, what it says. Let's keep ourselves on screen. Remain with it. No, stay with that window. Stay with the previous window and raise the audio. Thank you, Aditi. We can do that much. Thank you.
CBI to take over the investigation.
Well, I'll talk to that.
Why we are saying we are slightly at pain because some of these sections, and we will request our media friends also, please, that we will definitely request them that don't go for the statements of the victim's family or the other family. Let the things move as per the law and procedure. The authorities, the investigating agency, they will follow, because otherwise statements are being recorded. And one section has started saying, because I think the mother-in-law happens to be a former district judge.
Yes.
Some of the it's quite unfortunate that they started saying that judiciary is not permitting to have a fair trial.
Manoj, I'm appearing for the accused. I'm appearing for the accused. My entire 161 statement is in the papers today.
Mr. Dave, we don't want to cause aspersion against anyone.
Yes, Manoj.
We have no reason to doubt that the victim side also will fully cooperate, the other side will also fully cooperate. And we have no doubt on our state agencies also or on the CBI also.
Lordship, please.
That whosoever will investigate, they will definitely take the investigation to a logical conclusion.
And impartial.
They will reach out what is the truth. We are only because this kind of a narrative is being created.
Yes, I'm obliged to.
Therefore, it is in the interest of all.
Yes, Manoj.
That we should expect that some independent agency should take over.
Lord, that would be done. May I only say one thing, Lord, why this has started? Lord, one of the potential accused, my Lord, the learned former judge, Lord, has started giving interviews, hopping one channel to another, and, my Lord, almost maligning the deceased. Therefore, my Lord, there is a reaction and counter-reaction.
No, there will be no...
Only a minute, Mr. Dave.
No, there will be no... I'm assuring you there will be nothing on instruction.
I appear for the victim's family, will have something to say.
We are not interested in the media.
The investigation is concerned. Lord, the FIR was registered, my Lord, on 15th May. The concerned, my Lord, potential accused, the mother-in-law, my Lord, described her as mother-in-law, moves an anticipatory bail, my Lord, on 14th of May. Hearing concludes and granted anticipatory bail on 15th of May, Lord, which is under challenge by, my Lord, the victim as well as by the state government also. The difficulty is, despite our repeated request for her to come and get her statement recorded, there is no cooperation.
Well, it can't be said here.
Only a minute, Mr.
No, this is not fair. This can't be said here.
We intimated her that we would come there and get your statement recorded. She said, no, I'll not get my statement recorded. We could, my lord, with difficulty, Lord, collect, my lord, or seize the mobile devices, etc. Lord, that's investigation is going on, my lord. I would not like to prejudice either of the sides. But there is, my lord, a non-cooperation.
We have absolutely no doubt on the state police that they must be doing and they will continue to do it with complete fairness and impartial. And normally they do it in a very dispassionate manner. Barring a few instances might have in the past as well, but the correctional measures have always been taken wherever this kind of things have happened. In this case also, we do not want to demoralize the state police. They must be doing a very good job.
But in any case, now it's gone to CBI.
Because the state government has requested.
Yes, my lord, so that there is no fingers, my lord, pointed out.
Section is very fair, completely above board, because the moment a narrative was created, they said, oh, like, you please don't doubt us. We have our bona fides are very clear. We want to send.
And the mother-in-law statement was recorded, in fact. More than thrice it was recorded, the mother-in-law. All that can't be argued here, my lords, as far as the investigation to the prejudice.
Because once the state has recommended, in fact, we don't want to even issue a direction for that. There is no need to.
No, my lord. CBI would take over, my lord, but now state has.
And they should for it immediately.
I'll speak to the director, my lord.
That will be appropriate, not because if the solicitor intervenes, not otherwise today, my lord, DOPT has to issue a notification under 6. That's not happened. So even though the state has done it, still the DOPT response can remain in limbo.
It's not as if the state has not done anything.
It gives consent and hands over the investigation. It's an administrative exercise between the state and the center.
That will be
rather the CBI under the DSP Act. So there is no question of judicial intervention here.
No, not judicial. What my learned friend perhaps says is that there is a ministry called Departmental of Personnel and Training, which is the nodal ministry for CBI. So they issue a notification based upon the consent of state government.
Correct.
That's a formality. The lordships are right.
Yes, the state has,
To do it under
the state has consented and recommended. I think
I'll ensure that happens today. I'll speak to the concern.
with the intervention of your good office, it will be expedited.
It shall be done.
I think there is no other issue surviving.
A couple of issues, but kindly take my note. I've tendered a note to your lordship. There are certain concerns which we have right now, which your lordship may consider, Lord. But kindly just come to the second page for a moment. Lord, the issue which your lordship will have to see, because it's an issue of institutional bias, so please see it. Kindly note, Lord, there is a 3-day delay in the FIR registration. There is a failure, according to us, to preserve the evidence because it was all open.
All these issues, once the CBI takes over, then these are all matter of investigation.
Till the CBI takes over, these will have to be addressed, Lord, because each day, Lord, the evidence is likely to get lost. Kindly just see it for a moment. Numbers seem, Lord, the mother of the...
No. Luthra, we should be very clear.
Lord, I suggest this.
But this is investigation.
We will ensure that that victim or whatever the unfortunate incident has taken place, it must be fairly and independently, impartially investigated. That's all. There were doubts. You were also going unnecessary.
So, Rhythm,
Yes.
you know, the court is saying that it's very concerned about the narrative being built.
Yes.
That because she's a retired judge, you know, the police is not doing an effective job.
Yes, that's right, Arnab. And
the court has also said that we don't want to demoralize the police, but in that the court is presuming that the police is doing a fair job.
yes,
But I don't think the matter has come up yet as to what happens if the police, you know, is biased. And the question about why the police failed to file an FIR till she got anticipatory bail, that is the controversial part here. But the court is looking a little bit, you know, unnerved with the way the narrative has been built. But it's a fair narrative because obviously, without a single shred of doubt, obviously, in this case, the Giribala, has been obstructing the course of the law. And the question is not about Giribala giving interviews. The question is why the system failed to protect the victim.
Yes.
And why they gave anticipatory bail to a person unless they had some principled view that she was innocent.
That's right.
Anticipatory bail is only given to protect innocent people.
Yes.
Why did the court believe that she was innocent is a question which has not yet been answered here.
And
so we are watching the court. Let's listen to the court, watch the court, and keep coming back on this. Let's listen a little bit more. You got any more information on what's going on in the court?
So the Senior General, the Solicitor General has of course clearly stated right now that Giribala did not cooperate with the police. She did not come to the police station to give her statement. That's a very important point because right in the start of the hearing, even as the judges have made their prima facie comments right now only, the Solicitor General, extremely aggrieved with the behavior, has put it out for them to know. The senior advocate appearing for Twisha's family, Siddharth Luthra, has said there is an issue of institutional bias. There is a failure to preserve evidence. 3 days delay in registering the FIR is there. Each day, evidence is getting lost. I think each word that he's saying extremely critical. But
is the court telling us not to report? The Chief Justice says...
No, they say not to record statements.
We request media not to record statements of witnesses and make it into sound bites.
Yes.
But then without that, how do we do any reporting? I think the court should, the Honorable Chief Justice of India, with the greatest of respect, should be aware that the matter has been brought before him because of the work of the media.
That's exactly.
I don't think the media can be stopped from reporting the matter at all. Regardless of that, I mean, there should be no attempt by anyone to say that the media should not report this case. The media will report the case. And the media does not have faith in the state government. The media does not have faith in the state government. The media does not have faith in the Lokayukt and whether he met. I mean, the media has raised questions because of the CDR. I think there are very serious matters out here. And to be fair, the Solicitor General has placed here that the progress in the case is because of media intervention.
That's right.
The Solicitor General is saying that this case has come to light because of the media. And I think that's a very important statement that has been made out here. So Chief Justice is pained at how the narrative is being built, but Chief Justice should be even more pained, with the greatest of respect, at the way in which the family has been treated. And that's an important point out here. The media has the right to raise that before all the courts. Please, Rhythm, what's happening in the courts now?
I completely agree with Arnab, what you're saying. Let me also say Justice Bagchi is now stating in the courtroom it's an administrative exercise between the state and the CBI. They're waiting for how long it will take for the CBI to take over the case. And Siddharth Luthra, the lawyer for the family, is saying it will take too long. Already evidence is lost. If we get across in technicalities, then it will take even longer. But I have to mention the Solicitor General has said the same thing when Giribala's lawyers in the Jabalpur High Court asked for media gag. He said media cannot be gagged in this manner. The same words here. If it was not for the media picking up this case, nothing would have happened. He's also mentioned the...
And it's wrong of the Supreme Court to say that we're reducing the pain of the victim's family into sound bites. I'm sorry, but that's a terrible, terrible stereotyping of the tremendous role that the media has done by the Honorable Chief Justice of India. We, of course, are fully aware, but to say that we are reducing the pain of the family into the sound bites, I think this is a very wrong observation of the Supreme Court, and I'm quite appalled that this has been said. This is not sensationalism. The Supreme Court is very well aware that it is the media which has been the funnel for the family, and without the media, I would say to the Honorable Chief Justice of India, without the role of the media, this matter would have never come before your court. Honorable Justice Surya Kant. And it is wrong to say that the media has reduced this soundbite. The media has fought for the family. The media has fought for the victim. The media has raised inconsistencies. The media has brought the CDR record before. The media has put the video tape out. It is because of the persistent questioning of the media that the people of this country believe that the victims must be given a chance, and therefore to stereotype all this tremendous work of the media into saying that we are trying to reduce the pain of the family into sound bites is, I think, absolutely an incorrect interpretation of the facts by the Honorable Chief Justice of India. Yes, please.
In fact, let's tell
This
our
should not
viewers-
be the observation. The media is not reducing anything to soundbites.
Somewhere the Chief Justice of India is also trying to balance it out by saying our only concern is it.
No,
came
but
to
this
our attention also
observation,
because- Yes.
that the media should not reduce the pain of the family into soundbites. Let me tell you, Honorable Chief Justice of India, the pain of the family is because of the response of the system. The pain of the family is in the fact that the anticipatory bail was granted to the Honorable retired judge, not honorable at all. The pain of the family is because the body was not kept in the way it should have been kept. The pain of the family is that they had to run around to get a re-autopsy done. The pain of the family is in the fact that that CDR record proves that Giribala Singh called everybody all around and tried to get justice done for her in the way that she wanted because she was a connected woman. And therefore, I think it is wrong. I would like to check this again. If the Honorable Chief Justice has ever said anything such as the pain of the family should not be reduced to sound bites, those are not sound bites, Justice Surya Kant. Those are not sound bites. That is the expression of the pain of the family. And if we don't put it out in the media, then how are we republic? Please continue on what's being said.
The Solicitor General is saying one thing is clear, that Twisha has lost her life, whether it's suicide or anything else. For parents, the moral is better to have a divorced daughter than a dead one. So many messages by her, she was living in hell. Justice Bagchi says this happened in 6 months. If it was being dragged on for 2 years, yes, reaction time has to be seen. Solicitor General says without attributing motives to any side, the moral of the story is clear. In this case, it's better to have a divorced daughter. Siddharth Luthra is also saying, please see the point and note there are certain aspects that have not been...
What has the Honorable Chief Justice said about the
Chief Justice
potential
of India
destruction of evidence?
He's saying this is...
Is the Honorable Chief Justice asking for this not to be covered in the media?
No, he's not, Arnab.
He's not saying
he
that.
cannot do, we cannot, he said this is just a request not to take the bites, but we cannot do anything about it because the Solicitor General has clarified before the court, because of media, several things have come out. The girl died an unnatural death. Today, we are no longer just calling it suicide, Arnab. The Solicitor General also says whether it's suicide or anything else, what was it? Would it have come forward if it wasn't for us reporting it? Now the Solicitor General is also telling the court that he wants to say this case has not been sensationalized, but because of the media and intervention, several things have come out. And that's the thing that the Solicitor General needs to understand. I beg your pardon, the Chief Justice in the court bench is going to understand. Siddharth Dave, who's appearing for the mother-in-law...
How can you gag the victim's family? How can you gag the victim's father? How can you stop the victim's father from speaking about what's going on? How do you gag the victim's brother, serving army officer? What is the intention of that? If the victim's family is not going to be allowed to speak, then what is the reason for the gag? Why is there an equalizing of the victim's family with the accused family? Why is there an equalizing of that? That because Giribala should not be speaking, which she should not, she's a prime accused, the victim's family should also not be speaking. How can you equalize a prime accused and a co-accused with that of those who are the victims? How can this equalizing happen is something I'm unable to understand right now. If the court indeed is saying this, Lalita Kumara Mangalam is with us, that the victim's family should not speak, Giribala should not speak. Are we not equalizing both sides, Lalita Kumara Mangalam? How can the victim's family be gagged?
No, I agree. India is a democracy. So even the Supreme Court cannot, I think, and should not, I don't know about cannot, I'm not a legal expert, but certainly should not place such restrictions on freedom of speech. Let's understand here that the victim's family is absolutely traumatized, and that's a very mild word I'm using. They have lost a daughter, a wonderful, talented, smart young girl who was forced to die. How she died may still be a question of speculation, but as pointed out by you all, Arnab, it was an unnatural death. Any unnatural death, any family would want to vent out their anger.
But the Chief Justice is saying that there is an impression of institutional bias. But if the impression of institutional bias is there, if there is, I mean, obviously the judiciary is going to be questioned why she was given anticipatory bail. right?
No, Arnab, of course there was a bias. Why did they file the FIR for 3 days? Just one question I want to reply to. I haven't got a reply to it.
Yeah, so to
anybody.
keep saying that the media is doing a wrong job, media should not interview the victim, media is doing a bad job, media is creating a narrative, media should be stopped from interviewing the victim's family. I do not think, I mean, the concern seems to be more about the view among people that justice is being denied to this family than serving justice to this family.
Yeah.
Court is pronouncing the order. Let's hear.
I agree,
All right, the order of the Supreme Court is being pronounced. The Chief Justice says the Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, has informed the second autopsy was conducted at Bhopal pursuant to the directions of the Madhya Pradesh High Court. That's what the Chief Justice of India is now saying. He says the only issue as for now for consideration is the recommendations made by the state of MP to hand over the investigation to the CBI. And that's what I think is a corollary is going to happen as the Chief Justice of India is right now dictating his order. That means the case is going to be handed to the CBI, and the Chief Justice of India is saying that this will assure that there is a free, transparent process and there is no institutional bias. I think, Arnab, you're absolutely right, because it's institutional bias.
Institutional bias is the issue. Institutional bias is the issue. With the greatest of respect to the Supreme Court, that is the issue. The issue is institutional bias. And if the Honorable Chief Justice of India is concerned about institutional bias, then the first thing he should do is pull up the judge who gave anticipatory bail, right, Swapnil? The first thing is he should pull up the judge who gave anticipatory bail and say, how did you give anticipatory bail when the investigation had not begun? That is really the issue, and the media is not going to stop doing that at all.
Chief Justice is still telling them, he's telling the family of the victim, instead of making statements in public, they should get their versions recorded before the investigating agency so that...
But why is the Chief Justice impressing upon the victim not to speak to the media? It is a way, that is the only way in which probably the attempt is sort of put a semi-gag on the family of the victim, and but obviously aware that the more the victim's family speaks, the more outrage is there among the people about why they're being treated like that.
Yes.
So I am not sure if there's any case here that if the victim's family does not speak, there are many people who will speak on behalf of the victim's family.
And they've also said in their order, we request the media to avoid recording statements of people who are likely to be potential witnesses. I think they've just made this as a request. This is not a gag order.
Let me tell you, it cannot be a gag order. And I don't know if it makes sense, if this country is a democracy and there's freedom of expression, why the victim's family should be semi-gagged or, sort of gagged or advised that you don't talk, because this is not fair. Swapnil Kothari, please. Swapnil Kothari, what do you think?
Arnab, the Chief Justice of India needs to be reminded of what the former Chief Justice said, that the justice is either found in the dusty corridors of the court or in the cacophony of the media. Now, unfortunately, the dusty corridors of the court have failed miserably here when they gave an anticipatory bail, when they failed to record the statements when they should have done, when they failed to direct the second post-mortem at the lowest level of the court that needed to be done. But unfortunately, that was not done, so the cacophony of the media was very important, the so-called media trial. And this sort of a request to not record this, to not play this out is nothing but a simple directive so that, we don't sort of go a little bit overboard in the sense that witnesses get tampered, etc. But I don't think that this is a gag order at all.
For a minute to tell you the latest bit of information just 5 seconds ago that the Chief Justice has said, and he's continuing in the same tone and tenor with a lot of respect to the Chief Justice and to the Honorable Supreme Court. The Chief Justice says, do not go ahead requesting you not to record statements. This will avoid unnecessary premature impression of outcomes or certain issues which have to be investigated. We request the general public to refrain from speculation and have trust in the most premier investigation.
But how do you restore trust when there is no action against the judge who gave anticipatory bail, when the basic questions were not asked, when the FIR had not been filed, when there was a presumption of obvious innocence, when it was disregarded that she would be able to destroy evidence, when pictures came out of her with her daughter-in-law's body, when the CCTV technicians were called with this colossal amount of information? Are we supposed to put finger on our lips, we shall not say a word, and say we have tremendous faith in the same police force? in the same police force that has done nothing. I want to ask today, what is the action against all the big authorities who received calls and they say, oh, these were condolence calls. Would you call a CCTV technician for a condolence call? Would you call the Director General of the Home Guards for a condolence call? Would you call the head of the district judge for a condolence call? There's been an obvious tampering of the system. We are not creating a narrative. Even if I were to just place all the facts before people, without any commentary from my side, even so, people would think this is not called a narrative, this is called opinion. This is not narrative, this is a right of the people of this country to have opinion. And the people of this country are not brain dead to not think about what is going on. This case is in the domain because it is a retired judge who has used connections to stall an investigation.
And I think it's absolute.
That's it. And now to get, these lectures, of course, whatever. I just feel it's wrong. It's wrong if after all this evidence we are told, media, stop reporting. Media, don't create a narrative. Victim's family, don't talk. Have incredible and infallible faith in the system. But the faith in the system was broken.
Chief Justice Arnab is doing some gag because Senior Advocate Luthra says, keep our prayers of transfer open. Then the Chief Justice now says, our order is without prejudice. The witnesses who shall not give media statements also includes any potential accused as well.
So there's a gag on so there is a gag
on the people.
Supreme Court therefore has stopped Twisha's family from speaking to the media. The Supreme Court stops Twisha's family from speaking in the media. Supreme Court puts an effective gag. Puts an effective gag on Twisha's family from speaking to the media. I don't know how this helps. Swapnil, I don't know how this helps. This is beyond me. I just don't know how this helps in this country.
Arnab, this is not going to happen. The Twisha's family, if they cannot vent themselves out before the corrupt police officers or now the CBI, let's see what the CBI does. It's a rehash of what happened 6 years ago. You, I, Rhythm, everybody did all this. And we've seen what the Central Bureau of Investigation has done in Sushant Singh Rajput's case. Now, let's hope that there is a complete volte-face on that. But let me tell you, if Twisha's family wants to speak out, they can very much speak to the media despite the Supreme Court order. And it's a request. I don't think it can be a gag. It's my freedom.
I do not understand here why the Chief Justice has equalized the victim's family from the accused.
How can that happen? No, it can't happen. How can
but it has happened. That's what the Supreme Court has done. That's what the Chief Justice has said.
With due respect to the Supreme Court, this is not something which was acceptable at all. And I don't think that
the Chief Justice has said
any victim will agree.
The witnesses who shall not give media statement,
not once he
shall not give media statement, also include any other potential accused as well. So there is a gag.
Even on Giribala, but not that she was speaking.
I do not understand why Giribala should be equated. Giribala or Samarth, accused, co-accused, should be equated with victim's family. This is inappropriate to even on an ethical basis. How do you equate the two? Today, are we to say in this country, if someone else goes through this kind of tragedy, someone else's daughter is treated like this, then that person should be conscious that they should just not say a word, not speak to the media, keep quiet, because somebody may feel some narrative may be built. I mean, what are we to do in this country? Are we to say that tomorrow you're a victim of road rage, you should not talk, you should just have faith in the system? Tomorrow if there is a dowry death, you should not talk, you should have faith in the system. Tomorrow if there is a murder, if there is a murder and is an influential person involved, you should not talk against influential people, you should have faith in the system. I want to know what is the logic behind this.
There is no logic.
The only recourse for a victim is the media. When nobody hears you, it is the media.
And media is the fourth estate. Is
the message being sent out here that tomorrow in the Pune Porsche case where 2 people are killed by a rich brat, you should keep quiet even if the rich brat gets out by writing an essay, right? Because you should have faith in the system.
Yes.
What is this? Is it an effective gag on media reporting?
Please let me come in here.
Lalita, what is this? I protest against this.
Faith in the system. We have been let down by the system too often, and every day, even today, we have 16 cases of what is called dowry death or due to violence against women. We have lost faith in the system. That's just the
boss
point,
has
that
not
the
said
system
anyone
is just not working for women
Not
in
giving
India.
statements.
Yes, he's requested.
I do not understand keeping the issue out of the media, how it's going to help. This case came up because of the media. I don't understand this. The media will. I think. Vandana wants to say something here. Maybe this is just beyond me.
Coming to the so-called effective gag order against the witnesses, well, they can issue statements through the lawyers, and the lawyers can take up the matter further. There has to be,
because you see, when a brother, are we saying the brother of Twisha should not be allowed to speak? The father of Twisha should not be allowed to speak.
I'm not agreeing that the order is great, but there is a solution around it. You see, Arnab, your show also, you provide solutions. I'm just providing a solution. Use the lawyers to give out the statement. Sorry.
No, that we know, but I'm questioning the logic of this. I will follow what the Supreme Court says, but I'm questioning the logic of this. Kapil Sankla is with us. You want to go to Kapil? Rhythm,
Yes.
please keep
So,
focus.
I was just also trying to see, because Twisha's father, Navnidhi Sharma, had just called me around just before this hearing and was asking me when he will be joining and be able to speak to Arnab. And now with this, I think there's going to be a sense of unsettlement between the family, because they don't know what to do anymore. It's only when their word came out, Vandana, that there was some hope for them. And they said on Friday, I remember, that we are grateful not to the CJM but the Chief Justice of Media. You know, it was so clear that they were that it was because the media picked this up that it got national attention.
Absolutely.
I would ask this.
So, like I said, Rhythm, sorry, but use the lawyers for putting out the statements, because there cannot be a gag order, and also appeal under that operative part of the order, saying that this cannot be, this is not implementable. Just that operative part of the order.
So I'm also requesting him, because he's online as we are speaking, Twisha's father, whether he will now once be able to join us after he's virtually in the Supreme Court from Bhopal.
I think now we'll have to look at whether
through someone else who can speak on his behalf.
You see,
otherwise he'll be held in contempt, and I don't think that is one more.
We'll have to look at the order here, because it's pretty much an effective gag on the victim's family. I'm not bothered. I mean, I'm not bothered about this Giribala. She said enough anyway. But I think it is wrong, because we must never give an impression that in this country, if you are in trouble, if you've had a tragedy, if the system has gone against you, if a powerful person has victimized you, then you should not speak, because tomorrow somebody will quote this order to say that the victims should not speak.
Exactly.
If victims cannot speak, then who is allowed to speak?
Exactly.
And how can victims be equated with the accused? Can I please go back to the visuals? Yeah, Kapil, what do you think, Kapil, of this outcome that we've had in the Supreme Court?
I think it's very unfortunate, because when I started off as a lawyer and we started working with a lot of politicians, one of the things that we were taught is that judiciary is the last door that a common citizen knocks for justice. Now, I think that goalpost has shifted. Now you go to the media when nobody else is there to listen to you, because there are a lot of matters which are high and mighty, people controlling a lot of narratives, etc. And then when you go to the media opens up that door, allows the matter to be heard by public, and thereby bringing it to the notice of the judges. Now, when you give a gag order, you actually, you bringing in bad laws into place. You can say, and this was also what was stated in the Kandas matter.
Here's another case out here. Kapil, there are all these 46 people who were called by this Giribala, the accused. And among them, there was the Lokayukt. Now we are told we can't go to the Lokayukt to ask. Among them, everyone is a Director General of Police. Therefore, we are told you can't go to the Director General of Police. Among them, the DG of Home Guards. Among them, another judge. Among them, CCTV technicians. This entire case, this whole investigation, with the greatest of respect to the Supreme Court, has not happened, Honorable Chief Justice, because of the police. It has happened because of Republic. Now you are saying to us that we should not go to all those people. In other words, you are saying that we should put a stop to our investigation.
That's right.
In other words, if you are saying that potential accused should not be contacted by the media, I protest against that, because what you're saying is stop the investigation. Now you may say I don't mean that, but that will be the sum total of what you're suggesting.
Exactly.
I want to go to each of the people whose CDR I have, who were called, and ask them, sir, what was the conversation between you and Giribala? Now, if you're saying I am breaking the law by doing that, what you're suggesting is that we should not investigate on our own a murder case, a rape case, a pedophilia case, a gang rape case, a POXO case. We should not do these investigations. So is the Supreme Court of India going so far to suggest that in any case of crime and injustice, the media should not do investigations? If that were to be the case, this observation of the court, which might unfortunately get quoted as precedents by some other lawyers of some other accused in some other case, will have very long-standing implications. But journalism cannot stop. Democracy cannot be put on hold. Investigations can't be stopped. It is because of, can I ask here, without the investigation, Lalita, without the revelation on Republic that judges and policemen were called and Lokayukta was called by Giribala, would this matter have come up so far?
I don't think so. Nor would it have come up so fast. Arnab, India's justice system is notorious for its delays. Absolutely notorious. And I was saying this before, let me say it again. If you take a poll today, I'm 100% sure that the vast majority of women in this country will tell you, if they can't say it on camera, will tell you that we have lost trust in the justice
investigation in the case?
We don't
or should we also be gagged now? Should we be gagged and told, don't speak to any of these potential accused? Or then who should I speak to? No, if I am told today, don't speak to any potential accused, then should I tell my reporters to say, next time you go out reporting, make sure nobody who is guilty is asked any questions by you?
And I think...
what are we supposed? Are we running an NGO or a media organization?
We are bewildered. We are bewildered because...
I'm totally bewildered by this.
Madhya Pradesh...
I thought the Supreme Court today will compliment Republic and the media for the fine work it has done, which has brought this to their door. But unfortunately, on the other hand, we've got this lecture about the narrative. We've been told that not only the family should not speak, but potential accused should not speak. Why should I not speak to potential accused? If the police was doing their job, I wouldn't have to.
And Arnab, the Chief Justice has also said, do not circulate any notes that you are giving us anywhere.
What?
There's a note that the family has given and handed over to the Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court says even this should not be given because of impartial investigation. If it wasn't for Republic, there would be no investigation. It's just shocking what's happened today. Everybody thought that the Supreme Court taking suo motu cognizance.
Meanwhile, the lawyers of... I say today, I'm saying openly, I will follow to the best of my ability what the Supreme Court has said. But I have a right as a citizen of India and as a journalist to say, this is not correct, Honorable Chief Justice. This is not correct. You cannot say, don't speak to any of the potential accused. So we are part of the investigative process out here. Without us asking questions, the matter would have been disposed of by now. Rakshita is with us. Rakshita of the Supreme Court. Let's go live to Rakshita. What's happening? Rakshita. Twisha's lawyer is there with her. Yes, Rakshita, over to you.
Well, Arnab, yes, I have with me the lawyer of Twisha Sharma's family, Mr. Anurag, coming in right after the court has given out the order. Sir, tell us what has the bench said, what has the CJI said?
Since the matter was taken suo motu by the Honorable Supreme Court, based on all what has been being reported in the last 8-10 days, they were much concerned about the developments they have been watching, both from the side of the victim's family, the accusations being raised by the victim's family, and also the interviews being given by the accused herself. Giribala herself, that has also been taken note by the Honorable Supreme Court. And then they have observed that since now the second autopsy has already been conducted by expert team of AIIMS New Delhi, and also the order has been already passed with respect to handing over the matter to the CBI. The Honorable Court has raise concern that the matter be immediately and at the earliest be handed over to the CBI.
Mr. Anurag, this is Arnab here. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
An absolutely fair investigation can be conducted, and the Honorable Court has also remarked that both the victim's family and the accused and all the persons, the main thing is that all the persons who can be either the accused or all the persons who can be the witness should move towards the CBI now to get their statements recorded. So now everything, the Honorable Supreme Court says that would depend upon a very fair investigation by the CBI, and CBI should take over the matter at the earliest. And during those hearings, the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta sir, he has committed that the formalities with respect to handing it over to the CBI would be processed today itself, and at the earliest the matter should now be taken over by the CBI.
Yeah, can you hear me, Anurag? This is Arnab here.
Court has expressed
Anurag, can you hear me? This is Arnab here. Arnab Goswami here.
Hi, Arnab.
Hi. So I want to ask you, is there a gag on the victim?
Arnab, I can hear you.
Is there a sort of gag on the victim's family?
Not exactly the gag, but the court has expressed that narratives should not be there because it is a sensitive matter, and the thing now, since the CBI is there, then everything should be put before the CBI. Every single statement should go to the CBI now.
And you know, there's also an observation any potential accused should not be contacted or spoken to by the media, but then all the potential accused are also all the people who received the phone calls from Giribala, including the Lokayog, the Director General, Home Guards, the judges.
Arnab, they have taken into consideration, the court has taken into consideration that Giribala was making statements to the media, and they have not said anything to media. They said that sometimes it is required also, but what they have stated is that all the statements by the accused persons and the victim's family, since now it is being taken over to by the CBI and the agency is there, now it should be given to the CBI.
Now it should be given to the CBI. So today, what's going to happen at 2:30? At 2:30, the anticipatory bail, the challenge to the anticipatory...
Yeah, at 2:30, the petition moved by us on behalf of Twisha's family and the application moved by the state for the quashment of the anticipatory bail application of Giribala would be heard at 2:30, and the Honorable Supreme Court has said that the proceedings before the Honorable Court would go on because this matter they have with the direction that it be handed over to the CBI at the earliest, this matter has been disposed of today.
On the left-hand side, please, Anurag, please stay on with us.
Yes.
On the other hand, this sorrowful picture of this family of the victim coming to collect the ashes of Twisha while this case is being battled between the High Court and the Supreme Court. What is your expectation of the 2:30 case today? Are you going to be attending it virtually? Who's representing your side? And what is your expectation of the...
I am going to attend. I am going to attend virtually, and if possible, Solicitor General would also be appearing on behalf of the state. The Advocate General of Madhya Pradesh, Advocate Prashant Singh, would be appearing on behalf of the state, and possibly because Advocate Siddharth Luthra has appeared here, possibly he might also appear.
Yes. And what do you think, what's your hope from that hearing? Do you think the anticipatory bail will be lifted, given the new facts which have now come out?
It is already listed at 2:30. At 2:30, this matter itself will be taken by the High Court bench at Jabalpur, and we would also be bringing before the Honorable Court all those facts and circumstances which have occurred and which have come to the light after the filing of our application for quashment of bail. We filed that application on 21st, so that was already listed for Court today, and the state has also moved that application on 22nd. So after that, we have got some more clinching evidences.
If an anticipatory bail is lifted,
requesting the court to consider
if an anticipatory bail goes, then should she be arrested because she is a powerful person who can influence witnesses if she's out?
Arnab, considering that she has been a district and sessions judge, it would be advisable that wisdom prevails over her, and if in circumstances the anticipatory bail order is quashed, she should gracefully surrender to the police.
She should surrender to the police. Yes. Anurag, this is very important. Rhythm, any further questions for Anurag?
Anurag, if you can hear me, we came to the Supreme Court today with a little bit of hope. We all know it has to be an impartial investigation. We all know the CBI has to take over the case. But the biggest question that we continue asking, what was the Supreme Court today doing in the Suo Moto case? Was it only? Okay, so I'm also going to tell us, our viewers, the father is joining. There's a request from the Supreme Court that potential witnesses should not be there.
But would it compromise him? I mean, for us, getting an interview at this point of time is not as important as making sure that he's not seen to be on the wrong side of it.
Can the father join?
Anurag's advice should be taken before the father is put on air, because he, right now, Anurag...
I would suggest that even if Mr. Navnidhi Sharma wants to join the debate, he should, but he should not state anything about the incidents now, because Supreme Court expects him to state everything.
We may get a one-line reaction from him, that's all.
What has happened and whether he is satisfied.
That's all. I'll ask him that in your presence, so we are not foul of anything the Supreme Court has suggested. Just a reaction, a one-line, two-line reaction, Mr. Sharma, to what the Supreme Court has said, what happened in the Supreme Court.
जी, हम लोग भी नहीं चाहते हैं कि किसी तरीके का सुप्रीम कोर्ट की कार्रवाई में हम बाधा बने, और हम ऐसा जो निर्देश किया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने, हम उसका पालन करेंगे, यही हम कहना चाहते हैं। स्वागत योग्य है उनका कदम, और हम इस कानून की जो भी लिमिटेशंस है उनको हम मानते हैं।
जी, बहुत अच्छी बात है शर्मा जी, अभी के लिए इधर ही रखते हैं, हम टच पे रहेंगे। The family says they will follow the Supreme Court.
All I would...
Yes, sir.
Arnab, what all I would like to sum up is that it was a very sensitive matter that the Supreme Court had to take initiative for this Suo Moto petition. Something definitely they have watched, and they have mentioned in the order that there were things going on, things they were coming to know through the media. And when the Supreme Court takes such a matter in Suo Moto hearing and directs that the matter be at the earliest handed over to the CBI for a fair investigation, that means that the Honorable Supreme Court was concerned that things should now be taken over by the CBI at the earliest.
Yes, we're tracking this. Anurag, you've given us a lot of time. Best of luck with the 2:30 hearing today. I thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anurag. That's a lawyer for Twisha. We'll be in touch today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Kapil, you know, you're watching the sensitive case out here. May I get a quick word from Kapil, Vandana and Lalita Kumaramangalam on what their expectations are of the 2:30 hearing, which assumes a great deal of significance now?
Yes.
Kapil, to you first. The 2:30 hearing is significant now.
One, very importantly, the intent of the court to transfer it to CBI as far as the investigation is concerned is very material, because it does understand that perhaps there are pressures and forces beyond what should be done in matters such as this. Secondly, as the counsel rightly stated, if the anticipatory bail is dismissed, I think the concerned accused should show grace. But more importantly, I don't really think so. I think she will agitate it and bring it to the highest possible forum. And lastly, very importantly, I hope that there is some clarification from the Honorable Supreme Court as far as the perceived media gag order is concerned, because it is very material for fairness and impartialness of the investigation and the right of the people to know.
Absolutely. So investigation should continue. Let's take a word in from Lalita Kumaramangalam on her expectations of the 2:30 order.
Yeah, I hope that the Supreme Court revokes her bail, but I really don't know if they will do it. I don't have much hope for that. I mean, I don't expect they will do it. However, what I would like to also tell the Supreme Court is that having worked in this unfortunate area for more than 30 years, what I do know is that for the last 30 years, nothing much seems to have changed. Anybody in a person of influence, especially somebody like Giribala, who herself has been part of the justice system, is able to twist it. And I hope they take that into account. I'm glad that they took suo motu cognizance, but what is being looked at as a gag order, I hope that does not prevent actually justice from being done. I'm sorry, I may be sounding very critical of the courts and the justice system, but I have seen how long it takes in these normal cases, years and years and years. Come on, guys, let's not forget, Nirbhaya's mother went at it and at it and at it. It took her over how many years just to get justice for her daughter? And that was almost an open and shut case. Even then, the system itself is so slow that families give up hope. That, when you lose a child, it's the most devastating grief any parent can have anywhere in the world. And I agree that that the law has its limitations. But I only hope that the 230, whatever the order that comes out of 230, I hope it will be in favor of justice, not just, taking more concern about how society is thinking, etc. Unfortunately, in society, even today, our girls seem to come last. So I hope, at least in this case, they understand that a precedent could well be set. And if a person of influence manages to get anticipatory bail, even before the FIR is filed, that itself, I think, should be illegal.
Yes.
But anyway, I hope that the Supreme Court considers all the various angles of this case and actually delivers a very just judgment at 2:30.
Absolutely. We're all looking forward to that. Vandana, your thoughts. Swapnil, I'm coming to you. Vandana.
I would like an order from the Supreme Court fast-tracking the case. That is the first thing. Second, an order from the Supreme Court asking for preservation of the evidence which now already exists. Whatever is destroyed is destroyed. Thirdly, I would like a better, in a way, a punitive order from the Supreme Court towards the judge who granted the bail despite it being a dowry death.
These are the things we were really hoping for today. This is what happened was that entire hearing became about narrative and media and gagging the media. These substantive issues were not picked up.
In a way, revoking the gag order of the media. And of course, we are all hoping and praying for the cancellation of the bail. So I won't repeat that. My colleagues have already spoken about that. Yes. But no one has spoken about fast-tracking the case because really, justice delayed, Arnab, is justice denied.
Absolutely. Swapnil.
Arnab, I don't agree. I don't like the fact that the Supreme Court shunts every single case or shifts it to the CBI when the state police botches it up. What this gives a message is, Arnab, very clearly to the state police that, okay, you can botch up, be shoddy, go under influence and favor and do some quid pro quo. At the end of the day, what is going to happen? We'll have a quid pro quo and then eventually this matter will be shifted to the Central Bureau of Investigation. So we'll do what we need to do as it is and we'll not change. So there should have been a rap from the Supreme Court rather than these extraneous silly issues of gagging the media in some form or the other, trying not to establish a narrative. With due respect to the Supreme Court on this, I believe that the Supreme Court should have come out very harshly on the state police.
The judge who gave anticipatory bail. Precisely, we were hoping for that. We were hoping that the Supreme Court will pull up people in the judicial system who have failed the victim, and that did not happen today. We're disappointed with that.
And direct the Jabalpur High Court, the Jabalpur bench of the Madhya Pradesh High Court to ensure that the anticipatory bail application is heard properly, effectively, and to, sort of give
Even if the Supreme Court had said that we are concerned that the Honorable retired judge was calling important people, we are concerned at the misuse of the system,
That's right. Yes,
we are concerned at the use of contacts, we are concerned at the power network, we are concerned at the anticipatory bail being given. We are concerned about, even if the Supreme Court had said all that, you can say what you want to do about the media after that, but it can't be singularly a sort of a pulling up of the media. You can't pull up the media for the good work it's done.
Exactly, and today the matter is seized off by the Supreme Court only because of the media, only because of Republican
So that's
TV
disappointing.
And this is an absolutely sorry state of affairs.
We will.
10 years back when I started coming on your shows with the previous channel, you and I never thought that in our lifetimes we'll be discussing the judiciary. But in 10 years, lo and behold, we are discussing the judiciary, we are discussing the aspects, we are discussing the orders. It's absolutely bad because the judiciary is the most powerful in a parliamentary form of democracy. But this kind of a gag order in the media, and I would still want the family to go to the Supreme Court and ask for a modification of the order if there is such a gag. If there is such a gag, I don't think that
seems
should
to be a gag, but you know, nobody wants to get contempt, you know, so they'll follow the rules. But I would say, you know, okay, now let's go to Rakshita. Rakshita, what's the feeling in the court?
Tomorrow, one question. Tomorrow, if the media, if the victim's family wants to speak to the media, and it does, and it says that we want to vent it out of the media, do you think that it has to go to the Supreme Court, spend lots of money every time and ask for a permission for that? No, sorry, I don't agree with that at all. I am a free citizen of the country. I've been victimized. I have lost my daughter. I want to speak to Mr. Arnab Goswami. I want to speak to anybody else. How can any court of law stop me from doing that?
We've got a lot of support from the people. I can tell you every second we're getting calls here saying continue the good work you're doing, continue the investigation, don't stop. Rakshita is doing a good job. Sambhavi's done a fantastic job. Rhythm is following the story. We don't want a pat on the back from the Supreme Court for our great journalists out there, but we must be free to report. And the anguish always cannot be expressed. The problem is, Rhythm and Rakshita, that even if the victim feels anguished by certain observations, they can't say it. And that feeling of helplessness must go if we are to be a great country. Rakshita, what's the feeling in the court? And then Rhythm, you can take hand over from me. Rakshita, and then Rhythm, and then leave for a bit. Rakshita.
Yeah, well, just spoke to the advocate, the family lawyer, as he was just conversing with you. And yes, they've been very measured in what, of course, the judge has said about the media and what the family can say. And as rightly pointed out by one of the panelists, that this, of course, is a case that has been noticed. Even the Chief Justice of India has mentioned it, that he took notice, the court took notice, Supreme Court took notice because of the media's coverage. So, yeah, I mean, I think it is for the entire country to, you know, see everybody's talking about it. But we will be now taking a very, very short break. Arnab, thank you so much, our guest, and we will be just coming back with the live updates, and not just from the Supreme Court, but also what's happening in Bhopal, what's happening in Jabalpur. We'll get you all the latest, viewers, as Samarth Singh's questioning is also happening, and all eyes on the police seeking the cancellation of Giribala Singh's bail as well. All eyes. Can a judge get away from the system? Can she get away from the investigation? Is the big question we are asking, and we will continue.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing.
ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student.
All right, viewers, time for another short break. Coming up after the break, the order by the Supreme Court in this case, where the Supreme Court also mentioned that we request the media to avoid recording statements of persons who are likely to be potential witnesses. We'll get you more details on this case after a break.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions
All right, we have time to slip into a short commercial break, but also top focus story today in the High Court. It is the Giribala bail case that will be heard around 2:30 p.m.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Shifting then. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with your Republic TV's coverage from Delhi. The Supreme Court has just disposed of the case, the Moto case of Twisha Sharma's death case, viewers. We will give you point-by-point takeaways as far as what the Supreme Court said. But I'll first go across to my colleague Shamavi, who's joining us live from Bhopal. Shamavi, over to you. Tell us, what are you picking up as far as the case against Giribala Singh's anticipatory bail is concerned? Shambhavi, if you can hear me, are you at Giribala Singh's residence, and what is the status as far as the hearing is concerned? What are we expecting today in the court?
Well, yes, I'm outside Giribala Singh's residence, and just now we've seen that the lock was removed. Earlier, just a few moments ago, the lock was completely, this entire place was locked completely. The car was moved out, and then just a few moments ago, the car came inside again. We've seen a lot of movement since morning on the top part of it. Now, just next to it is Swaraj Singh's, the Samarth Singh's cousin's place, Baghel's. That is where we tried speaking to him as well, but he refused to speak to us. We saw him at his place. So we've been constantly tracking the entire Singh's family's movement so that we can make sure that we update our viewers about their whereabouts, about whether the fact that Giribala Singh is going to the Madhya Pradesh High Court for her appearance, for her hearing in the matter of cancellation of anticipatory bail. And we have also heard several significant things which were said during the course of hearing today. The fact that the court has said that the victim's family as well as the accused in the matter, they're not supposed to speak to the media, which is again a huge disappointment for us because of the Republic's campaign, because of the Republic's extensive campaign, this matter reached the court. This matter came in the limelight, came in the public eyes. Republic has been campaigning. Republic has been showing our viewers constantly all throughout the day what is happening in this case, what is happening in the Twisha Sharma's case. We've investigated several angles. While police was not doing anything, while police was not doing its job, Republic was there standing with the family, with the victim's family, making sure that each and every tiny detail of this entire case is brought in the light, which made sure that it reached the court's table, the apex court's table, and it picked it up as a suo motu cognizance. But now it comes as a huge disappointment. The court has asked the victim's family as well as the accused family to not talk to the media. Rakshita.
Absolutely, that's the most that's the biggest takeaway that has come in. Now, there are two things that have come in fact. The Solicitor General, Shambhavi, and my colleague Sahil also joining from Supreme Court with me here. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta said that progress has happened in this case because of the media. The Chief Justice of India says that, yes, it came to our notice also because of the media, but the pain of the victims cannot be reduced to sound bites, that the family should avoid giving statements on the media, to the media, that even what we are getting to know is that media should not record the statements of witnesses and make it into sound bites. Well, that's our job, and that is precisely because of that. When we spoke to the CCTV operator, when we spoke to the judges, when we confirmed how the former judge Giribala Singh has been trying to contact everybody in the judiciary after Twisha's family had pointed it out, we saw that the matter was also, being talked about in the entire country. And not to forget, Sahil, I'll just go across to you on this. The matter was listed as alleged as institutional bias. Now, there's been a lot of talk about media in this entire hearing, but what about the angle as far as the alleged institutional bias is concerned? I did not hear anything on that. Sahil.
Directly made on the media, and how the accused and the victim's family is going around giving evidence that could be amounted as evidence, as statements that are being made in the media that could be amounted as evidence. That has been observed by the Supreme Court. It was brought to the knowledge of the Supreme Court, but not the institutional bias. How right after the incident, Giribala went around calling judges, calling her colleagues, her former colleagues, trying to take advantage of her position that she has had over years as a judicial officer. Nothing of that sort was pointed out in the Supreme Court. Yet it was very explicitly brought to the notice, brought to the knowledge of the Supreme Court by the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, how Giribala is the one specifically going around giving interviews against the victim, which should be stopped.
I think we need to fix your audio there, Sahil, but we have Advocate Swapnil Kothari joining us live on the broadcast. Mr. Kothari, I was just talking to my colleague about the fact that this was listed as a matter of alleged institutional bias. The Suo Moto case was titled, if you talk about that file, that mail that had come out, that alleged institutional bias. So, in your understanding, has it been talked about? Has it been, considered in this particular hearing at all?
Well, institutional bias, I would assume if the Supreme Court meant it to be that the state police was having some sort of a bias towards Giribala Singh, given the fact that she was an ex-judge and that her son was an advocate. So in that sense, if there was an institutional bias, and it worked towards the detriment of the victim family. Now, that should not preclude the media from taking any information, any statements from the victim's family if the victim's family wants to vent it out before the media. If the victim's family cannot vent it out before a biased police or before a sort of I wouldn't use the word biased judiciary, but of a judiciary at the lower level, which it did not hear properly and gave an anticipatory bail. So obviously the victim's family felt that it was being cheated and deprived of its rights, given the fact that this was a clear-cut murder. And there is no way that she should have, in a case of a dowry death or a suspected dowry death, an anticipatory bail should have been given. So obviously the victim's family felt that let me vent it out before the media. And it went it out before all possible media, and Republic TV took the lead, as always it does. And, unfortunately, the statement came from the Supreme Court saying that let's not build narratives and let's not convert the victim's pain into sound bites. Now, that was a very, very incorrect statement in the sense that but for the media, the pain would not have found its way out right up to the media and then up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court took cognizance of this Suo Moto only because there was a lot of noise being made in the media, and especially at Republic TV. And that is the reason why the Supreme Court seized off itself with the matter, because there are several other dowry deaths.
Mr. Kothari, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you there. We are getting a big breaking news after the Supreme Court, of course. Yes, it did talk about how the CBI should be handed over this case immediately, and that's the breaking we're getting. A team of CBI officials will be heading to Bhopal today. A CBI team will be heading to Bhopal today itself, right after the Suo Moto hearing, and that's the big breaking news on Republic TV right now. And they are going to take over this case from Bhopal police is what we are getting. Remember, this was after the Madhya Pradesh government, after mounting pressure, had recommended this case to the CBI, and now the CBI team will be departing immediately from here, from the national capital. Shambhavi is getting us more details on that. Shambhavi, when are we expecting the CBI team to reach Bhopal today, after Supreme Court directed that there should be no delay, that the CBI should be taking over this case immediately?
Well, yes, this is something that the family has been fighting for since day one. Apart from the fact that they wanted a second post-mortem, that they've been demanding a CBI investigation, a fresh CBI investigation from start, because they've been wronged. Victim's family has been wronged by the family, by the police at several points of time, be it starting from the very scratch of it. Just for a recap for our viewers, starting from the registration of FIR, intimidating the victim's family, saying that we'll not register an FIR if you don't take the body. They were pressurizing the people, they were pressurizing the family to perform the last rites as soon as possible, because they didn't want the second post-mortem to be conducted, or even the possibility of it. And from the starting, they have been wronged. So they wanted that CBI comes into the picture and CBI investigates the matter. And now we know that the CBI will be reaching Bhopal. A team from CBI will be reaching Bhopal for a fresh investigation, where all these lacunas, all these lapses which happened in this first investigation that happened will hopefully not happen. And what the family has been asking for, an independent, fair and a transparent investigation, will be taken care of, Rakshita.
Absolutely. That's the big breaking on Republic TV. The CBI team will be heading to this case. And this has been a fight. You know, the fact that CBI was the case, that CBI, this matter has shifted to the CBI, you know, Shambhavi, is the biggest impact of Republic TV's coverage as well. We were the ones who, in fact, right from the FIR not being registered to the fact that the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister was not giving time to the family. Then after 3 days he did, and that is when after meeting the family, after meeting the brother and father of Twisha, we saw that the Madhya Pradesh government had in fact recommended the CBI probe, had sent a proposal to the centre for a CBI probe in this case. All these things are an impact of the media, so-called media trial, the so-called media coverage, isn't it, Shambhavi?
Definitely, Rakshita, and this is what we got today in the Supreme Court hearing is that the victim's family should not be speaking to us. Any possible witness will not be speaking to us, and that these people cannot speak to us. If they will not speak to us, these were the people who reached out to us, and Republic actively campaigned against it. These were the people that reached out to us and asked for us to help them, and we've been campaigning for it. The fact that there was a second post-mortem conducted, that was because of this active campaign that Republic has been running. The fact that today you are standing at the Supreme Court for a suo moto cognizance that the court has taken is because of us. And now the fact that a dedicated CBI team comprising of the Delhi's members, as well as from the Madhya Pradesh police people, a team is being constituted, a special team is being constituted, where there will be one SP, several inspectors, and a DIG rank person is going to head this entire committee. They're going to come here, they're going to collect all the documents from the police, they're going to take custody of Samarth from the police. The CBI is going to take custody from the police of Samarth, because we know that Samarth was sent on a 7-day police remand by the trial court just a day before yesterday. And CBI will be officially taking over the case. They will re-register the case. They will officially commence the investigation from scratch, from registering the case to collecting of the document to taking the custody of Samarth and to also visiting the spot here at Giribala Singh. Everything will be again taken care of, and that is because of Republic's active campaign. Justice for Twisha, cancel Giribala Singh's bail. And also, I'm sorry I missed that, cancellation of Giribala Singh's anticipatory bail. Right now, that hearing will happen at 2:30 PM in the Madhya Pradesh High Court, where a notice was issued to Giribala Singh. So this all progress is because of the media trial, because of the so-called media trial that we've been doing relentlessly.
Absolutely,
for
and
days
it's a people's campaign. It's a people's campaign, not to forget, Shambhavi, that there were people who were calling us, people who have signed the petition, people who have been calling us incessantly. Our lines were flooded day in and day out on prime time as well. How they were, in fact, voicing concerns given how there was the manipulation of the entire investigation, the alleged manipulation. We have guests joining us on the broadcast, KK Menon, senior advocate, live from Delhi, and we have Swapnik Kothari, senior lawyer, live from Mumbai. Mr. Menon, I just want to go across to you first, Advocate Menon. Well, there have been serious lapses in the case, and today the Supreme Court, first of all, I want to know your first comments on what the Supreme Court has said in this suo moto case of Twisha Sharma's death case.
It is a question for me.
Advocate Menon, yes, sir. Advocate Menon, can you hear me?
Yes. I was telling on
Mr.
that day
K.K. Menon,
also
can you
when...
hear me? Yes, sir. Sir, your
yes.
first comments.
So this case is based on a circumstantial evidence. In a circumstantial case, that investigating agency has to complete the chain of evidence, because the evidence must be destroyed by the mother-in-law, by the husband also, with the conduct of the mother-in-law and her body language crystal clear. And because there was no eyewitness in this case, if based on this circumstantial, then the investigating agency now has to go at the place of incident. They have to collect the evidence from, if at all not destroyed there, they have to. But I can tell you only one thing, that in a murder case, somewhere evidence is always there. Nobody can destroy it, but it depends on the investigating officer, because top law officer has gone for the cancellation of the bail of the mother-in-law. So let us see what will be the result. Though even on that day I said that the anticipatory bail was granted by the sessions court there. It was also unfair on the part of the judge. Even he should have waited for the result of the of the CFSL or the investigation conducted by the investigating agency. But anyway, the bail was granted. Now the cancellation is there. Court has to take the decision. If the same judge does not, then the Honorable High Court or the Supreme Court will take the cognizance of such type of order passed by the Sessions Court.
Right, sir. Mr. Kothari, I want to go across to you now. The fact that there has been alleged tampering of evidence. What happens in this case? This has the first. You have one of the accused, Samarth Singh, who has been, or rather, you can say the potential accused. Also, we've seen that there has been a lot of delay in that. Now, Samarth Singh, after 12 days, has been questioned, and the police is also have tried to recreate this scene. But there is a lot of questions on first how the belt was not submitted. The investigating officer was under scrutiny, is under scrutiny, and also the scene of the incident. The scene of the incident was allegedly still under control of Giribala Singh. What really happened? FIR, there was a delay in that. So how does this really affect the investigation in this case, especially if we talk about studying the evidence?
Rakshita, what happens here is that the evidence which has been compromised by the state police, and especially by Giribala Singh, she must have tried her level best to ensure, if she is guilty, to ensure that there is very little evidence or no evidence at all to suggest that she is anyway, her hands are there in the cookie jar as far as this case is concerned. Now, it will be a little bit of a challenge, a mounting challenge for the CBI, because to take whatever botchy evidence which must be there from the state police and to work on that, and to revisit the scene of crime, to investigate, to talk to the people who they presume to be guilty or who they are accused. It's not going to be rocket science for the CBI. This is something which they're used to. But if they do it without fear of favor or without any mental pressure, then I think they should be able to succeed and come to the conclusion, as the AIMS Delhi must have possibly come to the conclusion within 1 or 2 days, or should come to the conclusion that this was a clear case of murder. And it is not a case of homicide, it is not a case of suicide, but homicide. So the point is that when you have that kind of a report from AIMS, not that if AIMS were to rule that it is a suicide, the CBI cannot conduct its own investigation and overrule that report of AIMS. But it's just that the AIMS report, if it points towards murder and if it says, yes, this looks like a homicide, given the ligature marks, given that there was no suicide note, etc., and purely from the forensics, it looks like a clear case of murder, then it's very simple for the Central Bureau of Investigation to go forward based on that footing and say that, okay, let's channelize this, let's look at this, let's look at that. And especially the victim's family would have pointed them out into certain directions to that effect, saying that, yes, I spoke to her at this time and then there was a call and then there was this body which was taken up and then all that CPR was an absolute joke. She was already murdered, this, that and the other, and everything. We can put the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle together, Rakshita. But the only thing that I want is that tomorrow when this investigation is done, it is done fast, it is done speedily, and the justice is meted out, because given 7 days or a week, I think the media tends to then, and bound to be so, because there'll be many more issues in the country to look at. So this case will lose its focus, and once it loses the media glare, then a lot of things can be compromised upon. A lot of things, given the fact that things have been compromised till now, and but for the media, but for Republic TV, but for its shouting, this case would not have been seized off by the Supreme Court, because there are several other dowry deaths that are taking place in this country. What's so unique about this one? There could be more gruesome ones than this. But the fact is that this caught media attention, and that is the reason why it was seized off by the Supreme Court.
Right. Mr. Kothari and Mr. Menon, I request you both please stay on with us. We have senior advocate from Mumbai, Satish Manastunde, joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us from Public TV. And sir, I want to know your first thoughts, your take on the Supreme Court's order asking for a CBI probe to take over first, and also requesting the families not to speak to the media. Media has been asked not to interview the witnesses in this case. What is your take, sir, on this Supreme Court's order?
See, I must say, I repeat one thing. There hai, lekin andher nahi hai. We have been shouting from rooftops for the last 10-15 days that there is a lot of hush-hush in this case and there's a lot of tampering in this case. I don't know why it took so many days for the Supreme Court to take suo motu cognizance, but I'm happy that the Supreme Court has taken cognizance of this matter and it's being investigated by the CBI, as I hear just now. Secondly, my request is that the trial should be transferred outside the state of Madhya Pradesh, because even the High Court of Madhya Pradesh, who was watching the proceedings in this case, probably should have taken cognizance of this case long time back. I don't know why. Even the High Court of Jabalpur or any other bench did not take cognizance of such a case. Thirdly, the Chief Minister who wrote to the CBI a couple of days back should have followed it up immediately and got the case transferred. Still nothing has happened. Fourthly, the DG of police in Madhya Pradesh appears to have spoken to the district judge, mother-in-law. So therefore, there is always a chance that there will be no fair trial in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Fifthly, the accused, the mother-in-law, has spoken to several bigwigs. At least 40 calls have been made that day. It is obvious that she is highly connected, and this is a fit case for the case to be transferred outside the state of Madhya Pradesh for the trial.
Right, sir. But I want to also know the fact that you started off mentioning that shouting from the rooftop, and finally we see some light to this case. But sir, shouting on the rooftop has actually brought this to the notice of the court. That's what, in fact, the Chief Justice of India has also said. But at the same time, he says that the pain of the family should not be reduced to sound bites. He also goes on to say, the Honorable Chief Justice of India says that media should not interview the witnesses in this case.
I agree with the Chief Justice, because this is a legal requirement that the witnesses in the case should not reveal what they have to say in a court before the media, because
the families, sir, the families, when they spoke to the media, because there was no one to speak to.
Families are potential witnesses, so they should not speak to the media about the case. If at all they have points of injustice, they can reveal it to the higher authorities or even to the media. But they can't discuss about the merits of the case with the media or anybody else other than the investigating officer. Apart from the case being weakened, it could give an advantage to the accused in this case to tamper with the witnesses. Therefore, the Honorable CJI has taken cognizance of the fact that these defenses can be raised later on about prejudice being caused to the accused if the media or the general public comes to a conclusion that he is already guilty. So they may say that they will not get a fair trial if such disclosures are made. Therefore, it's a legal requirement. What the CJI has said is accurate. You can debate about the case, but not about the merits of the case. That's what he meant.
All right, sir. I take that. I take your point, but the fact remains that when there was no one to hear the parents, it was the media who actually, in fact, had heard and put out their voice. And when this matter was taken up, that's what. In fact, I think that's the time we have right now on this show. Thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us, Satish Manshinde, Mr. K.K. Menon, and Swapnil Kothari on the broadcast. Republic TV continues with its coverage on the case. We was from the national capital to Bhopal to Jabalpur. We are getting you each and every input on this story. Republic TV's unrelenting coverage on the matter continues. Republic TV will be closely tracking the case to be heard against anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh, and much more on the CBI investigation, which is going to begin today.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
कोशिश को कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person.
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break. But coming up next, the hearing on Giribala bail plea in court at around 2:30 p.m. We'll get you the latest details of this after the break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts
We're getting in from the Supreme Court. Republic TV reporting live from Delhi to Bhopal to Jabalpur, and the Supreme Court today taking a suo moto. It was in fact hearing the case after taking suo moto cognizance of the matter, has said that the CBI should be immediately taking over this case, and that the witnesses should not be speaking to the media, that it requests the family to not speak to the media. That these are one of the key takeaways, viewers, from this Supreme Court order today. Matter has been disposed of. CBI team is departing from the national capital to Bhopal to take over this case from Bhopal police. Meanwhile, all eyes on the case against Giribala Singh's anticipatory bail as well, viewers. We will be getting you more on that, but first a quick check of the top story that we're tracking on Republic TV for you.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Chief Justice of India-led Supreme Court bench concludes hearing the Twisha unnatural death case. CBI team heads to Bhopal to take over Twisha's case. CBI team to also take custody of Samarth and re-register the FIR. Top court slams accused Giribala Singh over remaining uncooperative with the probe and giving interviews to the media. Top court slams accused Giribala over remaining uncooperative with. After Madhya Pradesh High Court issued notice to Giribala on Friday, hearing on ex-judge's bail plea scheduled for today.
All right, viewers, we have a big breaking news development. Republic speaks to Giribala's lawyer ahead of the hearing. So this is very big. We have been tracking the story from day one. There was a hearing in Supreme Court, and now Republic speaks to Giribala's lawyer ahead of the hearing. Big breaking news development. We'll go across to that interaction. We spoke to Giribala's lawyer ahead of the hearing. The hearing is scheduled at around 2:30 p.m. And we spoke to Giribala's lawyer ahead of the hearing. Big breaking news development on your screens. We have been tracking this story from day one, and the family is one step closer to justice every day. And now let's listen into the interaction.
सर हमको बताइए क्या मांग होगी आपकी अभी आप जब बात गिरिबाला जी का पक्ष रखने के लिए जा रहे हैं अंदर क्या होगा इस पूरे हियरिंग में क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं क्या आप अपना साइड रखें
सीनियर विल आर्ग्यू द मैटर एंड जो भी होगा आपको हम बता देंगे
बट क्या लाइन ऑफ एक्शन आपको पता होगा आपके एंड से क्या है गिरिबाला जी अभी कुछ इनपुट्स ये भी आ रहे थे कि गिरिबाला जी शायद खुद भी अपना मैटर में कॉन्टेस्ट कर सकती हैं
देखिए हमें भी आपके न्यूज़ चैनलों के माध्यम से पता चल रहा है कि लॉयर्स ने छोड़ दिया है केस वापस ले लिया जबकि ऐसा कुछ है नहीं जॉर्ज सर पहले भी देख रहे थे लोकल लॉयर वो हैं वो अभी भी देख रहे हैं तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं मैडम की तरफ से लॉयर्स अपेयर होंगे सीनियर काउंसिल आर्ग्यू करेंगे
सर मृगेंद्र सिंह जी जो ये केस में का हिस्सा थे वो अभी हमारी उनसे फ़ोन पे बात हुई है हमारे पास उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग है जहाँ पे वो बोल रहे हैं कि उन्होंने समर्थ सिंह को सरेंडर करने के लिए बोला था जिस वजह से शायद उनका परिवार खुश नहीं था और इसलिए अब वो उनका फ़ोन नहीं उठा रहे और उनका बिल भी नहीं भरा गया है समर्थ सिंह के परिवार
इस मामले में नो कमेंट देखिए वो बेल उनने आर्ग्यू करी थी वो थे उस टाइम पे उसमें कोई कमेंट्स करना
गिरिबाला जी आने वाली हैं यहाँ पर
lawyer will argue on behalf of us.
Now, viewers, let's get you one of the key takeaways from the order. The Supreme Court bench today has said about the former judge Giribala Singh that the judge is hopping channels and giving sound bites instead of recording her statement. That is one of the big takeaways that we've heard today from the Supreme Court, viewers, that she has been hopping channels. Let me just read that out for you, what the Supreme Court has exactly said. I think it's on your screens. What has been observed by the Supreme Court of India today, and as far as the judge is concerned, remember there has been campaign to malign the family as well, as far as this case is concerned, by Giribala Singh, saying many things about the family, not just the family but the deceased daughter-in-law, also many questions raised on her character as well, viewers. So in this regard we understand what the observations have been made by the Supreme Court of India as well. We are getting in more inputs also on the story as we speak. Harsh is joining us live on the broadcast. For more, Harsh, what are you picking up? You just spoke to Giribala Singh's lawyer as well. What is the lawyer telling you, and what are we expecting today in the court?
To be with us, and we are also laying out the graphics also, and also we had an interaction with Giribala's lawyer just a while ago by our correspondent Harsh in this case, because this is next, which is happening next is that there will be a hearing in the High Court when it comes to the anticipatory bail which was given to Giribala in this case, and we questioned the very important question in this case, whether Giribala will contest her own case. So there's no clear answer on that, and also there were also reports that the lawyers are denying to participate in the proceedings, and so the lawyer also goes on to deny that. All right, so this is a big day and a big victory for the family also, because the Supreme Court took the suo motu cognizance in this case. But also, let's go to the graphics once again, and let's get you more details on the story, because they were saying that the statements should not be given to media in this case. Yeah, they request media not to record statements of witnesses and make it into sound bites also, and the statement by SG Tushar Mehta, it is also because of this media intervention that a lot of progress has happened. So this is the media trial that helped in taking this case further and making a strong point from the Twisha's family's side. Harsh continues to be with us. Rakshita is also joining us live from outside Supreme Court. But first I would like to go to Harsh. Harsh, you spoke to the lawyer of Giribala. What exactly was the answer that he was giving? He was trying to evade the questions. Not straight answers were being given by him, Harsh.
Right, Shivam, this was the conversation I had with Giribala's lawyer a few minutes back, and he was trying to evade the questions. That was something that is also very obvious now. But now we also tried to ask him that whether Giribala Singh might contest her own case. Can she be participating in the hearing as a lawyer herself? He evaded that question, obviously. And also we also had one other conversation with Mrigendra Singh. Now Mrigendra Singh is the man, the senior lawyer in fact, who was appearing for Samarth Singh. However, now in an exclusive conversation we also have his phone recording with us, where he says that the family, the Giribala Singh's family and Samarth Singh's family, was unhappy with him when he asked Samarth Singh to surrender, and they are now not picking up his calls. In fact, he has also claimed that his bills are not paid, and that is exactly why he has now decided to take an exit from the case. Now, this is what Mrigendra Singh has to say. We have him exclusively speaking to Republic, and he says that the family was unhappy with him asking Samarth Singh to surrender. Now, this also becomes very significant because Giribala Singh is a retired judge. His son is a senior criminal lawyer, and when another lawyer asks him to surrender, they are not very happy with the lawyer's stand.
So Harsh, that means that an advocate is not paying heed to the advice of another advocate in this case, and also the former judge also not listening to the advice of a learned advocate in this case, because we spoke to the lawyer Mrigendra, who recently excused himself from the case. I hope we have the interaction ready, if we can play that out.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. Sir, this is Harsh Trivedi from Republic TV.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Could you please guide me? What made you leave the case? Were there some moral, ethical grounds? What was the primary reason you left the case?
I withdrew his matter. I withdrew the bail. I asked him to surrender. They might not be happy with me. I don't know. They have not spoken to me since that.
Sir, so they asked you to withdraw, or you withdrew from the case yourself?
I withdrew. I advised them earlier. I have advised them that I should be withdrawing that matter. So that time they said, you decide. And after I withdrew the matter, thereafter they have not spoken to me.
Sir, so basically you asked Samarth to surrender and they were not happy with you saying that?
Yes. I definitely asked him to surrender.
And sir, were there some moral or ethical grounds for you as well when you decided to withdraw?
After I raised my bill, they have not paid my bill. They have not paid my fee.
So they have not even paid your bill. That is what you're saying.
Yes.
And so,
and they have not been speaking to me for last 3 days.
So, have you ever got a chance to also speak to his mother, Giribala Singh?
No. They didn't pick up the call.
Okay.
My juniors called them, they didn't pick up the call.
So they have not even paid your bill and they were not happy with you asking Samarth to surrender?
Yes.
And
I think so.
And sir, anything on why did Samarth appear before a Sessions Court in Jabalpur when the High Court's order said something completely different?
No, I don't know anything.
So you were not involved in that particular?
No, nothing.
And sir, there is no communication then after, right?
No communication, not at all.
Okay. And sir, anything on Giribala Singh's bail petition? Were you also involved in that?
I will not be appearing because I have no instructions.
Okay, but sir, earlier there were conversations between you and the family that you might also represent Giribala Singh.
For last 3 days, they have not had any conversation with me, and I will not be appearing since I don't have any instructions.
Okay, sir. Sir, anything on what can be done next, because now the investigation might officially be handed over to the CBI. So anything?
That I suggested them that you should also file an application, a petition in the High Court for CBI investigation.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much for speaking to the public, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, I have all my correspondents joining live with me. I have Sarthak joining with me from the Supreme Court. I have from the Jabalpur High Court, Harsh, who is joining me from there. And also outside Giribala's residence, we have Shambhavi. But Harsh, coming first to you, regarding the interaction, while the other lawyer, which you spoke to, says he clearly denied that the lawyers are not evading questions, or they are not moving out of the hearing, or they are not ready to be part of this entire hearing in this case. with Giribala in this case, but it clearly establishes that neither Giribala or her son, they were not paying heed to the advice which was being given by a very senior advocate, that is Mrigendra Singh, who wanted them to surrender.
Right, Shivam, now this comes as a very shocking thing because Giribala Singh's and Samarth Singh's family chose Mrigendra Singh as their first choice lawyer, and when he advised them to, when he in fact advised Samarth to surrender before the court of law, he was clearly unhappy with it. And also remember, Samarth Singh was absconding for nearly 10 days before he finally appeared before a sessions court in Jabalpur. Now, he again tried to play very smart there because that was not something that was technically possible, because that was not something that was written in the High Court's order, and he had to surrender before the investigating officer in Bhopal or in front of the trial court in Bhopal. However, he played smart there, and now Mrigendra Singh says that the family was unhappy with him asking Samarth Singh to surrender, and they're in fact not even picking up his call, and in fact he has also alleged that his bills are not paid. Shivam.
Yeah, that is entirely the case. Shambhavi also continues to be with us. She is outside Giribala's residence. And in a short while, what's happening there, Shambhavi? If you can give us the latest details on what's happening at that location, because it's the hearing is very near. It's just about 2:30. We are getting to know that she might contest her case by herself. All right, we'll try to reconnect with Shambhavi once again, but also I have Sarthak with me joining from outside the Supreme Court. Sarthak, I would like to come to you. If you can run us through all the observations and the statements that were made by the Supreme Court in this case, and also the arguments which were made by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta. Sarthak.
Well, absolutely, Shivam. Today, the major observation that the Supreme Court made and the major concern of Supreme Court was that the second autopsy is underway. Has it been done? Is a report being filed in the Jabalpur High Court after the order was passed by the Jabalpur High Court? On the second autopsy, it was a request that was long pending by the victim's family. Jabalpur High Court paid heed to that and finally directed to conduct that second autopsy. Whether that autopsy has been conducted, whether a report is being filed, that was the major concern of the Supreme Court. On the other hand, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta also told the Supreme Court that CBI will soon take the investigation under their control, and they will be investigating the matter further. One critical observation that was made was on the media, that there is some sort of media trial happening and these statements are being made. The Supreme Court said some critical, intricate details about the case or statements that have to be put on record as evidences in the court should not be made to the media. That is one thing that the Supreme Court has said. However, it is only the media which has brought this case to the limelight. It wasn't for Republic campaigning for this case. It would have never come into the limelight. It was never come into the public. Nobody would have ever known about it. So that sort of adverse observation was uncalled for. However, at the same time, the Supreme Court has not passed any formal directions to direct us as to how the investigation has to be done. One of the counsels also brought to the notice that the orders of the Supreme Court must not have an impact over the trial that is pending in the Jabalpur High Court. So what will happen in the Jabalpur High Court? Harsh is there constantly tracking the case. This is only time will tell.
All right, now the CBI is to investigate, and they're heading to Bhopal, and we'll get you all the latest in this case. But also, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, I'm being told, but we'll continue our coverage because 2:30 p.m. is the time when there will be the hearing for Giribala's anticipatory bail case hearing. We'll get you the latest details on that too, just after a short break. Coming up next.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape. And people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha.
Welcome back, viewers. The action shifts to Bhopal today, where we are reporting from, and also not to forget the most important hearing in the Jabalpur High Court, where the petition against Giribala Singh's anticipatory bail will be heard by the bench. And in fact, Public TV has spoken to Giribala Singh's lawyer also just ahead of that big hearing. Listen.
सर, हमको बताइए क्या मांग होगी आपकी अभी आप जब बात गिरिबाला जी का पक्ष रखने के लिए जा रहे हैं अंदर, क्या होगा इस पूरे हियरिंग में, क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या आप अपना साइड रखें?
सीनियर विल आर्ग्यू द मैटर एंड जो भी होगा आपको हम बता देंगे।
बट क्या लाइन ऑफ एक्शन आपको पता होगा आपके एंड से क्या है? गिरिबाला जी, अभी कुछ इनपुट्स ये भी आ रहे थे कि गिरिबाला जी शायद खुद भी अपना मैटर में कॉन्टेस्ट कर सकते हैं।
देखिए, हमें भी आपके न्यूज़ चैनलों के माध्यम से पता चल रहा है कि लॉयर्स ने छोड़ दिया है, केस वापस ले लिया, जबकि ऐसा कुछ है नहीं। जॉर्ज सर पहले भी देख रहे थे, लोकल लॉयर वो हैं, वो अभी भी देख रहे हैं, तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। मैडम की तरफ से लॉयर्स अपेयर होंगे, सीनियर काउंसिल आर्ग्यू करेंगे।
सर, मृगेंद्र सिंह जी जो ये केस में का हिस्सा थे, वो अभी हमारी उनसे फ़ोन पे बात हुई है, हमारे पास उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग है, जहाँ पे वो बोल रहे हैं कि उन्होंने समर्थ सिंह को सरेंडर करने के लिए बोला था, जिस वजह से शायद उनका परिवार खुश नहीं था और इसलिए अब वो उनका फ़ोन नहीं उठा रहे और उनका बिल भी नहीं भरा गया है समर्थ सिंह के परिवार से।
इस मामले में नो कमेंट। देखिए, वो बेल उनने आर्ग्यू करी थी, वो थे उस टाइम पे, उसमें कोई कमेंट्स करना।
गिरिबाला जी आने वाली हैं यहाँ पर?
लॉयर विल आर्ग्यू ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ।
All right, viewers. Now we have also spoken to another lawyer, Mrigendra, who had earlier, in fact, recused himself from this case. Just take a listen into that conversation we had on the telephone.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. Sir, this is Harsh Trivedi from Republic TV.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Could you please guide me? What made you leave the case? Were there some moral, ethical grounds? What was the primary reason you left the case?
I withdrew his matter. I withdrew the bail. I asked him to surrender. They might not be happy with me. I don't know. They have not spoken to me since that.
Sir, so they asked you to withdraw, or you withdrawed from the case yourself?
I withdrew. I advised them earlier. I have advised them that I should be withdrawing that matter. So that time they said, you decide. And after I withdrew the matter, thereafter they have not spoken to me.
Sir, so basically you asked Samarth to surrender and they were not happy with you saying that?
Yes. I definitely asked him to surrender.
And sir, were there some moral or ethical grounds for you as well when you decided to withdraw?
After I raised my bill, they have not paid my bill. They have not paid my fee.
So they have not even paid your bill. That is what you're saying.
Yes.
And so,
and they have not been speaking to me for last 3 days.
So, have you ever got a chance to also speak to his mother, Giribala Singh?
No. They didn't pick up the call.
Okay.
My juniors called them. They didn't pick up the call.
So they have not even paid your bill and they were not happy with you asking Samarth to surrender.
Yes.
And
I think so.
And sir, anything on why did Samarth appear before a Sessions Court in Jabalpur when the High Court's order said something completely different?
No, I don't know anything.
So you were not involved in that particular?
No, nothing.
And sir, there is no communication then after, right?
No communication, not at all.
Okay. And sir, anything on Giribala Singh's bail petition? Were you also involved in that?
I will not be appearing because I have no instructions.
Okay, but sir, earlier there were conversations between you and the family that you might also represent Giribala Singh.
For the last 3 days, they have not had any conversation with me, and I will not be appearing since I don't have any instructions.
Okay, sir. Sir, anything on what can be done next, because now the investigation might officially be handed over to the CBI. So anything?
That I suggested them that you should also file an application, a petition in the High Court for CBI investigation.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much for speaking to the public, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Republic TV continues to get you all the exclusive inputs on this big story. Today, we will be shifting the focus to the hearing in the Jabalpur High Court at 2:30 p.m. That is 90 minutes from now. We're going to have that hearing in the Jabalpur High Court. Our correspondents on ground will be reporting on that. We'll be right back with much more on that, building up to that case.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra reporting from the Supreme Court today. The Moto case has been disposed of by the Supreme Court of India today. CBI will be taking over this case from the Bhopal police today itself, and all eyes on the hearing at the Jabalpur High Court, 2:30 p.m. against over the anticipatory bail that had been granted to Giribala Singh, the mother-in-law of Twisha Sharma, and an ex-judge. We'll get you more on that, but first a quick check of the headlines today.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Chief Justice of India led Supreme Court bench concludes hearing the Twisha unnatural death case. The CBI team to head to Bhopal today to take over Twisha Sharma's case. CBI team to also take custody of Samarth Singh, the husband of Twisha, and register the FIR again. Top court slams accused Giribala Singh over remaining uncooperative with the probe and giving interviews to the media. After Madhya Pradesh High Court issued notice to Giribala Singh on Friday, hearing on the former judge's bail plea scheduled for today. Republic accesses more details on Samarth Singh's questioning. Police probing who shielded Samarth for 10 days when he was on the run. Assam government tables UCC legislation. Discussion and no voting on the bill is expected on Tuesday, the last day of the first session. And government hikes fuel prices for a fourth time within 2 weeks. Diesel price up by 2 rupees 71 paise per litre. Petrol price hiked by 2 rupees 61 paise. So viewers, we start with the breaking news coming in. CBI team departing from the national capital to Bhopal to take over the case, Twisha Sharma death case, and take custody of Samarth Singh. We also have the hearing or against hearing that has been that is to be carried out, that is to be conducted on the anticipatory bail that the mother-in-law, former Judge Giribala Singh, is on. And in fact, we will be joined by our guests also live on the broadcast for more. We have a former IPS officer, Nirmal Kaur, joining us on the broadcast. All right, Nirmal Kaur. Ms. Nirmal Kaur, this is the first, this is one of the rare cases where we see in a case like this. Okay, I'll just go across to our guest, but first I'll go across to Harsh, who is in Jabalpur. Harsh, what are you picking up today? The CBI team will be heading to Bhopal, and the big hearing in the Jabalpur High Court against the anticipatory bail that has been granted to Giribala Singh today. A lot of lapses there, and of course there are a lot of questions being raised because a former judge gets away being accused in a case of harassment and dowry of her own daughter-in-law. Today, the matter will be heard in the court at 2:30. Tell us the details.
Right, Rakshitan, one good news coming in from Supreme Court is that the investigation has now been officially handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, the teams of CBI are now travelling from Delhi to Bhopal, and they might arrive in Bhopal by this evening. Now, we are also waiting for the 2:30 p.m. hearing that is scheduled to take place at the Jabalpur High Court. The place where we are standing, this in fact right behind me, is the entrance of the Jabalpur High Court. We had a word with Giribala's lawyer, Twisha Sharma. In fact, we asked him, there was some source-based information coming in that Giribala Singh might in fact contest the case herself. She might appear before the Jabalpur bench of the Madhya Pradesh High Court herself. Now, this hearing is in regards to the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh by a sessions court in Bhopal. And now, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, joined by Advocate General representing the government of Madhya Pradesh, will be demanding the cancellation of this particular anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh. Now, throughout the investigation, the investigators have said, in fact, have told us that Giribala Singh is uncooperative. She is not cooperating with the investigation. Meanwhile, his son, who has now been sent to a 7-day police custody, was absconding for nearly 10 days before he finally decided to appear before a sessions court in Jabalpur. He again tried to play very smart that day when he decided to come in front of a Jabalpur court where he was not even authorized to surrender. The High Court ruling clearly mentioned that he has to surrender before the investigating officer or before the trials court in Bhopal. However, he tried to play very smart at that point of time. However, he has been sent to a police custody.
Just stay with us. We have a guest joining us on the broadcast. We have former IPS officer Nirmal Kaur joining us. Ms. Kaur, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. Ma'am, what do you make of this development? It's of course a big impact that we now finally see from the FIR not being registered to many lapses in the investigation to finally the court reaching the matter reaching the Supreme Court as well. Matter of course now concluded, but in Bhopal High Court, I beg your pardon, the Jabalpur High Court, the anticipatory bail that was granted to a former judge in this very, very serious case, it's a death case, will be now under scrutiny. It will be heard, ma'am. What do you make of the developments so far? What do you expect from the hearing today?
I think the hearing should cancel her bail because she's on anticipatory bail and giving wide press and media interviews, trying to interfere with the investigation, calling judges, she's trying to manage the whole investigation and manage the fallout of the case. And also her son is on the run, she's supporting him. Then he goes to Jabalpur. I mean, they're all in crime. Father's in crime, mother is a judge, the husband herself is a lawyer, and they don't know. Despite that, they go to Jabalpur to surrender, which is so against, they should go to the police and hand themselves over. I mean, police, of course, also has singularly been, they just took out a warrant of 30,000 rupees and he was moving around in plain view in Jabalpur High Court, we saw on the media, but he was not picked up. He was not picked up by the police. Everyone knew he's there. The media was taking his pictures. They were all over the media, but he was not picked up. He was, that means the police itself is, given 30, 40 years of their position in the law enforcement system. Being a judge is a very big thing in our system, especially for the police. Because all our cases, bails, whatever, police is dependent so much on judiciary for every single thing. And, she must have, and she's been calling judges to call upon the favors she may have done in the past or to, just to, on the basis of being a judge, asking for favors. There's 46 calls she made, not calling Trisha's parents. And of the 46 calls, 10 or something have been to a single judge. Again and again and again, a sitting judge. Maybe she was just looking for favors there and, looking for things, how to manage the case. It is very clear that they tried to manage the evidence. They cleared, they shouldn't have interfered with the crime scene at all. They know it, they're all in law, they knew. But the crime scene was tampered with and, they tried to manage the investigation even to the beauty parlor, sending her own advocates to the beauty parlor. That is the job of the police. to see what the, I mean,
Yes.
she's conducting her own investigations privately. And then she sent her advocate, she got in touch with the, the CCTV camera
Ms.
wala.
Nirmal Kaur, I
And then
have to
she got all
interrupt
the
you. Just stay
footage.
on with us. Yes, ma'am. I will come to you with a question on the police as well, ma'am. Just stay on with us. We have a breaking news coming in. Now, the breaking news is that Giribala Singh could be representing her own case in the court herself, and that's the breaking news. She might be presenting her own case in the Jabalpur High Court, and that's the breaking news we have right now. Giribala Singh, the former judge, could argue her own case in Jabalpur, and my colleague. All right, we will be getting more updates. I think Harsh is there with us. If you can go to Harsh on that. Harsh, what is the update? Sarthak is also joining us. Sarthak, what are you picking up as far as Giribala Singh arguing her own case in Jabalpur court is concerned, and what are you picking up?
Well, Rakshita, the latest that we are getting on this is the former lawyer who was representing Giribala Singh and Samarth Singh in this case, that he has withdrawn from the case. Our colleague Harsh also had a word with him over telephone where he admitted that he has withdrawn from the case because his dues were not paid, and there was some disagreement between him and Samarth Singh and Giribala Singh, where he said he was expecting, he asked Samarth Singh to surrender, and they were not willing to do that. So there were some disagreements on that point as well. His fees was not paid. So certainly he has withdrawn from the case. This has been admitted by him directly to our colleague Harsh over a phone call. And the new reports are coming in on that point. Giribala Singh is likely to represent her own case. She'll be arguing her own case today. We do not have any certainty on that. We do not have any confirmation on that. But as per the sources are to be believed, this is the latest that we are getting on it. She might be representing, because she is going around doing interviews saying saying everything about her case, presenting her statements to the media. That gives a benefit of doubt that she might have something to argue upon in the court as well. So if sources are to be believed, she might be arguing her own case today in the Jabalpur High Court. What is happening on ground, Harsh is constantly tracking the case. What will happen and transpire in the court, this is only time will tell. Rakshita.
All right, Sarthak, I'll go across to Ms. Nirmal Kaur once again, former IPS officer. Ms. Kaur, there have been lapses on multiple, points, what we've raised on Republic TV time and again. Yes, you pointed out it very well. The judiciary plays a very, very important role. Not just the Supreme Court, in fact, the High Court should have also taken suo motu cognizance in Madhya Pradesh as far as this case is concerned. But what about the fact that when the FIR is not registered, when the parents come on Republic TV and they say that nobody is listening to them, there is no cooperation, the entire system is compromised. They made these serious allegations. They've said that nobody was registering their FIR. That's the first step of action, ma'am. And, even the belt, so-called belt that could have been used for hanging was not submitted. Then later on, after there is mounting pressure and Republic continues to expose, the investigative officer is acted against. Then later on by the police. Then there is, the ACP comes out and says that we are acting, we're taking action, initiating action against the investigating officer, ma'am. So the entire system, the entire apparatus, the system of law and order comes under immense scrutiny, and this case becomes a case in point that there should be an end to it as soon as possible.
This is a true case of how the power in our system behave. That's why perhaps court says nations attention also that those in position of power get any kind of anything. She is representing her maybe to capitalize the emotional and intellectual capital of presence, her standing in the court generate perhaps. Because after all, she is working for 40 years as a judge, and she will know the system inside out, show the people inside out. Madhya Pradesh is a small place, the high quarters of the High Court in Jabalpur. Bhopal, though Bhopal is a capital, but the High Court is in Jabalpur. So she has, definitely have many people. I mean, the husband is nowhere. Where is Giribala's husband, who's a criminal lawyer? We haven't seen him yet. Nobody has gotten to. The other family, there's a brother, there's a divorced wife. Nobody come out. So there's a lot there which is hiding in plain sight. We don't know that. And I hope judiciary and the courts, I think it's the cabinet run especially by Republic, which gotten her so far. Otherwise, they would have must have, there's a death, there's an unexplained death. The police did not register FIR for quite some time. They should have immediately taken the brunt of the scene of crime, drawn Panchnama, and proper Panchnama. Must have been drawn, inquest must have been before the post-mortem. But, already the scene messed up with, tampered with, being a criminal judge, criminal lawyer for themselves. They know well how to create defense type evidence, or how to get away, to do away with incriminating evidence. So all the incriminating evidence they must have tried to reduce, and all the evidence to us. That is come out. I would wait so many times and send 4 advocates even to the spot where the girl went hours before her death, and retrieve all the footage. How does it they tell? There was no belief in them. They were guilty. They were sorry. They did not even have respect for the degree of their own daughter or Twisha. They just went around as if their whole purpose was now to manage the case and not have anything incriminate them in the case. That is very sad, and is a question of doubt.
All right.
And that,
right, ma'am. Right, ma'am. We have more breaking news coming in, viewers. This is on the 2:30 p.m. hearing. I think we are getting in some information and try and get you more updates on that. Republic has spoken to Giribala Singh's lawyer and even the ex-lawyer, because there was one of the lawyers who has in fact withdrawn his participation in this case. Take a listen into this conversation, viewers.
सर हमको बताइए क्या मांग होगी आपकी, अभी आप जब बात गिरिबाला जी का पक्ष रखने के लिए जा रहे हैं अंदर, क्या होगा इस पूरे हियरिंग में, क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या आप अपना साइड रखें?
सीनियर विल आर्ग्यू द मैटर एंड जो भी होगा आपको हम बता देंगे।
बट क्या लाइन ऑफ एक्शन आपको पता होगा आपके एंड से क्या है? गिरिबाला जी, अभी कुछ इनपुट्स ये भी आ रहे थे कि गिरिबाला जी शायद खुद भी अपना मैटर में कॉन्टेस्ट कर सकते हैं।
देखिए, हमें भी आपके न्यूज़ चैनलों के माध्यम से पता चल रहा है कि लॉयर्स ने छोड़ दिया है, केस वापस ले लिया, जबकि ऐसा कुछ है नहीं। जॉर्ज सर पहले भी देख रहे थे, लोकल लॉयर वो हैं, वो अभी भी देख रहे हैं, तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। मैडम की तरफ से लॉयर्स अपेयर होंगे, सीनियर काउंसिल आर्ग्यू करेंगे।
सर, मृगेंद्र सिंह जी जो ये केस में का हिस्सा थे, वो अभी हमारी उनसे फ़ोन पे बात हुई है, हमारे पास उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग है, जहाँ पे वो बोल रहे हैं कि उन्होंने समर्थ सिंह को सरेंडर करने के लिए बोला था, जिस वजह से शायद उनका परिवार खुश नहीं था, और इसलिए अब वो उनका फ़ोन नहीं उठा रहे, और उनका बिल भी नहीं भरा गया है समर्थ सिंह के परिवार से।
इस मामले में नो कमेंट। देखिए, वो बेल उनने आर्ग्यू करी थी, वो थे उस टाइम पे, उसमें कोई कमेंट्स करना।
गिरिबाला जी आने वाली हैं यहाँ पर?
लॉयर विल आर्ग्यू ऑन बिहाफ।
सर हमको बताइए क्या मांग होगी आपकी, अभी आप जब बात गिरिबाला जी का पक्ष रखने के लिए जा रहे हैं अंदर, क्या होगा इस पूरे हियरिंग में, क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या आप अपना साइड रखें?
सीनियर विल आर्ग्यू द मैटर एंड जो भी होगा आपको हम बता देंगे।
बट क्या लाइन ऑफ एक्शन आपको पता होगा आपके एंड से क्या है? गिरिबाला जी, अभी कुछ इनपुट्स ये भी आ रहे थे कि गिरिबाला जी शायद खुद भी अपना मैटर में कॉन्टेस्ट कर सकते हैं।
देखिए, हमें भी आपके न्यूज़ चैनलों के माध्यम से पता चल रहा है कि लॉयर्स ने छोड़ दिया है, केस वापस ले लिया, जबकि ऐसा कुछ है नहीं। जॉर्ज सर पहले भी देख रहे थे, लोकल लॉयर वो हैं, वो अभी भी देख रहे हैं, तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। मैडम की तरफ से लॉयर्स अपेयर होंगे, सीनियर काउंसिल आर्ग्यू करेंगे।
सर, मृगेंद्र सिंह जी जो ये केस में का हिस्सा थे, वो अभी हमारी उनसे फ़ोन पे बात हुई है, हमारे पास उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग है, जहाँ पे वो बोल रहे हैं कि उन्होंने समर्थ सिंह को सरेंडर करने के लिए बोला था, जिस वजह से शायद उनका परिवार खुश नहीं था, और इसलिए अब वो उनका फ़ोन नहीं उठा रहे, और उनका बिल भी नहीं भरा गया है समर्थ सिंह के परिवार से।
इस मामले में नो कमेंट। देखिए, वो बेल उनने आर्ग्यू करी थी, वो थे उस टाइम पे, उसमें कोई कमेंट्स करना।
गिरिबाला जी आने वाली हैं यहाँ पर?
लॉयर विल आर्ग्यू ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ।
So many questions being raised on lawyer Mrigendra. In fact, we straight away spoke to Mrigendra himself on this matter. Listen in.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. Sir, this is Harsh Trivedi from Republic TV.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Could you please guide me? What made you leave the case? Were there some moral, ethical grounds? What was the primary reason you left the case?
I withdrew his matter. I withdrew the bail. I asked him to surrender. They might not be happy with me. I don't know. They have not spoken to me since that.
Sir, so they asked you to withdraw, or you withdrawed from the case yourself?
I withdrew. I advised them earlier. I have advised them that I should be withdrawing that matter. So that time they said, you decide. And after I withdrew the matter, thereafter they have not spoken to me.
Sir, so basically you asked Samarth to surrender and they were not happy with you saying that?
Yes. I definitely asked him to surrender.
And sir, were there some moral or ethical grounds for you as well? when you decided to
then
withdraw?
after I raised my bill, they have not paid my bill. They have not paid my fee.
So they have not even paid your bill. That is what you're saying.
Yes.
And so,
And they have not been speaking to me for last 3 days.
so have you ever got a chance to also speak to his mother, Giribala Singh?
No. They didn't pick up the call.
Okay.
My juniors called them, they didn't pick up the call.
So they have not even paid your bill, and they were not happy with you asking Samarth to surrender.
Yes.
And
I think so.
And sir, anything on why did Samarth appear before a sessions court in Jabalpur when the High Court's order said something completely different?
No, I don't know anything.
So you were not involved in that particular?
No, nothing.
And sir, there is no communication then after, right?
No communication, not at all.
Okay. And sir, anything on Giribala Singh's bail petition? Were you also involved in that?
I will not be appearing because I have no instructions.
Okay, but sir, earlier there were conversations between you and the family that you might also represent Giribala
For last
Singh.
3 days, they have not had any conversation with me, and I will not be appearing since I don't have any instructions.
Okay, sir. Sir, anything on what can be done next, because now the investigation might officially be handed over to the CBI. So anything?
That I suggested them that you should also file an application, a petition in the High Court for CBI investigation.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much for speaking to the public, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, so I go across to Ms. Nirmal Kaur once again. Ms. Nirmal Kaur, before we wrap this conversation, I want to know from you that what do you feel about the fact that most of the cases, when there is a lot of public scrutiny, when the media has to take out a campaign, we have to put the people's voices all across, the voices of the family across, the bereaved family, the pained family who are fighting for justice from pillar to post, they're struggling, that a CBI investigation has to be ordered, ma'am. Why isn't so it's in the country that the local police, the state police should be taking the matter swiftly and strictly, so that there is no need for this case, such cases to in fact go beyond, and that there is no what they call a media trial. The fact that we continue to show it is when this matter has reached the court and the FIR was registered, the matter reached the court. But then don't you think there's a lack in the system? There's a lack in the system?
Definitely, there's a prevailing feeling that local police is not. She's casting her influence over the local system, judicial criminal trial system, the whole, police, prosecution, and judiciary. That has been proved by various things which have come out. But then again, having said that, let me also say that handing over the case to CBI is not a panacea. It is too late. The initial evidence has already been disturbed. I don't know what evidence can they possibly find at this stage, and what new things and how they can tie it up and make up the whole, the whole sequence of events and interrogate properly and come out with it. But when the media comes, you talked of media, certain nuances come out. See, at one point I heard Madam Mother-in-law say that my potted plants are there on the terrace. I have not been able to look up. So that means she's more worried about her potted plants than about a vivacious living girl, who was so full of beans, as we see her pictures. She's not worried about that girl. She's more worried about her potted plants. So that also shows, where her priorities lie and what is the state of her mind. How worried she is about, a girl losing her life. No, she's not concerned at all about her losing her life. She's concerned about the health of her potted plants. So that the certain nuances on the media, when they come out like this, they tell you also what is the empathy level in a person and how they are totally emotionally dead to the pain of a daughter-in-law or her family. That is what came out totally on the TV. That is what we saw. And of course, CBI handling perhaps was essential in this case because, the local influence, time and again, it has been proved that locally there's so much of influence in the case, whether it be on local police, the local, the way she was calling people left, right, and center, and everybody was, saluting her and coming up. And they say even when she was there, the the cops who may have known her earlier came and touched her feet. If they're touching her feet, that means they're totally paying obeisance to her. How will they investigate the case in an unfair manner?
That's why we are continuing our coverage, ma'am, unrelenting campaign from Public TV, that nowhere in this country that there should be any influence be enjoyed by anyone who is an accused in a very, very serious case. Thank you so much, Mr. Markov, joining us on Republic TV. Republic TV continues to bring you all the live updates from Jabalpur. Also, viewers, as the matter is lined up in the High Court at 2:30 p.m. State has moved against the anticipatory bail granted to Giribala Singh, the former judge and mother-in-law of Twisha Sharma. We'll be building up to that. We'll get you all the latest inputs on that and the voices that matter.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice?
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is a Shivam Dutt Mehta, and our top focus story today is the Twisha death case, where the Supreme Court took the Moto cognizance in the matter and also has given an order. And we'll get you all the latest details on this story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
CGI-led Supreme Court bench concludes hearing the Twisha unnatural death case.
कहते हैं कि ये जो सरकार है, जो मजबूती से देश की जनता की सेवा कर रही है, वो 1 साल में गिर जाएगी। तो मैं सबसे पहले एक बात कहूंगा, भस्मासुर राहुल गांधी, हमें नहीं पता था कि भस्मासुर अब एक ज्योतिष भी बन जाएंगे। वो एक दुग्गल साहब का कैरेक्टर होता था, वो रोज सुबह उठता था, उसको कुछ नया चाहिए होता था। तो ये जो नकली गैंडी हैं, ये भारतीय राजनीति के भस्मासुर तो है ही, हम सब जानते हैं, लेकिन अब ये ज्योतिष भी बन गए हैं। सबसे पहले तो मैं बड़ी स्पष्टता से एक बात कहूंगा, अगर तुम्हारा मकसद राहुल गांधी अराजकता फैलाना है, तो हमारा भी संकल्प है भारत को और मजबूत बनाना है। एड़ी चोटी का जोर तुम भी लगा लो, और हमने भी ठानी है कि भारत को आगे लेके जाना है। ये जो बात कही गई, ये टूल किट बाय अ फूल किड क्यों है? अपरिपक्व राहुल गांधी, हम सब जानते हैं, 55-56 साल की उम्र में परिपक्वता ना आए, ठहराव ना आए, संयम ना आए, तो क्या कहा जा सकता है? लेकिन यह चिंताजनक इसलिए है कि ये अराजकता फैलाने के लिए इस समय में बयान दिया गया है। दूसरा बड़ा संदेश, अगर लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से मैं सत्ता में नहीं आ पाऊंगा, तो मैं लोकतंत्र को, पूरी प्रणाली को ही समाप्त कर दूंगा। I will destroy the very system that has made me the LOP. और तीसरी बड़ी बात है, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस मंच से उठा रही है, लेकिन 140 करोड़ की जनता पूछ रही है, राहुल जी, भारत से इतनी नफरत क्यों? विदेशी धरती पे जाते हैं तो लोकतंत्र खत्म हो गया है भारत में, कहते हैं। देश के प्रधानमंत्री को, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री को गद्दार बुला देते हैं। ये नफरत क्यों? क्या विपक्ष में रह के नेता प्रतिपक्ष देश की सेवा नहीं कर सकते हैं? यह एक बड़ा सवाल है। और जब देश को हर नागरिक की जरूरत है, तो क्या राहुल गांधी आप अपने नागरिक होने के कर्तव्यों का निर्वहन नहीं कर सकते हैं? अच्छा, सिटीजनशिप, अच्छा एक और सिटीजनशिप भी है, वो भी मामला चल रहा है। हो सकता है कि चीन का जो एमओयू किया था उसकी मजबूरियां हो। बड़ी स्पष्टता से एक बात कहेंगे, ये मुद्दे इसलिए उठाए जा रहे हैं क्योंकि दुख होता है कि नेता प्रतिपक्ष केवल भारत को कमजोर करने का कार्य करता है और जनता के लिए, जो जनता जानती है, यह सरकार स्थिर भी है, मजबूत भी है और अंगद के पांव की तरह है। 100 राहुल गांधी भी आ जाए तो हिला नहीं पाएंगे। ये बात जान लीजिए आप। गिरने की बात कर रहे थे राहुल गांधी जी, गिरे तो आप हैं लोगों की नजरों में, और अभी और गिरना बाकी है। राहुल गांधी अभी और गिरेंगे लोगों की नजरों में। आपने भविष्यवाणी करी तो जो जनता से हम लोगों को फीडबैक आता है, हम भी कुछ कह देते हैं। अभी बहुत जल्दी 1 साल के अंदर अंदर कांग्रेस भी 2 फाड़ होगी, कांग्रेस भी टूटेगी और नकली गैंडी का गुरूर भी टूटेगा, पहली बात। दूसरा, जो कांग्रेस के नेता है वो भी सहमत नहीं है कि नेता प्रतिपक्ष इस तरह के भारत विरोधी अराजक बयान दे। और देखिएगा, इस नकली गांधी परिवार के खिलाफ कांग्रेस में ही विद्रोह होगा, यह भी जान लीजिए। और तीसरी बड़ी बात, जिसको देश की मिट्टी से मोहब्बत होती है, वो अपने देश में रह के हर चुनौती का सामना करता है, लेकिन जिसकी रगों में ही देश विरोध हो, जब कांग्रेस पार्टी के अंदर नकली गांधी परिवार का विरोध होगा तो ये विदेशी धरती पर होंगे और भाग जाएंगे भारत छोड़कर। ये बात बिल्कुल स्पष्टता से मैं बता दूंगा। मैं ये जरूर बात कहना चाहता हूं, इसी से जुड़ी हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से राहुल गांधी का भी एक आज एक्सपोस्ट आया और खड़गे जी का भी एक एक्सपोस्ट आया। वैश्विक चुनौती में चाहे सत्ताधारी पार्टी हो, चाहे कोई नेता हो विपक्षी पार्टी से हो, देश के साथ तो खड़े हो सकते हैं कि नहीं हो सकते। खड़गे जी जो बात कह रहे हैं, खड़गे जी ने आज बोला, ये जो तेल की कीमतें बढ़ाई जा रही हैं, और उन्होंने कुछ आंकड़े दिए। तो सबसे पहले तो आज राहुल गांधी और खड़गे जी को उत्तर देना चाहिए। राहुल गांधी जी, इस वैश्विक संकट में मैं आपको एक आंकड़ा देता हूं, महंगाई पूरे विश्व में बाकी देशों में कहां है और भारत कहां खड़ा है मजबूती से। मलेशिया में 56% महंगाई, पाकिस्तान भिखमंगा देश है, उसका नाम नहीं लूंगा, उससे कोई तुलना भी नहीं है भारत की। यूएई 52% महंगाई बढ़ी है, ये पिछले 80 दिन का आंकड़ा दे रहा हूं। अमेरिका में 45%, फिलीपींस में 41%, श्रीलंका में 38%, कनाडा में 32%, चीन में 22% और भारत में 4%। ये पहला जो आंकड़ा दिया है, पहला आंकड़ा राहुल गांधी, ये आपके लिए है, ये बताने के लिए हमारी भारत माता को कोसो मत, बहुत मजबूती से खड़े हैं। एंड विद और विदाउट यू, विद और विदाउट राहुल गांधी, द नेशन will progress further. We have the might and the support of 1.4 billion Indians. दूसरा, तेल की कीमतों की बात कर रहे हैं, तो मैं ये भी आंकड़ा देना चाहता हूं कि पिछले 80 दिनों में तेल की कीमतें बाकी देशों में कहां आ गई हैं। पेट्रोल की बात कर लेते हैं, डीजल में भी बढ़ी हैं वैसे ही, लेकिन पेट्रोल की बात कर लेते हैं। मलेशिया में 58% इंक्रीज है, अमेरिका में 46%, कनाडा में 34%, चीन में 25%, ब्रिटेन में 20% और भारत में 5%, 5.5%। और ये मैं आज का जो आंकड़ा है उसको जोड़ के बता रहा हूं। कहां 58%, 46%, ये सारे आंकड़े और भी हैं, और भारत में 5%। ये क्या दिखाता है? आप याद करिए, सबसे पहले करीब 65 से 70 दिन युद्ध चलता है, लेकिन भारत में तेल की कीमत में 1 रुपए का इजाफा नहीं होता है। सच्चाई नंबर 1, क्योंकि मंशा यह थी कि आम आदमी पर कोई बोझ नहीं पड़ना चाहिए। सरकार वो ठोस कदम उठाती रही जो भारत की जनता के हित में थे। ऑयल कंपनीज ने नुकसान सहना स्वीकार किया, आम जनता को पीड़ा हो ये वो नहीं चाहते थे। ये भी सच्चाई है, आज 75 दिन के बाद भी क्या पेट्रोल डीजल बाजार में मिल नहीं रहा है? मिल रहा है। गैस, पूरे विश्व में संकट है, लेकिन भारत में गैस, डोमेस्टिक गैस खासकर हमारी प्राथमिकता है और उपलब्ध है। यह बात राहुल गांधी और खड़गे जी को क्या दिखाई नहीं देती है? दिखनी चाहिए। नफरत में अंधे होना सही बात नहीं है। और अब जो मैं कहने जा रहा हूं इस पे जरूर ध्यान आपका आकर्षित करूंगा और यह बात उठनी चाहिए। देखिए, कांग्रेस का चरित्र यह है, जब युद्ध की शुरुआत हुई तो एक जिम्मेदार विपक्षी पार्टी को चाहिए जो अपील प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने देशवासियों से करी उसका स्वागत करे और कहें कि हम भी करेंगे पालन, ये देश हित में है। राजनीति के लिए और विषय मिल जाएंगे, लेकिन नहीं। एक तस्वीर आई कांग्रेस के वेरीफाइड हैंडल से, गैस खत्म होने जा रही है, जल्दी से ले लो, कतार लग गई हैं। जब हमने ये मुद्दा उठाया तो ये ट्वीट डिलीट हो गया और ये तस्वीर थी कांग्रेस की सरकार की। पहला सवाल, ये फरेब, ये धोखा क्यों? यही तो टूल किट होती है, इसी का तो जिक्र हम कर रहे हैं, ये टूल किट है। दूसरा, स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज, जब वहां से जहाज बहुत कम देशों के अपने गंतव्य स्थान पे पहुंच पा रहे थे और भारत के 2 जहाज वहां से निकल गए और भारत की तरफ आ रहे थे, तो पवन खेड़ा पेड़ा वही वाले, हाँ सही, वो लिखते हैं कि ये जो 2 जहाज हैं ये भारत नहीं आएंगे, भारत नहीं आएंगे। लेकिन ये जहाज तो भारत आ गए, तो ये झूठा प्रचार क्यों? जॉर्ज सोरस बता रहा था या इलान उमर बता रही थी कि ये जहाज भारत नहीं आएंगे? ये दूसरा झूठ, ये ट्वीट भी डिलीट कर दिया गया। लेकिन झूठ बोला क्यों गया? तो झूठ नंबर 1, झूठ नंबर 2 और तीसरा जो दुष्प्रचार किया जा रहा है, पिछले 4 महीने से हम देख रहे हैं भारत रूस से कच्चे तेल का आयात नहीं कर रहा, दबाव में है। तो डंके की चोट पे एक बात कहते हैं, ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं, जो देश हित में होगा वही निर्णय लिया जाएगा और किसी के दबाव में हम काम नहीं करते हैं। और आंकड़े ये कहते हैं, एनडीए की इस सरकार में खासकर पिछले 4-5 सालों में जो कच्चे तेल का आयात हुआ है, ये 30 से 36% तक हुआ है रूस से। 30 से 36%। एक मिनट, एक्सक्यूज मी प्लीज, कौन बात कर रहा है फोन पे? 30 से 36% आयात हो रहा है रूस से कच्चे तेल का, और यूपीए के समय में यह 1% था। दूसरा, 2026 में सबसे ज्यादा आयात अगर कच्चे तेल का हुआ है किसी भी देश से तो वो रूस से हुआ है। तीसरी बात, 20 से 25 बिलियन यूएस डॉलर हमारे देश के बचे हैं जो रूस से कच्चे तेल का आयात हुआ है। चौथी बात, जब रूस से कच्चे तेल के आयात का निर्णय लिया गया था तो किसने विरोध किया था? इसी राहुल गांधी ने किया था, इसी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने किया था। इन तथ्यों पे कोई चादर नहीं डाल सकता, कोई छुपा नहीं सकता। ये वो तथ्य हैं जो बताते हैं कि ईमानदारी की ताकत क्या होती है। इसके साथ ही दूसरा भाग है इसी प्रेस वार्ता का, यह भी बड़ा अहम है। मोहब्बत की दुकान में केवल सांप्रदायिक सामान, यही है कांग्रेस की पहचान। एक बैठक होती है अल्पसंख्यक सलाहकार समिति। इस बैठक में राहुल गांधी, नाम अल्पसंख्यक है समिति का, लेकिन बात केवल और केवल मुस्लिम समाज की करते हैं। वो कहते हैं अगर कोई मुद्दा आए अल्पसंख्यकों से जुड़ा तो अल्पसंख्यक शब्द का इस्तेमाल मत करो, बोलो मुसलमानों पे अत्याचार हो रहा है। फिर से अराजकता फैलाने की कोशिश, यह भी एक टूल किट है। और अगर आप याद करें, खड़गे जी ने कुछ सप्ताह पहले क्या कहा था? मेरे मुसलमान भाइयों, अगर नमाज भी पढ़ रहे हो तो नमाज छोड़ो, कुरान ये कहती है, हमारी पाक कुरान क्या कहती है सुनिए, कि नमाज छोड़ो, सांप दिखे तो मारो। सांप है बीजेपी आरएसएस, इन्हें मारो। आज राहुल गांधी उसे आगे बढ़ा के कहते हैं अब अल्पसंख्यकों का जो चोला ओढ़े रहते थे वो अब नहीं है, अब सीधा मुस्लिम बोलो। ये हताशा, ये निराशा, घबराए हुए राहुल गांधी अब ये बात कह रहे हैं। और इसी पे कांग्रेसी क्या कह रहे हैं वो भी बता दूं। राशिद अलवी कहते हैं कर्नाटका में तो हमारी सरकार है, मतलब कांग्रेस की सरकार है, वहां मुसलमानों के 400 परिवार ऐसे हैं जिनके घर गिरा दिए गए। तो फिर ये ढोंग क्यों किया जा रहा है? अब आप मुझे बताइए, जब हम बात कर रहे हैं कि इस चुनौती भरे समय में भारत के साथ खड़े हो जाइए, अपना अपना योगदान पूरा करिए। उस वक्त राहुल गांधी को सांप्रदायिक राजनीति दिखाई दे रही है और ये बहुत चिंताजनक है, बहुत दुख की बात है। चुनाव हारने के बाद राहुल गांधी ऐसा बिदक जाते हैं, वो भूल जाते हैं कि एक नेता प्रतिपक्ष की क्या मर्यादा होनी चाहिए। वो अपनी संविधान की जो शपथ ली है उसे भी भूल जाते हैं। और हमारा कार्य है कि इन मुद्दों को हम उठाते रहें, राहुल गांधी को आईना दिखाते रहें, संविधान याद दिलाते रहें। एंड जैसा मैंने कहा, विद और विदाउट राहुल गांधी भारत आगे बढ़ेगा, मजबूती से बढ़ेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
अगर किसी का कोई क्वेश्चन है इस इशू से रिलेटेड, देन आप पूछ लीजिए।
लगातार विपक्ष की तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि जो तेल की कीमतें बढ़ाई जा रही हैं भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था पर बहुत बुरा प्रभाव डालेगा, आम लोगों को परेशानी और बढ़ने वाली है। तो क्या सही मायने में ऐसा होगा कि आम लोग कभी परेशान
देखिए, पिछले 80-85 दिनों से अगर कांग्रेस की प्रेस वार्ता देखिए या उनके बड़े लीडर्स का बयान देखिए, तो उन्होंने कहा है कि हमारी फॉरेन पॉलिसी ख़राब है इसलिए कि तेल के दाम बढ़ गए। हम तेल यहाँ पर हमें तकलीफ होने वाली है इसलिए कि हमारी फॉरेन पॉलिसी ख़राब है। तो जिस कंट्री में अभी गौरव भाटिया जी ने नाम लिया कई कंट्रीज़ का, जहाँ पर तेल के दाम बढ़े हैं पिछले 85 दिन में 21% से लेके 99% तक दाम बढ़ाए गए उन कंट्रीज़ में, क्या उनकी फॉरेन पॉलिसी गलत थी? पहले तो ये सवाल उठाना चाहिए उनसे कि आप जिस तरह का आप स्टेटमेंट देते हैं, पहले अपनी समीक्षा कीजिए। दूसरी बात, पूरे दुनिया के परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखिए, भारत जो है आज सबसे तेज़ रफ्तार से इकॉनमी चल रही है पूरे दुनिया के परिप्रेक्ष्य में। इंक्रीमेंटल जीडीपी जो है पूरे दुनिया का, ग्लोबल जीडीपी का इंक्रीमेंटल कंट्रीब्यूशन जो उसमें सबसे बड़ा लगभग 20%, 18 पॉइंट कुछ % जो है वो भारत से होता है। तो भारत जो है पूरे दुनिया के जो जीडीपी है उसका ग्रोथ इंजन जो है भारत है, ये बताना चाहता हूँ आपको। तीसरी बात जो बड़ी अहम बात है कि पेट्रोल डीजल के दाम जो है भारत पे बढ़े हैं बहुत मार्जिनली, लेकिन जिस दुनिया के परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखें तो सबसे ज़्यादा बढ़े हैं। और ऐसी कंट्रीज़ में जो स्ट्रेटेजिक रिजर्व, जिसके बारे में कांग्रेस के लोगों ने बयान किया था कि भाई चाइना को देखिए, आप जापान को देखिए, जहाँ पर स्ट्रेटेजिक रिजर्व्स है। आज अभी गौरव जी ने दाम बताया उसके, जो तेल के दाम बढ़े हैं वो वहाँ पर 47% बढ़े हैं, चाइना में, जापान में 21% बढ़े हैं, और ऐसे बहुत सारे। और आप देखिए यूएई में जहाँ तो भंडार है वहाँ भी 86% दाम बढ़े हैं, वो डीजल के दाम बढ़े हैं। एक चीज़ गौरव जी ने कहा, जो महंगाई के बारे में कहा, बेसिकली जो है यो सीपीआई नहीं था, वो जो तेल के दाम पिछले 85 दिन से बढ़े हैं उसका उन्होंने ये किया, और उससे जो महंगाई पर असर पड़ा है। आज देखिए हमारे भारत, आप जो कह रहे हैं जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के बारे में, कांग्रेस पार्टी को अपना समय देखना चाहिए। ऐसे ग्लोबल ऑयल शॉक के बिना वहाँ पर डबल डिजिट में इन्फ्लेशन होती थी, और अभी इतने शॉक के बावजूद इन्फ्लेशन में जो है वो हमारा अभी 4%, जो कि हमारी पॉलिसी है कि 4% ±2। एमपीसी जो है ध्यान रखती है उसका कि इसको इंश्योर करना है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2014 में एक कमेटी बनाई आरबीआई की निगरानी में, जो मॉनिटर करती है जो सीपीआई को, मतलब 4% ±2 में होना चाहिए। वो आज पूरे तौर से मेंटेन है। इतने प्रेशर के बावजूद भी जो है महंगाई नहीं बढ़ रही, और मुझे लगता है कांग्रेस पार्टी को अपने इतिहास देखना चाहिए कि उनके समय में डबल डिजिट इन्फ्लेशन, जितने मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक पैरामीटर्स हैं उस वक्त के उठा के देखिए, वो चरमराते मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक पैरामीटर्स और पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस थे। और आज तेज चलती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था से दुनिया को
All right, so this was a press conference by the BJP and the clear statement by Gaurav Bhatia. In this case, he said that with or without Rahul Gandhi, the nation is going to progress. And he went on to call him the Bhasmasur of politics also. And also highlighting the fact why there was a price rise. And he said that there was no rise in fuel prices in India earlier. We took all steps in favor of citizens, did not pass on the burden to the citizens. And even after 75 days, we still have sufficient stocks. Can't Rahul Gandhi and Kharge see this? So this is also the highlight of what was being said in the press conference. Now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, after Madhya Pradesh High Court issued notice to Giribala on Friday, hearing on ex-judge's bail plea scheduled for today, supposed to be happening at 2:30 p.m.
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this...
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and Twisha Sharma's case has gone big. The Supreme Court is done hearing the case, but at 2:30, stand by for Giribala's anticipatory bail being discussed once again in the High Court in Bhopal. We're getting you all the details, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
CJI-led Supreme Court bench concludes hearing the Twisha unnatural death case. CBI team to head to Bhopal today to take over Twisha's case. CBI team to also take custody of Samarth and re-register the FIR. Top court slams accused Giribala over remaining uncooperative with the probe and giving interviews to the media. After Madhya Pradesh High Court issued notice to Giribala on Friday, the hearing on ex-judge's bail plea scheduled for today at 2:30 p.m. Republic accesses more details of Samarth's questioning, police probing who shielded Samarth for 10 days. We were starting first with what's happening in Assam, where the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Atul Bora has now tabled the Uniform Civil Code Bill on behalf of the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma today in the floor of the Assembly. Now Assam Chief Minister Himanta had committed that if he comes to power once again, the bill will be tabled in the first session, and that has happened today. The bill seeks to ban polygamy and make registration of live-in relationships absolutely compulsory. Now, in fact, this will be after Uttarakhand, the second place where UCC will now be implemented. In fact, also in Gujarat, and now UCC has been tabled in the Assam Assembly. Remember, this comes in complete tandem with what Himanta Biswa Sarma had also said as part of his campaigning with the BJP's hat-trick win in the state. In the first round of Assembly, the UCC bill has now been tabled. The Assam government has introduced the Uniform Civil Code Bill 2026 in the Legislative Assembly. Now, this entire campaign is being spearheaded by the Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. In fact, the proposed legislation unifies laws regarding marriage, succession, live-in relationships, even divorce, while completely exempting only scheduled tribes and traditional tribal customs from the laws. Now, in fact, this will standardize the minimum age for marriage, which will, of course, be 21 for men and 18 for women. It mandates registration of marriages and even divorces, and effectively, completely prohibits polygamy. In fact, for live-in relationships, it requires legal registration of live-in partnerships to protect the rights of individuals. In fact, Aniruddha joins us live from Guwahati to get us more details into the matter. Aniruddha, the Assam government under Himanta Biswa Sarma has done what they were saying they will. The UCC has been tabled on the floor of the Assembly. What more details can you get us?
Yes, in fact, in the first cabinet itself, the UCC bill was approved by, the draft was approved by the Himanta Biswa Sharma-led cabinet in Assam, and thereafter today the bill was tabled in the House by Parliamentary Affairs Minister Atul Bora on behalf of Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma. And what the Uniform Civil Codes basically says is that there is a single civil legal framework for all residents of the state, bearing the scheduled tribes who have been exempted from the purview of the Uniform Civil Code. However, all the religious-based personal laws has been replaced by this Uniform Civil Code bill, Assam 2026. And apart from bringing a lot of reforms in the legal system, particularly for marriage, divorce, succession, live-in relationship, all these to ensure that the right of women, the bill has taken absolute measures in order to ensure the rights of women in the state of Assam. And the bill will be debated in the House. The opposition, particularly the Congress, had tried to create a ruckus in the assembly session as the bill was being tabled. They had demanded that first there should be discussion on the bill and thereafter the bill should be tabled. However, with an absolute majority on their side, the bill was tabled by the government in the House. The bill basically, the Uniform Civil Code Assam 2006 basically ensures a legal framework along with an elaborate view to safeguard the interest of the women in the state. In the bill, most of the measures have been taken in order to ensure that the women particularly doesn't lose the succession right. And apart from that, a lot of crimes had been reported over the several months because of live-in relationships. And now the live-in relationships in the state will be also registered, and in terms of separation in live-in relationship also, the government wants to protect the rights of the women in all cases. Gesu.
Right, Aniruddha. In fact, continue being with us. We're also getting in, one development. The Assam Parliamentary Affairs Minister Atul Bora, the same person who also tabled the UCC bill on behalf of the Chief Minister, has spoken about UCC coming through in Assam. Let's listen into what he has to say on the matter.
Honorable CM is not here today. He left for Delhi. He's coming. On behalf of the Chief Minister, I have tabled the UCC today in the House. And our Honorable Chief Minister, he committed that if he comes to power, if MDA comes to power, it will table in the first session. And that has happened today. Honorable CM is not here today. He left for Delhi. He's coming. On behalf of the Chief Minister, I have tabled the UCC today in the House. And our Honorable Chief Minister, he committed that if he comes to power, if MDA comes to power, it will table in the first session. And that has happened today.
Now, Aniruddha, continue being with us. Aniruddha, we just heard Atul Bora, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister for Assam, and he has been backing UCC up. He says that crime rates will go down if UCC is brought in, and that it's an absolute necessity in this time and age, and that Assam needs to keep up. And that's the exact reason why UCC is being introduced. What more do you know about this? The bill has been tabled, but what about the mandate? Are we eyeing the UCC bill? Are we looking at the bill being easily faring through the floor of the assembly? Aniruddha.
Yes, Gesu, the BJP, the ruling NDA has got an absolute majority in the House with a total strength of 102 members on their side. So yes, in passing the bill, there is no challenge as of now. If we talk about the numbers in the assembly, because there are only 24 legislators from the opposition. Yes, Gesu.
Right, Aniruddha. Thanks for getting us, those developments related to the UCC bill in Assam. In fact, viewers, just to give you a roundup, the Assam Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Atul Bora, has tabled the Uniform Civil Code bill on behalf of the Chief Minister today in the floor of the Legislative Assembly House. Now, Assam's Chief Minister, Himanta Biswa Sarma, committed that if he comes back to power, which he has for a second time straight, the bill will be tabled in the first session. And that exactly has happened right now as we speak in Assam. Now, the government has introduced the bill that seeks to regard, laws that will be unified regarding marriage, divorce, succession, and even live-in relationships. And the only exemption to this law will be the scheduled tribes. Viewers, now the next story is about something that affects all of us unilaterally, you and I. This is about the fuel prices hike. Now, fuel prices have been hiked for a fourth time straight in a fortnight period, with petrol prices crossing rupees 100 per litres in most states. Now, with the Iran war seemingly ending soon, will the prices continue to soar, or will the people of the country, like you and I, experience some respite anytime soon? We have this report that tries to break down everything in the face of the ongoing West Asia conflict and sanctions from the United States that continue on the Strait of Hormuz. Take a look.
A fresh fuel hike has now hit Indian consumers. Petrol and diesel prices have been hiked for the fourth time in a fortnight. Petrol prices have gone up by rupees 2.61 per litre, while diesel prices have been hiked by rupees 2.71 per litre. With the latest hike, the cumulative price hike now nears rupees 8 in the last 14 days.
For the fourth time in last 10 days, the fuel prices have hiked across the country, and the hit has also come to the consumers in Jammu and Kashmir. Here the fuel prices have surpassed the 100 marks for the petrol. Petrol is now being sold at 104 rupees and 30 paisa with a hike of 2 rupees and 71 paisa. And if we speak of the diesel, the situation of the diesel is that the per litre diesel is 92 rupees and 81 paisa. That has seen a spike of 2 rupees and 69 paisa.
The petrol prices in Delhi have now crossed rupees 100 as the price now stands at rupees 102.12 per litre, while diesel prices reaching 95.20 per litre. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, petrol prices have skyrocketed to about rupees 111.21 per litre. Petrol and diesel prices in Kolkata have also reached rupees 113.51 and rupees 99.82 respectively.
सर, जब घर से आए थे पता था कि जो फ्यूल का प्राइस हाइक हुआ है?
नहीं, हमें नहीं पता था।
2 रुपये 71 पैसे बढ़ा है। दिक्कत होती है आम आदमी को?
हाँ, होती तो है, पर तो पड़ेगा ही ना। पर क्या करें, पीछे से बाहर के कारण और उसी के कारण हो रहा है ये।
परेशानी तो है ही है, रेट का कम होना चाहिए।
अभी किस तरह से गुजारा हो रहा है?
बहुत मुश्किल है, 200 रुपये 100 रुपया लीटर ऊपर हो गया, मुश्किल ही है बहुत।
As global oil certainty continues, the question on everyone's mind right now, whether this is the final hike or only the beginning.
Viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening to the cabinet, Congress cabinet in Karnataka. Now, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will be flying to Delhi at 7:30 p.m. with all his cabinet ministers. Now, he has a meeting that's been scheduled with the Congress High Command that's set to take place tomorrow. That's on the 26th of May on Tuesday. And this meeting is expected to happen at around 11 a.m. Now, in fact, the biggest revelation in this is that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has said that he's been summoned to Delhi by the Congress High Command, and he does not even know the subject of the discussion as of now. In fact, this meeting that's scheduled just about 24 hours, lesser than 24 hours from now, tomorrow at 11 a.m. And Chief Minister Siddaramaiah says he's been summoned by the Congress High Command to come to the capital, but he does not know what the meeting is about. Now, in fact, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is expected to also hold discussions with central leaders that could include Rahul Gandhi. Of course, it could include Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, and K.C. Venugopal. Now, in fact, we're also being joined by my colleague Abhishek from the Kannada newsroom to get us more updates into the matter. Abhishek, what is this entire rigmarole about? Chief Minister Siddaramaiah says he's been summoned and he has no idea what these talks are going to be like with the Congress High Command.
It was probably like 6 to 8 months ago when K. N. Rajana, the then minister, had claimed that there will be major changes in the cabinet and also there might be changes in the leadership of the state in the Karnataka, after which he was removed from his position. After which we've come to 2026 May and we are awaiting the response from the AICC because for the last 6 to 8 months, the various other political leaders, the MLAs, the MLCs, as long as also the cabinet of ministers were doubting if CM Siddaramaiah will continue in the chair of Chief Minister or DK Shivkumar be elevated to the position of Chief Minister. On the other hand, we have been informed, the Chief Minister has informed that he has received a call from the High Command of the Congress Party to have a meeting with the High Command, which is designated to happen tomorrow at 11 a.m. in the Delhi headquarters. After questioning DCM DK Shivkumar if he has received any call with respect to the same, he says he hasn't received any call and he will go to Delhi whenever he gets a call. And we are also speculating that the High Command, inclusive of Rajiv Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjuna Kharge, KC Venugopal, Randeep Singh Surjewala might have conversation with CM Siddaramaiah with respect to the leadership change if there is any changes that are about to happen in the next couple of months. On the other hand, we are also seeing if the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will give the new names of the ministers or the aspirants of the position of ministers in the state of Karnataka. On the other hand, he is also supposed to give the names of the ministers who are ready to deboard from the cabinet, which is currently prevailing in the state of Karnataka. On the other hand, there might be also feedback about the administration in the state of Karnataka along with the anti-incumbency on the KPCC president. So there are various other speculations with respect to what might be the questions laid down in front of Siddaramaiah, and also we are expecting that a couple of MLAs and ministers will be flying with Siddaramaiah to Delhi in today's flight.
Definitely. Abhishek, you know, the most severe dent in this entire revelation is the fact that Siddaramaiah says he's been summoned and he has no idea what is that for. So this looks like a deep crack between the Congress High Command and the Karnataka Congress unit. But also, Abhishek, you know, hold on for a moment. We also are getting in a statement from Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, a renewed statement. In fact, I think that bite is in Kannada, and I would request you if you could translate what the Chief Minister is saying to the media.
To Delhi. Tomorrow there is a meeting by 11 o'clock. I don't know the subject. But I am invited. Last night, Mr. Venugopal called me and intimated me the date and meeting.
Once again, many speculations are surrounding, sir. As you are meeting High Command after a long time. Many speculations are running around. Will it be a full stop?
Speculations are always there.
Fuel prices, sir. How do you see this?
Speculations are always.
In fact, viewers, that's Congress's Chief Minister in Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, who's in fact scheduled to visit New Delhi tomorrow. In fact, today, 7:30 p.m. is when he flies out of Karnataka with his cabinet ministers. As per the Chief Minister, he's been summoned by the Congress's senior leadership, the Congress's senior unit in the capital in New Delhi. And a meeting is scheduled for tomorrow at 11 a.m. In fact, the most severe revelation in this entire rigmarole is the fact that Siddaramaiah goes on to say that he's been summoned and he has no idea for what. So this actually goes on to show deep cracks within the Congress High Command and the Congress's unit in Karnataka, especially with their own Chief Minister, Siddaramaiah, who has been incumbent in Karnataka for so long, representing the Congress party. In fact, as part of the discussions, we can expect central leadership of the Congress to be present in the talks. That could include Rahul Gandhi. Of course, that could include the Congress President Mallikarjuna Kharge, Sonia Gandhi. It could also include KC Venugopal as per sources. In fact, DK Shivkumar's status in this entire thing is that he's not currently scheduled to attend the meeting, but is ready to fly out if he's also summoned by the High Command. Now, in fact, Abhishek continues being with us on the broadcast. Abhishek, speak to us about the build-up to this entire summoning. You were talking about how, you saw it coming, how the Congress unit possibly also saw it coming. But the fact that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah sounds so clueless in front of the media when he says he puts his own Congress senior leadership under the bus by saying that he's been summoned by them, he's been called, and he has no idea for what that is. So that also goes on to show, communication cracks between the High Command and Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who's been incumbent. He's been representing the Congress party in the state for so long. Abhishek.
Okay, so there might be another point of view as well, because CM Siddaramaiah is known for his strategies for the last 4 decades. And this point of time, he doesn't probably want to make sure that the media knows why CM Siddaramaiah is meeting with the High Command. And it is very sure that the High Command would have intimated CM Siddaramaiah as to what the agenda of the meeting might be. And also there will be a direction as to what he will have to prepare for the meeting. On the other hand, this speculation, as questioned by the reporters, he says the speculations will always continue. It will prevail no matter what. And also we have seen CM Siddaramaiah speaking to the media in various other occasions, stating that whenever the High Command calls him, he will be there to address the High Command in Delhi. And various other ministers of the cabinet of CM Siddaramaiah have mentioned that the High Command have called CM Siddaramaiah to make sure that the dispute between the leadership or the confusion between the leadership for the chair of Chief Minister ends today or probably tomorrow morning. And this might be the only reason as to why CM Siddaramaiah is being called to Delhi. On the other hand, he had mentioned long ago in the month of January that he is ready to get the cabinet reshuffled or expanded. And the High Command had demanded the names of the people who had to be included in the cabinet, and also
Definitely. Abhishek, thanks very much for getting us such a detailed lowdown. And of course, we'll keep a close watch on what this confusion within the Congress, especially in regards to Karnataka, looks like. But viewers, shifting focus now, we're tracking once again what's happening to Twisha's unnatural death case. Now, in fact, in the latest development, Giribala's bail cancellation hearing is scheduled at 2:30 p.m. at the Jabalpur High Court. That's the latest that we're learning in. So a massive impact that's been done by Republic's coverage, constant coverage of the case. Now the High Court in Jabalpur is going to once again look at its decision of giving Giribala an anticipatory bail. Remember, lawyers have come forward, even from the Madhya Pradesh Bar Council, questioning why was the ex-judge Giribala given a bail in such a severe case. And in fact, there are multiple grounds for why this bail needs to be cancelled. In fact, before going to the reasons for why this should be, let's also listen in to my colleague Manav, who's been on ground. He's spoken to Twisha's family lawyer, who has spoken against the cancellation of Giribala's anticipatory bail. Listen in.
पीयूष तिवारी जी हैं, ट्विशा के पिता के वकील हैं और इस वक्त हम जबलपुर हाई कोर्ट के बाहर खड़े हैं। सर, हाई कोर्ट में आज क्या कुछ होगा, क्योंकि मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने भी कह दिया है कि अग्रिम जमानत गिरिबाला सिंह की खारिज होनी चाहिए, नोटिस का ढंग से जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं, और इसी संबंध में आप लोगों ने भी एक याचिका लगाई है।
जी, हम दोनों ने याचिका लगाई है। पहली याचिका हमारी है, उसके बाद शासन ने लगाई है। हम दोनों की प्रेयर सेम है कि जो 15 तारीख को जिला न्यायालय भोपाल के द्वारा गिरिबाला सिंह को जो बेल दी गई है, एंटीसिपेटरी बेल, उसको जल्द से जल्द खारिज किया जाए और उनको तुरंत हिरासत में लेके उनका भी इंटरोगेशन किया जाए। इसके बाद ज़्यादा तथ्य सामने आ पाएंगे, चीज़ें क्लियर हो पाएंगी कि क्या कुछ हुआ था उस दिन और उतने दिन के 13 से लेके 15 तारीख के बीच के अंतराल में क्या क्या हुआ था। ये सारी चीज़ें तभी क्लियर हो पाएंगी।
जिस तरीके से हम देख रहे हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी इस पर मोटो लिया, संज्ञान उस पर लिया और सुनवाई वहाँ पर हुई, तो सिर्फ ट्विशा ही नहीं, अब कहीं ना कहीं ये मामला ट्विशा जैसी और जो पीड़िताएं हैं उनके साथ भी न्याय सुनिश्चित करने की एक मुहिम जुडिशरी करती हुई दिखाई दे रही है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बहुत सही है। ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बहुत अच्छा कदम उठाया और उस पर CJI साहब ने ये चीज़ बोली भी है कि ये सारी चीज़ें जल्द से जल्द होनी चाहिए। उन्होंने भी दुख व्यक्त किया कि जो ट्विशा के साथ हुआ है वो गलत हुआ है, बट सिंस और एक्शन जो शासन के द्वारा लिया गया जल्द से जल्द कि उन्होंने तुरंत CBI को हैंड ओवर कर दिया मैटर, तो उन्होंने उस चीज़ की भी प्रशंसा की कि सारी चीज़ें अब हो चुकी है, तब उनके पास ऐसा करने को कुछ रहा नहीं है। तो उन्होंने केवल दोनों परिवार के लोगों से इतनी एक तरीके से रिक्वेस्ट की है कि आप लोग ज़्यादा मीडिया के सामने आके बयानबाजी ना करें। जो भी आपको कुछ कहना है आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफिसर को बोलिए, कोर्ट के सामने रखिए अपने एडवोकेट के थ्रू, बट मीडिया के सामने आने से सारी चीज़ें थोड़ा बचें।
गिरिबाला सिंह जी की अग्रिम जमानत को खारिज करने के लिए आपकी दलीलें क्या रहेंगी, क्योंकि बाकी का मामला तो सब जुडिस है, ठीक है, लेकिन क्या वो पॉइंट्स हैं जिससे आपको लगता है कि उनको जमानत नहीं देनी चाहिए? क्योंकि तुषार मेहता भी पिछली बार सुनवाई में कह रहे थे कि वो महिला, वो पूर्व जज जो सबूत हैं उनके साथ छेड़छाड़ कर सकती है।
देखिए, ये सारी चीज़ें अभी चूंकि केस ऑलरेडी 2:30 बजे के लिए नियत है, तो मैं उसके पहले ज़्यादा नहीं बता पाऊंगा।
Shambhavi, in fact, continues being with us on the broadcast. She is outside Giribala's residence. She's been tracking every movement of the ex-judge Giribala. Shambhavi, now we're eyeing 2:30 p.m. The time is close. High Court's hearing in Jabalpur against Giribala's anticipatory bail will begin anytime soon. What more are you picking up?
Well, yes, two very important hearings are scheduled today. One was the Supreme Court, the hearing in Supreme Court, the Moto cognizance taken up by Supreme Court. Although it was a little disappointing given that the court had said that both the accused and the victim's family in the matter should not be speaking to media. Or the media was the one who brought the entire matter to the light. Media was the one who made sure that the matter reaches the court's table, and the matter was taken up as Moto cognizance. Given that there is another hearing in the Madhya Pradesh High Court where there's an application for the cancellation of Giribala Singh's bail was filed and a notice was issued. The hearing of it is scheduled for today at 2:30 p.m. We'll see what kind of arguments are set to happen. Although, as a matter of fact, we know that in the last day when the notice was issued to Giribala Singh, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta said that it is the grounds on which Giribala Singhs have been given anticipatory bail should absolutely will not be considered, should not be considered, and her bail should be cancelled. Even the court said that they agreed that the bail, the anticipatory bail which was given to Giribala Singh was given in a hurried manner. That is why a notice was issued. So we can expect a lot to happen today in court. We'll see what kind of arguments are made by both the ends, be it the victim's side of the family, which has been actively saying that Giribala Singh is one of the main accused in the case, and because she was given anticipatory bail, she had the opportunity to tamper with the evidence, to tamper with the spot, the alleged crime spot, or the possible crime spot, and that should not have happened. And she had a lot of time to influence the investigation, which is now, of course, given to CBI. And the other side is, of course, going to advocate.
Definitely. You know, Shambhavi, in fact, exactly what you've been listing, we want to take our viewers through the reasons for why the anticipatory bail for Giribala, the ex-judge, must be cancelled. In fact, first amongst those reasons is that Giribala made about 46 calls immediately after Twisha's death, and these were highly connected people who she tried to reach out to. The second reason, she also called the CCTV operator to clean up the footage that was, in fact, made to fit a certain narrative that she wanted to peddle forward. In fact, third and foremost reason is that Giribala dialed sitting in former judges. So she used her ex-judge position to manipulate the case as much as possible. Fourth, she also tried to collect CCTV footage from the salon. Remember, Twisha was seen in a salon just hours before her death, and she tried to access that CCTV footage. So evidence tampering. Fifth, she's heard justifying harassing Twisha in an audio tape that was exclusively accessed by Republic. That was a conversation between Twisha's brother, Major Harshit Sharma, and ex-judge Giribala. Sixth, she also mentioned in Twisha's chats, she's been mentioned for harassment, and those details have also come forward in chats that have leaked from Twisha's personal mobile phone. In fact, the seventh reason is that Giribala gave endless interviews slandering Twisha. She completely tried to malign the image of the victim. And Shambhavi continues being with us as she makes her way through to track Giribala and everything that's unfolding. So Shambhavi, these were just, 7 reasons, and there are plenty more. But the fact that she was going around and completely tampering with the evidence, she was trying to, twist the CCTV footages to fit her narrative. She also dialed judges and connected people. That also included the SHO, by the way, of the Katara Hills police station, and the fact that she went around maligning the victim's image. So those are just few reasons why the anticipatory bail should be cancelled. And also, speak to us about the fact that the High Court, while pronouncing her bail, had done it in a very hasty manner. This was done in a speeding manner, without all of these evidences being taken into account. Shambhavi.
Well, Gesu, talk about influence. If somebody has enough influence in the fraternity that even before the FIR was registered, she was given an anticipatory bail. Talk about influence that an FIR was not registered for 4 straight days while the family was being intimidated by the police, people saying, you better take your child's body, you better take your daughter's body, or we'll not be filing an FIR. And while all this was happening, this woman was given anticipatory bail. One of the main grounds, as per law as well, is that you should not be involved in tampering of evidence. You should not be, and you should cooperate with the interrogation. 2 main grounds of anticipatory bail is this generally as per law. She has been doing both. Even the commissioner has said, and everybody has been saying, every authority has been saying that both the mother and son duo has not been cooperating with the interrogation, especially Giribala Singh has not been cooperating with the investigation. She has been called 3 times. She has been given notice 3 times that you come and record your statement and cooperate with the interrogation. She has not done that. Second is tampering of evidence. She has been tampering evidence left, right and center. She has also tried to do that, as you very rightly mentioned, in the beauty parlor. Her legal team tried to get access of a matter, that to sub judice. She is a legal person. She is a judge. She knows what she is doing. It's not some naive common man who does not know the nook and corner of law. She has been the district judge. She's former district judge. So she knows exactly what she's doing. And that person has been given anticipatory bail. Even the MP High Court agreed that the bail, which was the anticipatory bail given by trial court, was given in a hurried manner. All the aspects that you've mentioned, the 7 reasons, I've mentioned 3 reasons, all the reasons were not considered before giving her anticipatory bail. Gesu.
In fact, apart from the reasons that we just listed for why the bail needs to be struck down, the authorities that you were speaking about have clearly mentioned that evidence was being tampered, it was being destroyed by the ex-judge Giribala. In fact, not just that. The second reason goes on to show how, in fact, Giribala is responsible for tampering and destroying the evidence. The reason number 2, like you also mentioned, Shambhavi, the police commissioner has himself mentioned that she's not been cooperating in the ongoing probe. Neither was her son. He was on a run. And third reason, there was a hurry in granting of the bail by the courts as well. In fact, reason number 4 for why this should be cancelled is the severity of offence. Exactly how we've been talking about the fact that in dowry death cases, there should be no anticipatory bail at all. Reason number 5, she remains one of the key accused in the case. Twisha's WhatsApp chats have revealed that. Her tape with Major Harshit Sharma reveals that as well. In fact, 6th reason is that she's been going around maligning the victim completely. She has come on national television. She's also tried to speak to us, where she is questioning Twisha's character after she was found dead. Reason number 7. She ignored Twisha's family's calls on the night of the death. So when the family heard Samarth scream at Twisha and the phone got dropped abruptly, after that they kept reaching out to Giribala Singh, who refused to take any calls. And she finally picked up 1 hour later when she told the family that their daughter, Twisha Sharma, was no more. So this entire discrepancy, the 7 reasons why her bail plea should be struck down. Going back to my colleague Shambhavi, who continues being with us on the broadcast. Shambhavi, you've seen every facet of this case. You've seen the developments. You've seen the falls. You've also been at the funeral. So everything that's unfolded in this case so far, there is a huge question and there is demand, a resounding demand from the public and also from within the authorities for the cancellation of Giribala's anticipatory bail. I think we've dropped a connection with my colleague Shambhavi, who is right now transiting. She is constantly trying to get from one place to another to get to the root of the story and to not miss out on any developments at all. Viewers, now we're getting in some other breaking development that's coming in. The hearing for the petition demanding the cancellation of Giribala's anticipatory bail is scheduled for 2:30 p.m. today. In fact, our editor for legal, Rhythm Bhardwaj, also joins us on the broadcast. She's been fronting this entire story, breaking it down for us in our newsrooms, in our studios, and getting us details to the T for what this means. Now, Rhythm, what can be expected out of the fact that the High Court is going to hear the anticipatory bail that was given to Giribala?
Okay, let's tell our viewers, Gesu, I'm going to put out the breaking news that's coming in. The matter has begun. The Giribala bail cancellation hearing has begun in the court. I'm giving out these details. We're also going to tell our viewers, present inside Court 9 of the Jabalpur High Court, Advocate General Prashant Singh has arrived. The matter has started. Siddharth Luthra has also joined for Twisha's family. We'll stay with that breaking news and with the shots of what's happening at the Jabalpur High Court. This is the big news that's now coming in. And I'm also asking, our reporters and my colleagues who are lawyers who are present inside to give us updates. All right, so I'm going to tell our viewers, for Twisha family, we also have Siddharth Luthra. The Solicitor General had last time on Friday asked for this date to be put for this case, and finally it's going to come up. This is a big crucial case. I also want to know from our people, from our friends inside the hearing, the virtual link, Giribala lawyers, who is appearing for her, because there was a lot of rumors that she would appear for herself since Migredra Singh had stated, I will not be appearing in this case. This is the big story now. Nitya Ramakrishnan, senior advocate, is representing Giribala Singh. All right, so let's break more news down, that all this talk that was happening about who would appear for Giribala Singh, because last moment Giribala's sources said would try and appear for herself. But now the news that's coming in, Nitya Ramakrishnan is a senior advocate. She's going to be appearing for Giribala Singh. We've seen this happen earlier also. Let me also tell our viewers, the single judge bench of Justice Dev Narayan Mishra is going to be hearing the petition cancelling the anticipatory bail of Giribala Singh. This is the big news that's coming in, viewers. The hearing has begun right now. I also want to tell our viewers what is happening inside the courtroom currently, because both the sides are going to be arguing what is happening in the court. All right, in the court, please. So I'm just going to ask, what's happening inside the courtroom hearing as we are speaking. So she's saying the victim's petition is not served to her. All right, so the first thing that's being said, it's technical, it's unfortunate that Nitya Ramakrishnan, and what the family is saying is that this particular petition has not been given to us yet. The bench is assembled to hear the case. She's requesting for a short adjournment. All right, let me tell you, let's break this down for our viewers. Giribala Singh is asking for an adjournment in the matter. First, they come up and they say that please give us this case on Monday because the notice has to be issued. The notice is issued, and now Giribala Singh is saying that have a short adjournment in the matter since the petition of Twisha's family was not given to me. Ex-judge Giribala Singh is seeking an adjournment. Siddharth Luthra, appearing for the family, has said, I appear in the state. I can appear in this, the petition for the victim. I'm going to support the petition of the state. So viewers, let me put this again into perspective for you. The Madhya Pradesh state had filed this application for anticipatory bail. Siddharth Luthra is appearing for the Twisha's family and says he's also filing the petition. He's supporting the petition of the state. But yet again, Giribala is trying to misuse the procedure of the court and is asking for an adjournment. This is the big news. Will Giribala get away again, asking for another delay, asking for this petition to be even now adjourned for another date? These are delaying tactics. Giribala should have been arrested earlier. She has a clear critical role to play in this case. And now what Republic TV is telling our viewers is, it's not time up for Giribala yet, who's now, even now, trying another tactic. At present, notice is being... Okay, let me also tell our viewers, the senior appearing for Giribala State, she needs to see the petition, and at present, notice is being issued in the victim's petition to the respondent. Viewers, if really today nothing is happening, then it's going to be extremely disappointing for the family, extremely disappointing for the outraged Indians who've been watching this to try and see whether the anticipatory bail plea would be cancelled. Everyone's been speaking about why Giribala should be arrested. Today we were thinking if the anticipatory bail is cancelled, she would apply and ask, she would surrender to the court herself. But there is a new delaying tactic. There is a new lawyer in the court. It's Nitya Ramakrishnan, senior advocate, appearing for Giribala. And this time Giribala is looking at legal technicalities. All right, the bench has also said the parents have filed additional contentions. We would have to give respondents a chance to respond to the contentions. Either the parents say they will only support the state's plea. Therefore, notice is being issued to the respondents. I think there's going to be another adjournment. Today is turning out to be a damn squib for the family, Twisha's family, because matter is getting adjourned for reply of Giribala. This is the big news that's coming in, viewers. Everybody was waiting and was hoping today would be the day that the anticipatory bail could be cancelled on the basis of the evidence, the call data records, the CCTV operators who were called, the CCTV operators at the parlour of Giribala who were called. But alas, I don't think this is what's going to happen today. The Madhya Pradesh High Court is going to possibly cancel this. This is what we are hearing, and what we're being told right now is Senior Advocate Meenakshi Arora representing Giribala. Okay, I think it's Nitya Ramakrishnan. It must be also Meenakshi who's appearing there. We have to see that. The High Court has said we have to give a chance to the respondents to reply. So viewers, I'm going to break this down for you. A very high critical hearing, high profile, high drama. Critical hearing was to be there at 2:30 today. Giribala's bail plea, the anticipatory bail plea, was to be cancelled or could have been cancelled today, as whatever was there in the wisdom of the court. But now the news that's coming in, the Giribala case could possibly be adjourned only on the point that the court has said that she will be also given a chance to give her side of the things, which is something they could have earlier done. So let's tell our viewers that right now, Giribala Singh, her lawyer, is seeking an adjournment in the Jabalpur High Court. She's not present physically in the High Court. This is something my colleague Shamvi had also told us, because she was seeking an adjournment. Okay, let me also go across to guests and our reporters joining us. And Shamvi and Harsh continue to report, some from Jabalpur and some are reporting from Bhopal. Shamvi was outside Giribala's house today, and she did say that she would possibly have not reached for this hearing unless she wanted to virtually appear for herself, but Giribala has not chosen to do that. Harsh is reporting from outside the courtroom, and I'm going to go across to him. But before that, let me also tell you, bench has now said, this is what my colleague is telling us, till when would you give the reply? And Senior Advocate Nitya Ramakrishnan is asking for 1 week. Siddharth Luthra, Twisha's family lawyer. Okay, let me break this down first. Breaking news coming in. The Solicitor General has also joined the proceedings. If we can just break this for our viewers. The country's top law officer appearing for the Madhya Pradesh state has also now joined the hearings. He had earlier spoken about the bail, anticipatory bail of Giribala Singh being cancelled. Now, Solicitor General joins the proceeding. The bench said it is not such a big matter. Siddharth Luthra appearing for Twisha's family said we are pressing an urgency. The matter is getting adjourned to 29th May. This is the news that's coming in. Let's break it down for our viewers. The Solicitor General has joined the proceedings, but even though Siddharth Luthra, Twisha's family lawyer, said we are pressing for urgency, we did not request notice in the last hearing. Please just give them 1 day or 2. So viewers, let's put this here. On Republic TV, the hearing today is going to be adjourned. It's going to be on another day. But let me also tell you, there's another twist in the story, and this is what happens when the Solicitor General comes in. The Solicitor General is opposing this particular adjournment vociferously. He just joined, and this is massive because earlier we saw that the bail cancellation hearing could be adjourned. It's not adjourned yet, so let's keep our hopes right up. Because the Solicitor General who's joined the hearing now for the state of Madhya Pradesh is opposing this vociferously. It's yet another adjournment, yet another delaying tactic that Giribala is seeking. Even in the courtroom, they said that evidence could be tampered with. It's been so many days, but the judge has dismissed it. The case, okay, I'll also go across. Giribala is getting time to file a response. Let's break this news down first, breaking first right here on Republic TV. The case has been kept for 29th of May. The Solicitor General of India said when they can apply for bail and be granted the same within a day, we request for an early and expeditious hearing as was given by the Sessions Court. So we're just going to go down to the big breaking news right now. Break the news right now. Giribala is getting 4 days time to file her reply. Let's break that. That's the breaking news coming in today. The 2:30 hearing in the Madhya Pradesh High Court is over. Giribala gets 4 days to file her response. The bail adjournment that was being looked at has been vociferously opposed by the Solicitor General of India. The High Court has now adjourned this case for 29th. We're also now being told she gets 4 days to file her reply. This is massive that's coming in right now. Court is not acceding to the request of the Solicitor General for an early date. Big words. Even as the Solicitor General is asking and opposing this early date being given to Giribala, The Solicitor General has said, this is a serious matter. That is my perception. There was institutional bias. The bench sings, I think 29th is sufficient to file. Kindly have it day after tomorrow. But I want to highlight the words of S.G. Mehta, please, where he says, there was institutional bias. That is a big thing. So, the SG had asked for after this matter is adjourned to 27th of May. All right, so there is some relief that has come in. It's not adjourned to, matter is adjourned for 2 days, So because of the opposition of the SG, and I think today clearly, viewers, it's the Solicitor General that is saving the day for Twisha's family, because every delay in this case, every delay in the court hearing is going to have them feel even worse. They were looking for justice. They were looking for the anticipatory bail to be cancelled. But yet again today, on a legal technicality, Giribala Singh has asked for 2 more days because she wants to see the petition of Twisha's family and the state. And now the court has given them 2 days in its wisdom. And Nitya Ramakrishnan has said that she will look at this and then she will file a reply on both. But Supreme Court, yes, I will go across to Shamvi also. Shamvi, let's tell our viewers what's just happened, and we've just broken that right here first on Republic TV. Following Twisha's family, this was supposed to be a big hearing, a big relief for the family, but 2 to 3 things have happened. SG Tushar Mehta appeared in the case and said there is clear institutional bias. He opposed the adjournment of this plea. They wanted to do it for 4 days, but the SG said no, we need to do it in 2 days. It's a matter of urgency. That's why this case is going to come up on 27th. We're also now being told that Giribala's hearing is adjourned to 27th May and proceedings adjourned to 27th of May at 2:30 p.m. Okay, Shamvi, what are you picking up around you?
Well, as you very rightly mentioned, that Giribala Singh and her lawyers have made sure that they will completely exhaust all of their legal knowledge to delay the process of justice as much as possible. They've been doing it since forever, since the case started, since day one, and they continue to do it. So for the ease of our viewers, it is important to understand that there were 2 cases which were there, 2 separate pleas which were filed. One was by the state government and one was by the parents. And the parents had added
Go ahead.
Well, yes. So the parents had added extra affidavit. The court said that the respondents need some time to file to assess, of course, all the documents which have been added newly and then reply to it. So now we know that it is the date of the hearing is 27th of May. Although, of course, it is also very rightly said that each and every day that there is an adjournment or the hearing does not take place or something substantive does not happen in court, it is just more painful for the victim's family. It is just more painful for the entire Sharma family who's been going through this entire process for 13, 14 days now, who just put their daughter to rest yesterday, and after days and days of struggle, they were able to do it. And even in the Supreme Court today, there was, of course, a little relief. We know that the CBI is going to reach Bhopal at any moment. They will leave from Delhi and a special team is being constituted for the entire investigation to be started from scratch. But it is a little too late, given that a lot of the evidence has already been removed or tampered with, given that she was given anticipatory bail. And so it is all really a connected matter.
Okay, let me break this once more for our viewers, Shamvi, and I request you and Harsh to stay with us. The Madhya Pradesh High Court has adjourned the anticipatory bail application plea that had been filed for rejection of it by the state for Giribala Singh. It was filed before them. Giribala Singh gets 2 more days. She's going to be looking, and her lawyers are going to be looking even more thoroughly into the petitions before them, and they're going to look at whether they want to file a reply or not. Extremely disappointing for the family. We can see the brother Major Harshit there performing the last rites of Twisha. Today the court, we spoke to the father in the morning and said we always wanted a CBI, we want an investigation, we want to understand what's happened. If we look at the words very carefully of what the Supreme Court was told by the Solicitor General in the morning, the Solicitor General said it is better to have a divorced daughter than a dead one. And this is really the pain of the family. They have several times spoken about it. Major Harshit has regretted that they were not able to take action too quickly. But this is the also, viewers, everybody is telling us that we need to be looking and look at the words of what the Solicitor General said. This case also happened because of what media did. Because Republic TV took on this case. Like the father said in this case also, it was our investigation that led to the doors being opened up. The family was being threatened inside the district court earlier on 16th. For 3 more days, they didn't file an FIR. On 15th, when they went forward, then FIR was not filed. But alas, it seems yet again, the process needs to be followed. Giribala Singh gets 2 days of anticipatory bail. She gets 2 more days to file a reply to her anticipatory bail application. Harsh, what are you picking up at the Jabalpur High Court, where it seems all the action is she's got new lawyers, but the tone is the same, get the matter adjourned?
Right, Rhythm. Now, the anticipatory bail, the matter in this regard has been adjourned till May 27. They initially demanded, the Giribala side, in fact, Meenakshi Arora is the lawyer representing her. She demanded the court to be adjourned till May 29th. However, on the demands of Solicitor General, that a lot of evidence has already been tampered and a lot of evidence can be tampered. The court has been adjourned till May 27th, and Giribala Singh is not physically present here at the court premises, and Meenakshi Arora is the lawyer who is representing her virtually. Now, this is a big breaking information, very saddening for the family, in fact, that the cancellation of the anticipatory bail petition has been adjourned. The hearing in this regard has been adjourned till May 27th, and the family will have to wait for 2 more days to finally, when the court comes up with a conclusion that whether the anticipatory bail that has been given to Giribala Singh by a sessions court in Bhopal will be cancelled or not. Now, this is the breaking news that we are fetching for our viewers on Republic TV. Court number 9, the bench, a single judge bench of Justice Dev Narayan Mishra, in fact, was hearing this matter, and the matter has been adjourned till May 27. The matter will be heard at the Jabalpur High Court at 2:30 p.m. on 27th May. Now, this is what the court has to say in this regard. 2 more days for Giribala Singh, and in fact, a very saddening news for Twisha Sharma's family. In fact, the entire 145 crore people who are in fact now demanding justice for Twisha Sharma to be served.
Absolutely. And Harsh, I will request you and Shamvi to continue being with us. This is the big news of the day. First, in the Supreme Court, this matter has been handed to the CBI. Secondly, now this court has said that notice has been issued to Giribala, and now in 2 days they will have to reply once again. This is our top focus. We'll continue tracking. And remember, viewers, before I take a break, Republic reports the facts. We've reported and set the narrative based on the facts that were with us, and we shall continue to do so. We're back after a short break. Stay on with our top focus story, which we continue saying is our campaign, Justice for Twisha.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away?
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And viewers, Twisha's mother-in-law, ex-judge Giribala's anticipatory bail plea hearing has now been adjourned. The next day that's been announced is the 27th of May. A huge setback for Twisha's family that's been demanding justice. And just yesterday, she was laid to rest. We're getting you all the details, but first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Madhya Pradesh High Court adjourns Giribala's bail hearing to 27th of May. Giribala gets 2 days of time to file her response. CJI-led Supreme Court bench concludes the hearing in Twisha's unnatural death case. CBI team to head to Bhopal today to take over Twisha's case. The team will also take full custody of Samarth and re-register the first information report. Top court slams accused Giribala over remaining uncooperative with the probe and giving interviews to the media. Republic accesses more details of Samarth's questioning and probing. Police probing who shielded Samarth for 10 days. Viewers, now starting first with what's happening in the Twisha case, the Madhya Pradesh High Court has adjourned Giribala's bail cancellation, and that hearing has now been adjourned to the 27th of May. So she gets 2 more days to file her response. Now the High Court has granted 2 days' time to Giribala Singh to file a reply in the additional contentions that have been raised in the plea that has been submitted by Twisha's family, specifically her parents, in fact, also her father, Navnidhi Sharma. So a huge setback for Twisha's family, a huge setback for everybody who was eyeing justice in the case, as it gets delayed a lot more than anticipated. Remember, 4 days it took to even file a first information report in the case. That was a fault on the part of the police authorities, the local Madhya Pradesh police authorities. So the Bhopal police remained at the center of that delay. Following that, a second postmortem was being asked for by Twisha's parents. That was delayed for way long, and 12 days later, that happened yesterday in the morning. And now, the anticipatory bail hearing of Giribala has also been adjourned and shifted to 27th of May. In fact, Harsh, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast to get us more updates into the matter. Harsh, you've been outside the Jabalpur High Court for days at a stretch, right from when Samarth was found and he was arrested to now, the day when Giribala's bail plea has, the adjournment over her bail plea has come down to the 27th. What's it like? You also spoke to the lawyer of Giribala, Singh. What was his take on the matter?
Right, Gesu, now this comes as a big setback for Twisha Sharma's family and the entire nation, because Giribala Singh, the prime accused in the case, has been rewarded with another 2 days. Now the matter will be heard at 27th May here in the Jabalpur High Court at 2:30 p.m. This is what we are fetching. Now the extra 2 days have been rewarded to Giribala Singh. Meenakshi Arora was a senior lawyer who was in fact appearing on behalf of Giribala Singh. There were some sources that Giribala Singh might contest her own case and she might also appear here at the Jabalpur High Court physically, but she was not present here at the court premises. Neither she was contesting her own case, and in fact it was Meenakshi Arora who was representing on Giribala's behalf. They were demanding an adjournment till May 29th. However, the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who in fact was joining virtually, he said that a lot of evidence has already been tampered and a lot of evidence can now be tampered, and that is exactly why the court has now come up to a conclusion that the matter will be heard at 2:30 p.m. on May 27th here at the Jabalpur High Court. In fact, I would also try to speak to Piyush Mishra, who is the senior, Piyush Tiwari, I beg your pardon, who is the senior lawyer, in fact, representing Twisha's family on this behalf. He's currently busy with speaking to other channels, but we'll also speak to Piyush Tiwari, who was in fact representing Twisha Sharma's family in this case. He has mentioned that it is their legal right to ask for adjournment, and the same has been given by the High Court's bench in Jabalpur. Now, Dev Narayan Mishra was the judge. It was a single judge bench that was hearing this petition, and now the matter has been adjourned till May 27th, and this is a big setback for Twisha Sharma's family, because 2 extra days have been given to Giribala Singh, who is not just a prime accused in this case, but there were also allegations that she is not cooperating in this regard. She has remained incooperative throughout the investigation. In fact, Piyush Tiwari joins us on the broadcast. Sir, what happened in the proceeding today? Why was the court adjourned till May 27th? And what is up next for Twisha Sharma's family?
Matter is simply adjourned for 27th and it shall be taken up at 2:30. It is only directed to them to file the response to our application and to the application filed by the state. Nothing else.
What is up next? What will be your line of action appearing on May 27th?
That can only be decided when they will file their response. And on 27th, we will argue the matter, and whatever court will do.
Was Giribala Singh present in the hearing? I am sure not physically, but was she present here virtually?
No, that I don't know. I'm not aware of that.
Thank you so much for speaking to Republic. So this in fact was Piyush Tiwari, a lawyer representing Twisha Sharma's family in this regard. He says that it is their legal right to ask for adjournment, and now the matter has been adjourned till May 27th, and the matter shall again be heard at the Jabalpur High Court at 2:30 p.m. On May 27th. Now this is a setback for Twisha Sharma's family as well as the entire nation that is now seeking justice for Twisha Sharma. Gesu.
Thanks very much for getting us a lowdown on the situation. Now, viewers, in the latest, the High Court in Jabalpur has adjourned the bail cancellation hearing of the ex-judge Giribala Singh. The next date that's been given is 27th of May, so she gets 2 days to file her response. In fact, my colleague Harsh has also spoken to Mrigendra, who is Giribala's lawyer in the case. Listen into what he has to say about this adjournment.
सर, हमको बताइए क्या मांग होगी आपकी अभी आप जब बात गिरिबाला जी का पक्ष रखने के लिए जा रहे हैं अंदर, क्या होगा इस पूरे हियरिंग में, क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, क्या आप अपना साइड रखें?
सीनियर विल आर्ग्यू द मैटर एंड जो भी होगा आपको हम बता देंगे।
बट क्या लाइन ऑफ एक्शन आपको पता होगा आपके एंड से क्या है? गिरिबाला जी, अभी कुछ इनपुट्स ये भी आ रहे थे कि गिरिबाला जी शायद खुद भी अपना मैटर में कॉन्टेस्ट कर सकती हैं।
देखिए, हमें भी आपके न्यूज़ चैनलों के माध्यम से पता चल रहा है कि लॉयर्स ने छोड़ दिया है, केस वापस ले लिया, जबकि ऐसा कुछ है नहीं। जॉर्ज सर पहले भी देख रहे थे, लोकल लॉयर वो हैं, वो अभी भी देख रहे हैं। तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, मैडम की तरफ से लॉयर्स अपेयर होंगे, सीनियर काउंसिल आर्ग्यू करेंगे।
सर मृगेंद्र सिंह जी जो ये केस में का हिस्सा थे, वो अभी हमारी उनसे फ़ोन पे बात हुई है, हमारे पास उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग है, जहाँ पे वो बोल रहे हैं कि उन्होंने समर्थ सिंह को सरेंडर करने के लिए बोला था, जिस वजह से शायद उनका परिवार खुश नहीं था और इसलिए अब वो उनका फ़ोन नहीं उठा रहे और उनका बिल भी नहीं भरा गया है समर्थ सिंह के परिवार से।
इस मामले में नो कमेंट। देखिए वो बेल उनने आर्ग्यू करी थी, वो थे उस टाइम पे, उसमें कोई कमेंट्स करना।
गिरिबाला जी आने वाली हैं यहाँ पर?
लॉयर विल आर्ग्यू ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ।
Viewers, in fact, Republic also managed to speak to the lawyer Mrigendra, who recently excused himself from the case. Let's listen into what his stand is in the entire matter.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. Sir, this is Harsh Trivedi from Republic TV.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Could you please guide me? What made you leave the case? Were there some moral, ethical grounds? What was the primary reason you left the case?
I withdrew his matter. I withdrew the bail. I asked him to surrender. They might not be happy with me. I don't know. They have not spoken to me since that.
Sir, so they asked you to withdraw, or you withdrawed from the case yourself?
I withdrew. I advised them earlier. I have advised them that I should be withdrawing that matter. So that time they said, you decide. And after I withdrew the matter, thereafter they have not spoken to me.
Sir, so basically you asked Samarth to surrender and they were not happy with you saying that?
Yes. I definitely asked him to surrender.
And sir, were there some moral or ethical grounds for you as well when you decided to withdraw?
After I raised my bill, they have not paid my bill. They have not paid my fee.
So they have not even paid your bill. That is what you're saying.
Yes.
And so,
and they have not been speaking to me for last 3 days.
So, have you ever got a chance to also speak to his mother, Giribala Singh?
No. They didn't pick up the call.
Okay.
My juniors called them. They didn't pick up the call.
So they have not even paid your bill, and they were not happy with you asking Samarth to surrender.
Yes.
And
I think so.
And sir, anything on why did Samarth appear before a Sessions Court in Jabalpur when the High Court's order said something completely different?
No, I don't know anything.
So you were not involved in that particular?
No, nothing.
And sir, there is no communication then after, right?
No communication, not at all.
Okay. And sir, anything on Giribala Singh's bail petition? Were you also involved in that?
I will not be appearing because I have no instructions.
Okay, but sir, earlier there were conversations between you and the family that you might also represent Giribala Singh.
Last 3 days, they have not had any conversation with me, and I will not be appearing since I don't have any instructions.
Okay, sir. Sir, anything on what can be done next, because now the investigation might officially be handed over to the CBI. So anything?
That I suggested them that you should also file an application, a petition in the High Court for CBI investigation.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much for speaking to the public, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening in Assam. The Assam government has tabled a bill on the Uniform Civil Code seeking to ban polygamy and also make registration of live-in relationships absolutely compulsory. Now, Assam's Parliamentary Affairs Minister Atul Bora introduced the UCC Bill 2026 in the 126-member Assembly on behalf of Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. Now, in fact, Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma made this a forefront of his campaign during the elections, where he said that if the BJP and if Himanta Biswa Sarma is brought back to power, then UCC will be implemented in the state. In fact, let's listen into the Parliamentary Affairs Minister of the state, Atul Bora, who has also tabled the bill, on the floor of the Assembly.
Honorable CM is not here today. He left for Delhi. He's coming. On behalf of the Chief Minister, I have tabled UCC today in the House. And our Honorable Chief Minister, he committed that if he comes to power, if MDA comes to power, it will table in the first session. And that has happened today.
In fact, my colleague Aniruddha joins us on the broadcast to get us more details into the matter. Aniruddha, speak to us about the details. You know, the UCC will obviously fare well through the floor of the assembly. The BJP is in majority. But what are the discussions that have taken place as of now? Is the bill being faced by any opposition at all on the assembly floor? Aniruddha.
Yes, the Congress party has definitely stated that they will be opposing the UCC, and it has been also slammed by the Congress's move of opposing the UCC in Assam has been slammed by the BJP as well, and BJP has to say that the Congress party is only doing so for the minority appeasement, or particularly the appeasement of the Bangladeshi Muslim vote bank that they have. If we closely have a look on the provisions that has been made in the Uniform Civil Code Assam Bill 2026, which has also been already passed by the cabinet, and after that it is being tabled here and it will be debated in the House on May 27th. This bill proposes a uniform civil legal framework for all the residents of the state, and particularly 4 aspects have been dealt very strongly. One is banning polygamy. Second one is abolishing child marriage. Third one is bringing in strict regulation as far as live-in relationships are concerned. And fourthly, the succession right of women. Many women in many, particularly among the minorities, they don't have the right of succession. So now with this UCC, the BJP is trying to bring in a succession law, which from now onwards, if someone doesn't follow the succession norm, then there will be a strict punishment or penalty. Likewise, as far as live-in relationships are concerned, in civil relationships also, now after passing of the Uniform Civil Code Bill Assam 2026, the registration of live-in relationships will be mandatory in the state, and also if someone decides to step out of a live-in relationship, then it will have to be mutual. And that too also needs to be notified. And in some cases, as far as live-in relationships are concerned, there will be also, strict norms and procedures which have to be followed. Apart from this, uniformity has also been brought in for marriages, like 21 years for boys and 18 years for girls. However, as mentioned very clearly in this bill, in the introduction of the bill, the scheduled tribe communities has been exempted, and all the customary laws, this is very important because, there are many communities in Assam, tribal communities particularly, who practices customary law. Customary laws are exempted from the purview of this bill. However, all the religious laws, that will be null and void once this bill is passed.
So all the religious differences over the laws of marriage, divorce, and even live-in relationships will be null and void. That's what my colleague Aniruddha gets in. And of course, there's no doubt that the bill will pass through fairly easily through the floor of the assembly because the BJP cabinet is in absolute majority. Now, viewers, shifting focus and taking a look at what's happening in Karnataka. Huge rifts between the Congress's senior leadership back in the capital Delhi and Karnataka's Congress unit, especially Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who is set to leave for New Delhi at 7 p.m. today, along with his cabinet, for a meeting with the Congress High Command. Now remember, according to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, he says that he's been summoned by the Congress senior leadership to come to New Delhi for an urgent meeting. And he also goes on to say that he has zero idea for what this meeting is going to entail, what this meeting is about. So once again, this goes on to show major rifts, major communication rifts as well, in between the Congress senior leadership back in the capital, New Delhi, and also Congress's Chief Minister in Karnataka, who's been incumbent for so many years and has been representing the party, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Now let's listen in to Karnataka Chief Minister and what he has to reveal on him being summoned to the national capital.
I am invited to Delhi. Tomorrow there is a meeting by 11 o'clock. I don't know the subject. But I am invited. Last night, Mr. Venugopal called me and intimated me the date and meeting. Speculations are always there.
In fact, my colleague Abhishek from Republic's Kannada newsroom joins us on the matter. Abhishek, give us a background of what these shocks might look like. We're expecting Rahul Gandhi to be there. Of course, Arjun Kharge could be there too. But, the Chief Minister says that he's been summoned and he has no idea for why that's happened. So get us the details of what this looks like.
The latest development is that not only Chief Minister Siddaramaiah but also DCM, the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has also received a call from the High Command stating that these leaders will have to be present at the Congress office or the headquarters of the Congress tomorrow morning at 11 for a high-level meeting which might be attended by Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Randeep Singh Surjewala, K.C. Venugopal, along with various other core community members of the Congress party at this point of time. Not to forget Mallikarjuna Kharge is the AICC president who had previously mentioned that it is the High Command who will decide if CM Siddaramaiah will have to step down from the chair of Chief Minister and make way for DCM D.K. Shivkumar to be throned as the Chief Minister. On the other hand, it was K.N. Rajana, the former Minister of Karnataka government, who had mentioned that there will be a rift in the government in the month of November 2025, indirectly mentioning the fact that there might be leadership change or the cabinet might be reshuffled in the month of November 2025, after which the High Command made sure that K.N. Rajana steps down from his position as a minister. Now that we are in 2026 May, the High Command of Congress might have finally decided that the full stop has to be brought at this point of time, because they are probably witnessing another election in the state of Karnataka in the next 2 years, and they've also clearly seen after the elections in the 5 states, Congress has lost its majority in various other states in the last couple of elections, and this is why they might be wanting to make sure that the Karnataka's voters wouldn't get out from the Congress party. And at this point of time, and this might be a crucial time where the High Command of the party decides if CM Siddaramaiah will have to continue in the same position or will he have to make way for any other leader other than D.K. Shivkumar or any other person whom the High Command might indicate. We've also been informed by CM Siddaramaiah that he doesn't know the meeting's agenda. This might be a clear political strategy of CM Siddaramaiah to make sure that the news doesn't reach out to any other public, to make sure that the government is the government is functioning smoothly and there is no difference between D.K. Shivkumar and CM Siddaramaiah. But various other ministers in the Karnataka government have mentioned that this meeting is only political and might be one of the highest level meetings to make sure that the changes, or if any changes is going to happen, will be decided in tomorrow's meeting. So we are awaiting the response from the High Command as well. However, when Randeep Singh Surjewala was addressing a press meet at the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee's office, he didn't want to comment on this particular issue because he wanted to only talk about the price rise of the petrol and the diesel, but he didn't want to comment anything on the leadership change or the cabinet reshuffle. But CM Siddaramaiah has hinted in the press meet itself, if any questions has to be placed in front of me, it is better that you ask Randeep Singh Surjewala because he is a part of the High Command. So indirectly hinting that there might be a political change in the next couple of days, and this might be decided after tomorrow's high-level meeting, which is about to happen at 11 in the morning. Gezu.
Right, Abhishek. In fact, that is a detailed lowdown. In fact, we're also just learning in that the Deputy Chief Minister has also now been officially summoned by the Congress party, like you said. In fact, just a few moments back, he had sort of raised some contentions, and he said that in case he is summoned, he will also go to Delhi. So at 7 p.m. today, when Chief Minister Siddaramaiah takes his flight, we can also expect D.K. Shivkumar along with the cabinet to, sort of accompany him to come to Delhi, because they've all been summoned by the Congress High Command. Now, viewers, shifting focus to another breaking development that we're getting in, and this comes in with connection to Dawood Ibrahim's aide, the drug kingpin Salim Dola, who's been arrested earlier. Now, Mumbai Crime Branch is all set to take the custody of Dawood Ibrahim's aide, Salim Dola, who was questioned for about 2 weeks by the Mumbai Crime Branch in connection with the Sangli drugs case. Now, in the latest, Dola's suspected involvement in the Mysuru drug manufacturing network is also under intense scanner. Now, as authorities probe his larger role in interstate narcotics operations, another development comes through after 2 weeks of scrutiny straight. Now, Salim Dola, Dawood Ibrahim's key aide and the drug kingpin will also be questioned in relation with Mysuru drug manufacturing case. Now, Meenakshi, my colleague, joins us from Mumbai to get us more details into the matter. Meenakshi, we're seeing more developments in respect to Salim Dola. He's going to be taken into custody by the Mumbai Crime Branch. And not just that, now another drug link has come to fore after Singla. It's the Mysuru drug manufacturing that he's going to be under scanner for. Meenakshi.
That's absolutely right. You have rightly mentioned Salim Dola was earlier questioned for nearly 2 weeks by the Mumbai Crime Branch in the Sangli drug case, and investigators are now focusing on his alleged role links with the Mysuru-based drug manufacturing racket and his possible role in the larger conspiracy, larger narcotic syndicates. And today, Mumbai Crime Branch Unit 7 produced Salim Dola before a court in connection with the same case. And following the hearing, the court remanded him to judicial custody. And crime branch officials suspect that further interrogation could reveal major links, connection with the drug networks of Salim Dola. And investigators are also probing the financial trial, supply chain, and the identities of alleged handlers and suppliers associated with the operation. And Salim Dola, who is believed to be a close aide of Dawood Ibrahim and agency, suspects organized crime links in the expanding narcotic investigation. So it's not only in Sangli, also Mysuru drug link is connected with Salim Dola, and several states drug trafficking, also drug links are connected to the Salim Dola. And now investigators believe that Salim Dola could reveal major links with other drug network also. So this is very important for today. Back to studio.
Right, Meenakshi, thanks for getting us a lowdown on the situation, and of course we'll closely keep tracking the case. We also tracked the case when he was brought back from Turkey, from Istanbul, using an Interpol direction that was issued by the Mumbai police. For now, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side. And in fact, the top court has also slammed the key accused, ex-judge Giribala, over remaining uncooperative in the probe in Twisha's unnatural death case. Getting you all the details, stay tuned.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen,
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Madhya Pradesh High Court adjourns Giribala's bail hearing to the 27th of May. She gets 2 days' time to file her response. Chief Justice of India-led Supreme Court bench concludes hearing the Twisha's unnatural death case. CBI team to head to Bhopal today to take over Twisha's case. The CBI team will also take full custody of Samarth and re-register the first information report. Top court slams accused Giribala over remaining uncooperative with the probe and giving interviews to the media. Republic accesses more details of Samarth's questioning, a police probing who shielded him for 10 straight days. Viewers, now getting in a breaking development from Tamil Nadu. The three AIADMK MLAs have now resigned from the party and their seats after CV Shanmugam faction supporters met the Assembly Speaker JCD Prabhakar. Now this is big, another split that comes in from the AIADMK. 3 more people have left the party. They've absolutely officially put down their papers. Now the resignations have reduced the AIADMK's strength in the Tamil Nadu Assembly floor to just about 44 MLAs. Now remember, the principal opposition party is seeing more and more divides and rifts after MLAs deflect and choose to join the TVK. Now the three legislators have joined the TVK and also met Minister Adav Arjuna, who is from the TVK, as part of their formal induction into the party, into Vijay's newly formed party that took Tamil Nadu by a surprise, sweep the elections and left the DMK and the AIADMK completely stunned. Now major rifts that are coming in between AIADMK, they continue as three more party MLAs resign to join hands with the TVK. In fact, my colleague Sarda has also spoken to people, to political leaders in the MLAs about this defection. Listen in to what they have to say.
All 5 members meeting press peoples in front of people. Says our.
Is the party going to be continuing under the leadership of Edapadi now? 3 of them have joined TVK. Now,
No. All 5 members meeting press peoples in front of people. Says our.
Is the party going to be continuing under the leadership of Edapadi now? 3 of them have joined TVK. Now,
No.
In fact, Sarda, my colleague who also spoke to OS Manian, joins us on the phone line to get us more details into the matter. Sarda, what exactly are we looking at? The AIADMK has been reduced to just 44 seats on the floor of the State Assembly. That is not looking good for the AIADMK. And these people who are resigning from the party continue to join the TVK. Sarda.
Well, AIADMK initially had 47 MLAs, but now 3 of them have resigned and 3 have joined TVK, and they met Adav Arjuna in the Secretariat after resigning from their MLA position. So now 44 MLAs in the AIADMK, but to remind our audience, we know that there is a split in the AIADMK where 25 of them support the TVK, out of which 3 have now resigned and joined the TVK as MLA. So apart from Trichy East, it is also 3 other constituencies that will go into by-election in the next 6 months. That includes the 3 MLAs who just resigned from the party of AIADMK. So apart from Trichy East, where Vijay is resigning, there will also be Maduranthakam, Perendurai and Tarapuram, where the 3 MLAs who have now resigned and joined the TVK party from the CV Shanmugam and the SP Velumani factors. So Maragadam Kumaravel, Jayakumar and Satyabama have decided to leave the AIADMK, stating that the party is not fit for them anymore and have joined the TVK. So now, what comes more is the AIADMK split factor. 5 of them also met the speaker and have extended support to the EPS. So
you know, Sarda, you also spoke to the senior party leadership, including AIADMK, OS Manian. Speak to us about the details of what they have to say about these defections that are coming back to back. They've reduced the party's strength on the floor of the State Assembly to just 44 situation. That is really going to put AIADMK exactly where the TVK said, out of the political arena altogether.
Well, a very tough time for the party of the AIADMK. While the AIADMK General Secretary points out that it was one of the strongest party under Jayalalitha, is now crumbling into pressure with the members and the cadres of the party having difference of opinion and with the leadership not taking stern decisions. Initially, CV Shanmugam factors and SP Velumani also pointed out, telling that the Edapadi Palaniswamy had talks with the DMK going on for an alliance without letting the TVK come to power, and that's initially where all the problems started, where the MLAs tried to extend their support to the TVK and did not want to join hands with the DMK. Now, the question comes with an unnatural alliance if the AIADMK and the DMK joins, that the people will not happy, and that even if Jayalalitha and MGR would not agree, the party founders would not agree for this kind of cooperation that the AIADMK leader Edapadi K. Palaniswamy.
Kolkata, where police has reached outside the residence of Abhishek Banerjee. That's a big breaking news development coming in from Kolkata. With the changed circumstances now, Kolkata police right outside Abhishek Banerjee's residence. We'll have to see whether this is in connection with the various notices that were given to Abhishek Banerjee in connection with the number of properties that were there in his name, 42 at some by some accounts. And these are pictures of Kolkata police personnel at the residence of Abhishek Banerjee. We'll try and connect with our reporters on the ground and, in fact, our Bangla newsroom also. In fact, we have a reporter. Can we cut to the audio of the reporter? I can translate.
এমনটা কিন্তু কলকাতা পুলিশের পক্ষ থেকে জানানো হচ্ছে।
Our sister channel, our Bangla, reporting live from outside the residence of Abhishek Banerjee in Kolkata. And seems like a search is going on because this posse of policemen are standing outside 188A Shanti Niketan, reach the residence address. Whether some cops are already inside or whether these are the only cops and they are asking some questions to the attendant. Seems some exchange going on. If we can cut to it. If we can cut to it. Some exchange, some inquiries going on. Okay, let's listen to it.
আগেই একজন বেরিয়ে এলেন বাড়ি থেকে এবং তাকে তার সঙ্গে পুলিশ আধিকারিকরা কথা বললেন এবং ভেতরে যারা রয়েছে তাদের পারমিশন নিয়ে তাদেরকে জানানোর পরে সেই সমস্ত আসবাবপত্রগুলো কিন্তু এখান থেকে নিয়ে যাওয়া হবে। ফলত অপেক্ষা করছেন এই মুহূর্তে কলকাতা পুলিশ আধিকারিকরা বাইরে অপেক্ষা করছেন, ভেতর থেকে কি উত্তর আসে সেদিকে তারা তাকিয়ে রয়েছেন এবং পুলিশ কিন্তু এখান থেকে তাদের আসবাবপত্রগুলো যেগুলো রয়েছে সেগুলো কিন্তু নিয়ে যাবেনি, এমনটা কিন্তু তাদের পক্ষ থেকে জানানো হচ্ছে।
একেবারে ইন্দ্রাশিস, তুমি আমাদের সঙ্গে থাকো। এই মুহূর্তে আমরা যে ছবি
All right, it seems some search is going on, some inquiry going on, and the attendant was asking with what permission are you coming in, but this seems like a big posse of policemen, about 15 of them, and they seem to be there, and going by their body language, it seems that they're going to be around for a while, they're not going back. Mid-level, junior level officers. We'll have to see whether they're accompanied by some senior, whether there is an ongoing search, whether this is just some kind of inquiry. We'll connect with Kishalay.
তারই মাঝখানে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি কলকাতা পুলিশের টিম তারা কিন্তু শান্তিনিকেতনে চলে এসেছেন এবং তাদের যে সমস্ত আসবাবপত্রগুলো রয়েছে সেই সমস্ত জিনিসগুলোকে কিন্তু এখান থেকে নিয়ে যাওয়া হবে বলেই এখনো পর্যন্ত কলকাতা পুলিশের পক্ষ থেকে জানানো হচ্ছে।
একেবারে ইন্দ্রাশিস, তুমি লাগাতার যে ছবিটা দেখাচ্ছ, একাধিক আসবাবপত্র বাড়ির ভেতরে রয়েছে, টিভি রয়েছে।
Okay, we are still awaiting details of why these policemen, these cops are at the residence of Abhishek Banerjee. We have our Bangla reporter, in fact, reporting outside from the place where this is happening as we speak. And Abhishek Banerjee's residence there, there was a time just a fortnight ago when the cops would not dare come that side, even if there were some legitimate inquiries to be done, investigations to be done. And now it seems the cops in a change circumstance.
We see that the police constable are sitting in front of the Abhishek Banerjee's house, and the Kolkata police a big team. Kolkata police a big team is reached at the Abhishek Banerjee house. So Vijay Somnath Pal.
We'll try and connect with our colleagues in the Bangla newsroom in Kolkata for more details. But as of now, the only thing we can confirm is that search or inquiry operation is going on at the residence of Trinamool leader, effectively number 2 in the Trinamool setup, and nephew of former Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, Abhishek Banerjee. Abhishek Banerjee has many probes going on against him, including that of Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation in the coal mining scam, for example, among others. There are a couple of more, and in the latest instance, we have seen cases getting filed against Abhishek Banerjee for inciting communal tension. And in fact, the kind of comments he had made just before the elections.
Hello.
Okay, no, then we come out of this and we go to it later when we get a voice to explain what exactly is happening. All right, coming out of that, we'll go back to the Kolkata story just in a bit when we have our reporters there coming live with us from Kolkata to Karnataka, where Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has said or announced that he's all set to leave for New Delhi at 7:30 p.m. tonight for a meeting with the Congress High Command. And according to sources familiar with the developments during his visit, Siddaramaiah is expected to meet senior party leaders including Rahul Gandhi, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, and AICC General Secretary K.C. Venugopal. And this is in connection with the off and on change of leadership speculation that keeps happening in Karnataka in the tug of war between Siddaramaiah and his number 2 DK Shivkumar, who's been snapping at Siddaramaiah's heels for a while now. In fact, just some time back, the two leaders were together. They spoke about their impending Delhi visit. They are coming together along with some other cabinet ministers. Let's listen to them.
I am invited to Delhi. Tomorrow there is a meeting by 11 o'clock. I don't know the subject. But I am invited. Last night, Mr. Venugopal called me and intimated me the date and meeting. Speculations are always there.
ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
All right, coming out of that, Siddaramaiah there admitting that there is a speculation, of course, but he does not know why he has been called. Now to Kashmir. From Kolkata to Karnataka to Kashmir, the K bulletin, as it is turning out in Kashmir, reports coming in that about 300 tourists were stranded mid-air after the Gulmarg gondola service developed a technical fault and got stuck. These are pictures of the administration mobilizing disaster response and rescue efforts there by the disaster management teams. They seem to be carrying ladders to bring the people down. The gondola as such is not very high from the ground, but it's still hanging like a trolley being carried on ropes. There's a ropeway that it is in Gulmarg, a very famous one, and it's got stuck. It stopped, and we'll connect with Zeenat, Zishan or Erawat in a bit and try to find out exact status of the situation. In fact, we have Zeenat joining us over the phone for more on this. Zeenat, what's the latest you can share about this incident? How long have the tourists been struck? When did this happen? And have rescue operations started?
The rescue operations, Abhishek, are underway because the hundreds of the tourists were stranded aboard after the largest cable car in South Asia at the Gulmarg Resort in the North Kashmir. This developed a technical problem or a technical snag. We say the operation of both the phases here in the Gulmarg gondola was suspended following the malfunctioning. In fact, the hundreds of the tourists were seen earlier. They were enjoying this ride, but later the rescue operations were carried by the Indian Army, the SDRF, NDRF, and all those who were the part of the restoration work on the cable system, which is going on at present. There has been a tweet that has come from Umar Abdullah also that he is monitoring. He is monitoring the situation. himself as far as the Gulmarg technical flag is concerned, although this is not the first time where the technical flag was developed. Earlier also we have seen such flags, but this time it's been raining in the Kashmir Valley, and there is already a rush at the tourist spots because of the summer. This is one of the famous tourist destination where the people come.
Famous tourist destination where the people come for the gondola ride. Although the rescue operation has been covered, but now the teams are working for the restoration of the services as far as the gondola is concerned.
Zinat, so you're suggesting that all 300 tourists who were stranded mid-air have been pulled down safely, brought back to ground safely, and that now the issue is just about getting the whole thing started again?
Yes, absolutely, Abhishek. There has not been any report of the injury or the casualty as far as the rescue operations that were conducted by the district administration of Baramulla along with the joint security forces. All the tourists who were enjoying this cable car ride, they have been evacuated safely. They were all taken to the safer places where we see the administration have pumped into the services. Omar Abdullah himself has confirmed on the X handle that he is also monitoring the situation and the technical snag. They are trying to rectify the malfunctioning that had taken place. But yes, this is the second, almost in the last couple of months, we are seeing another snag that has developed at the gondola, the cable car, which is one of the largest in the South Asia.
All right, thank you so much, Zinat, with those update. We are in fact getting more visuals from the Gulmarg gondola, which was stuck and due to a technical snag. New pictures of relief and rescue, even as Zinat suggests, is informed that all the 300 plus tourists who were stranded have been brought down safely, that thankfully none of them is injured, and that the focus now is on making sure that the gondola rides start again soon. All right, coming out of Kashmir and down south again to Madurai, where a 17-year-old boy named Kubendran was hacked to death by a gang of 5 late last night near the municipal corporation car parking facility on North Avani Mula Street, adjacent to the Meenakshi Amman temple. The attackers, identified as Muthu Mani along with his younger brother Raj, Satish Kumar, Hari Krishnan and Muthu Kumar, arrived on 2 motorcycles around midnight and chased down Kubendran before repeatedly hacking him. He died on this spot. The incident stemmed from a revenge plot by Muthu Mani, who was still recovering from injuries sustained in a mutual assault with Kubendran during last month's Chitirai festival. Vilakkuthun police have registered a murder case, launched a manhunt for the absconding gang based on CCTV footage, and sent the body for post-mortem at Madurai Government Rajaji Hospital. Local residents have alleged that antisocial elements frequently indulge in alcohol and drug consumption in shops within the corporation-run parking area, urging intensified police patrolling in the high-security temple zone to curb such law and order issues. Sharda, in fact, joins us over the phone for more on this. Sharda, this seems like a personal rivalry between 2 gangs spanning out and leading to the death of Kubendran by these killing of Kubendran by these attackers. What the latest you can share in terms of the probe that police has launched?
A 17-year-old was murdered in Madurai last night, and this comes after the fight between 2 boys unraveled 2 months ago during the Chitrai festival that happened in Madurai. So now this particular murder investigation done by the police points out, stating that if it is a personal, even if it is a personal situation, the Vilakkuthun police arrived at the scene and said that it was from the same localities that both Muthu Mani and Kubendran lived in, and that the assault attacked by each other was over a personal issue. So following that, Muthumani has hatched a plot with 5 other men to kill Kubendran last night when he was alone at the Meenakshi Amman temple car parking. Following this, the police has also recovered the youth's body, and during the investigation, it's been revealed by the public living in that area that the individuals who come there are engaging in various illegal activities that include consuming alcohol or narcotics right outside the temple, and have said that it is a constant law and order issue problem in and around the area of the temple where Madurai Meenakshi temple is located. It's supposed to be a highly intensified surveillance operation should be in place to make sure that illegal activities do not happen, because it's a high security zone, because Madurai is a temple town and the number of tourists coming to the place is very high. Keeping that in mind now, the police have launched the investigation, and they are looking for all the 5 who are involved in this particular case.
All right. Thank you so much, Sharda, for joining us with all these details on this story from Madurai. Murder most foul. All right, moving on. Fuel prices have been hiked yet again, 4th time in the last fortnight by the government, of course, because of the fuel crisis that's panning out in front of us due to the ongoing Iran war and its fallout on the supply chains, global supply chains of oil and gas supply. In fact, we have more details on this development as to where things stand for petrol and gas prices across the cities in the country. Let's have a look.
A fresh fuel hike has now hit Indian consumers. Petrol and diesel prices have been hiked for the 4th time in a fortnight. Petrol prices have gone up by rupees 2.61 per litre, while diesel prices have been hiked by rupees 2.71 per litre. With the latest hike, the cumulative price hike now nears rupees 8 in the last 14 days.
For the 4th time in last 10 days, the fuel prices have hiked across the country, and the hit has also come to the consumers in Jammu and Kashmir. Here the fuel prices have surpassed the 100 marks for the petrol. Petrol is now being sold at 104 rupees and 30 paisa with a hike of 2 rupees and 71 paisa. And if we speak of the diesel, the situation of the diesel is that the per litre diesel is 92 rupees and 81 paisa. That has seen a spike of 2 rupees and 69 paisa.
The petrol prices in Delhi have now crossed rupees 100 as the price now stands at rupees 102.12 per litre, while diesel prices reaching 95.20 per litre. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, petrol prices have skyrocketed to about rupees 111.21 per litre. Petrol and diesel prices in Kolkata have also reached rupees 113.51 and rupees 99.82 respectively.
सर, जब घर से आए थे पता था कि जो फ्यूल का प्राइस हाइक हुआ है?
नहीं, हमें नहीं पता था।
2 रुपये 71 पैसे बढ़ा है। दिक्कत होती है आम आदमी को?
हाँ, होती तो है, फर्क तो पड़ेगा ही ना, पर क्या करें, पीछे से बाहर के कारण और उसी के कारण हो रहा है ये।
परेशानी तो है ही है, रेट का कम होना चाहिए।
अभी किस तरह से गुजारा हो रहा है?
बहुत मुश्किल है, 200 रुपये 100 रुपया लीटर ऊपर हो गया, मुश्किल ही है बहुत।
As global oil certainty continues, the question on everyone's mind right now, whether this is the final hike or only the beginning.
All right, with that, we slip into a short break, but coming up on the other side, how the topmost court of the country has slammed accused Giribala Singh for speaking out of turn, giving interviews to media and remaining uncooperative with the police probe in the Twisha death case. Short break coming up on the other side.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Ishita Mitra on Republic TV. Now, viewers, Giribala's bail hearing has now been adjourned to May 27, giving her exactly 2 days to file her response. Getting you all the updates on that on the other side. But first up, a quick check at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. High Court adjourns Giribala's bail hearing to May 27. Giribala gets 2 days to file her response. CJI-led Supreme Court bench concludes the hearing in Twisha Sharma case. CBI team to head to Bhopal today to take over Twisha's case. CBI team to also take custody of Samarth Singh and re-register the FIR. Top court slams accused Giribala over remaining uncooperative with the probe and giving interviews to the media. Republic accesses more details of Samarth's questioning, police probing who shielded Samarth for 10 days. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour. Now, Delhi Gymkhana Club has moved Delhi High Court against the central government's order to vacate about 27.3-acre premises. Now, the government in fact had ordered Gymkhana Club to leave their premises by June 5th. And on this, Delhi Gymkhana Club has now approached the Delhi High Court against the central government's order directing it to vacate the 27.3-acre premises in Lutyens, Delhi by June 5th. Now, the plea in fact was mentioned before Justice Avnish Jingan by senior advocate Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who sought urgent hearing in the case. Now, the judge agreed, in fact, to list the case for the hearing on May 26th, that's tomorrow, and the plea has now been filed by Gymkhana Club. All right, in fact, we're getting some more developments in this case now. The Delhi Gymkhana Club is now seeking an urgent hearing in the case, and they've approached the High Court against the central government's order, which asked them to vacate the premises, the entire 27.3-acre premises by June 5th. Now, on this order, in fact, the Gymkhana Club moved to High Court, and on this, we also have a reaction coming in from Kiran Bedi. Let's take a listen.
मैं 14 साल की उम्र से जिमखाना क्लब में खेलने आती थी अमृतसर में, सो मेरी बहुत सारी मेमोरीज हैं इसमें, और वो एक बड़ा ज़बरदस्त अच्छा स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स है। वो सिर्फ क्लब ही नहीं है, सबको जोड़ता ही नहीं है, बहुत ज़बरदस्त सीनियर सिटीजन्स भी वहीं उन्हीं का घर भी है। सो मैं उस एंगल से करा था कि इसमें बहुत सारे लोगों की मेमोरीज भी हैं और एक बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग स्पोर्ट्स सेंटर भी है, और जो टेनिस के लॉन्स हैं जिमखाना में वो एशिया के बेस्ट लॉन्स हैं। लॉन टेनिस में जिमखाना एक्चुअली आफ्टर कलकत्ता साउथ क्लब ये लॉन्स उससे भी बेटर थे। सो मैं 14 साल की उम्र से अमृतसर से आती थी खेलने, सो मेरी मेमोरीज़ 14 साल से जुड़ी हुई हैं जिमखाना क्लब से, इसलिए मुझे एक परेशानी हुई कि अब क्लब बंद हो जाएगी क्या।
All right, my colleague Saurabh now joins me on this. Saurabh, Delhi Gymkhana Club has now moved to High Court against the central government's eviction order. Give us more details about this.
Yes, Ashita, Delhi Gymkhana Club have moved to the Delhi High Court against the order of the central government, which told the Gymkhana Club to vacate its 27.5-acre premises, which is situated in the national capital. And this club is situated at 2 Safdarjung Road, which is just beside the Prime Minister's house. And after this notice was served to the Gymkhana Club, their 600 workers and the members of the Gymkhana Club were gripped into the anxiety, and there was a tense environment there, as they are under a lot of pressure of losing their livelihood, and the Gymkhana Club members will lose their long-serving club, which is an exclusive club, and it is also a sports institution where these members could go and play sports. And now the Delhi Gymkhana Club members have moved to the High Court, and a senior advocate, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, will fight this case, and the matter is listed for Tuesday. And this Gymkhana Club has a long history, and it was built in 1913, back in the British era. And now the BJP government is claiming that this is a big step of the Modi government against the colonial development.
Nirmala Sitharaman, in fact, right now speaking on the LPG situation across the country. Let's cut across to that.
Marketing companies, because they are the ones who are procuring and selling. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, in fact, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman giving a reaction on the fourth fuel price hike which came in today, which led to about ₹2 price increase in petrol as well as diesel. All right, viewers, we're getting some breaking news development from Jammu and Kashmir now. About 300 tourists were stranded mid-air after the Gulmarg gondola service developed a technical fault in northern part of the Kashmir Valley. Now, this in fact triggered a large-scale operation involving army, police and local administration. About 300 tourists were stranded mid-air after this technical snag hit the gondola service. As you can see, they were trapped inside these car cables and they had to be rescued. It was a large-scale operation carried out by army, police and the local administration. In fact, women and children were also involved, which were rescued after a large-scale operation. In fact, the government has given a reaction on this. Umar Abdullah said that the government continues to closely monitor the situation and he is assured that all the cabins and stranded tourists are safe and trained teams are carrying out the rescue operation, so there is no need to panic. Now, that's the statement coming in from Umar Abdullah, who says that the government on the ground continues to monitor all the developments and trained teams are involved in the rescue operation, so there is essentially no need to panic. In fact, viewers, this comes as an accident unfolded in the Gulmarg Valley. This is where a technical snag hit the gondola service in Gulmarg area, leading to about 300 tourists getting stranded in these car cables. Now, this triggered a massive operation, a massive rescue operation carried out by the army, police, as well as the local administration. The government on the ground continues to monitor the situation and trained teams, in fact, are involved in the rescue operation. One message coming in from Umar Abdullah at the moment that there is no need to panic. All right, my colleague Zeenat also joins you with more details on this. Zeenat, take us through what exactly unfolded, how these 300 tourists got stranded due to a technical snag hitting the gondola service.
See, as you said, there has been a technical snag as far as the Gulmarg gondola cable car is concerned, and the situation is being monitored both by the LG of Jammu and Kashmir along with the Chief Minister. Chief Minister has tweeted about it, monitoring the situation. Meanwhile, LG Manoj Sinha has also directed the DGP Nalan Prabhat to proceed towards the site as the rescue operation has been concluded. And the rescue operation, there was some 300 tourists who got stuck in mid-air after the technical snag. There was a malfunctioning in the entire system that created panic in the area, but we've been seeing the machinery, the district administration, from the DCs to the Tehsildars to the joint forces from the army, CRP of police. We've been seeing the SDRF, in fact, the locals, the trekkers who are that part of this entire operation. There were some 300 tourists who got stuck in North Kashmir's Baramulla's gondola. The gondola is located in Gulmarg, which is a tourist resort or the ski resort, ski destination during the winters. We have seen the winter carnivals or the ski-related functions are usually held at this place, and people in the summer come for the gondola ride, which is one of the biggest attraction at this tourist spot. There was a technical snag that was witnessed earlier, and with the result that there was a panic in the area. Some 300 tourists were on board. And the moment it was noticed there is a malfunctioning in the entire system, the rescue operation was launched. Meanwhile, both the offices, LG administration as well as the Chief Minister's Secretariat, CM's office, is monitoring the situation, and also have been, we are picking from the sources that there has been no injury or the casualty as far as this incident in the Gulmarg, North Kashmir is concerned. There have been 300 tourists that got stuck, and the rescue operation were also conducted both by the joint forces and the civil district administration. There is a situation that is being continuously monitoring, or also the technical teams are working.
So the big takeaway right now that all the 300 tourists have been rescued safely, and of course the probe into what exactly caused this continues. Thank you so much, Zeenat, for joining us and giving us all the details. And now, viewers, another dowry death has been reported from Jaipur. It is creating outrage, and rightly so, as once again, after new evidence has surfaced. Now, Anu Meena died by suicide. Her family claims that she was constantly harassed and abused by her husband, Gautam Meena, a PWD executive engineer. Now, the CCTV footage, mobile videos and messages are being examined by the police at the moment, and the family says that Anu had repeatedly told them that she feared for her life. Here are more details. Take a look.
Anu died by suicide on April 7 in Jaipur. Her family says she had been facing mental and physical torture for a really long time by her husband Gautam Meena. According to Anu's mother, she often called the family crying and asking for help.
7 बजे दिन में फोन आया था, बोले मम्मी बच्चे कैसे हैं? मैं अच्छे हैं बच्चे, तू कब तक आ रही है? बोली मम्मी मैं शाम तक आ जाऊंगी, लेट भी हो सकती हूँ, बच्चों को खाना खिला देना। मैं को ठीक है, मैं बच्चों को खाना वाना खिला दिए। 7 बजे फोन आया, 7 बजे फोन आते ही बोले मम्मी मेरे को बचा लो, मम्मी मेरे को बचा लो। मैं बोली तू चुप हो के बता तो सही तेरे साथ हुआ क्या? वो रोती रही रोती। अरे मैं बोली तू चुप हो एक बार, मेरे को सच तो बता तेरे साथ होगा क्या? बोला मम्मी क्यों कामाली के साथ अप्रैल चल रहा है गौतम जी का, मेरे को पता ही नहीं चला।
The family claims Gautam was addicted to alcohol and regularly fought with Anu over dowry and physically assaulted her many times. According to the complaint, on March 3rd, Gautam allegedly broke the television, spat on Anu's face in front of the children, beat her up with a shoe and tried to hit her head against a gas cylinder. Videos and CCTV footage of the incident were recorded. On March 13, Gautam locked Anu inside a room and left the kitchen gas open, putting her life in danger. The next morning, another person had to open the locked room. Despite all this, Anu continued to face threats and mental torture. Then, on April 7, Anu turned the LPG gas regulator and locked herself inside the room. She was later found dead due to suffocation.
अभी सीसीटीवी फुटेज परिवार के पास ही था, उन्होंने हमें उपलब्ध कराया। ओरिजिनल डीवीआर हमने सीज कर लिया है, उसे भी हम एफएसएल के लिए भेज देंगे। आरोपी से अभी अनुसंधान कुछ भी नहीं हो पाया है, उसकी तलाश जारी है।
The police and forensic teams inspected the house after the incident and recovered videos and evidences from Anu's phone as important evidence in the case, as the family demands strict action against the husband and the in-laws.
All right, viewers, now let's take a look as to what's happening in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, 3 AIADMK MLAs, Margadam, Jaykumar and Satyabama, resigned from the party and their seats after CV Shanmugam faction supporters met Assembly Speaker JCD Prabhakar. Now, the resignations have reduced the AIADMK's strength in the Tamil Nadu Assembly to just about 44 MLAs. And 3 legislators have now joined TVK instead and met Minister Adhav Arjuna as part of their formal induction into the party. So it is a big setback for AIADMK as 3 MLAs have now resigned from their party and switched sides to the ruling TVK. In fact, we also have a reaction coming in from the ground. Let's take a listen.
All 5 members meeting press peoples in front of people says our
Is the party going to be continuing under the leadership of Edapadi? Now, 3 of them have joined TVK. Now, AIADMK has
No. All 5 members meeting press peoples in front of people says our
Is the party going to be continuing under the leadership of Edapadi? Now, 3 of them have joined TVK. Now, AIADMK has
No.
All right, viewers, we're looking at a big setback for AIADMK in Tamil Nadu. Now, 3 of the MLAs, in fact, have resigned from the party and switching sides to the ruling TVK, in fact. So it is a big setback for the AIADMK as 3 of their MLAs have now been officially inducted into TVK. My colleague Shada also joins me with more details on this. Shada, take us through this, this setback for AIADMK, where 3 of the MLAs have, switched their sides to TVK now.
The 3 AIADMK MLAs who were part of the SP Velumani and the CV Shanmugam factor, who extended their support to TVK and Vijay to form the government during the protest, have now given a formal resignation to the Speaker, stating that they would like to resign as the MLA. The Speaker also have agreed to the resignation because they come directly to the Speaker and gave a written resignation letter, pointing out that they need to resign from the AIADMK party as they were not very happy with what the decision that the party general secretary has made. They've also pointed out that they would be joining the TVK, and they met Minister Adar Varjana from the TVK and have joined the TVK party officially today afternoon. So now, the Speaker speaking to us has also mentioned that he has accepted the resignation and he'll be sending the letter to the Election Commission very soon. Whereas apart from Trichy East, 3 other constituencies now are void of MLA. So all 4 constituencies is likely looking for a bypoll very soon.
Right now, Shraddha, after the elections, it was very clear that as far as EPS is concerned, he does not have a grip on the party, and there are certain factions now emerging within the party. So do you think this is it, that 3 MLAs have switched sides, or more resignations could also be in the pipeline?
Well, the 3 MLAs wanted to exit support to the TVK, but we saw the last 1 month almost the AIADMK fighting with the 2 factions. Right. One with the EPS faction saying that they want to form the government, and the news came out telling that the AIADMK even sought the support of the DMK here to form the government, to give as an ally party, and the unnatural alliance were not accepted by this particular faction that want to support the TVK. So now the 3 MLAs who wanted to support the TVK have joined the AIADMK, who want to support the TVK have joined the party and have officially resigned from their post.
All right, thanks Shraddha for joining us and giving us all those details of what's happening in Tamil Nadu. Now, viewers, shifting focus to Karnataka. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is now, in fact, set to leave for New Delhi at 7 p.m. today for a meeting with Congress High Command. And according to sources familiar with this matter, during this visit, Siddaramaiah is expected to meet senior party leaders, including Rahul Gandhi, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, and AICC General Secretary K.C. Venugopal. Now, what is on the cards is in fact crucial to understand, because we have seen this tussle going on within the Karnataka Congress unit over the reshuffle within the cabinet and also over the CM post. Now, tensions for the past few months have been building up between CM Siddaramaiah, who has the support of people and the MLAs, and DK Shivkumar, who's the Deputy CM, who is also called the money bag for the Congress party. In fact, we have reactions coming in from the Chief Minister himself. Let's take a listen.
I am invited to Delhi. Tomorrow there is a meeting by 11 o'clock. I don't know the subject. But I am invited. Last night, Mr. Venugopal called me and intimated me the date and meeting. Speculations are always there.
ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೆಲವು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
All right, viewers, now fuel prices have been hiked for the 4th time in a fortnight, with petrol prices now crossing rupees 100 per litre in most states. With the Iran war seemingly ending soon and with the prices continue to soar, or will the people of the country experience some respite soon? Those are the questions being asked as the 4th price surge in fuel prices now kicks in. Take a look at this report. A fresh fuel hike has now hit Indian consumers. Petrol and diesel prices have been hiked for the 4th time in a fortnight. Petrol prices have gone up by rupees 2.61 per litre, while diesel prices have been hiked by rupees 2.71 per litre. With the latest hike, the cumulative price hike now nears rupees 8 in the last 14 days.
For the fourth time in last 10 days, the fuel prices have hiked across the country, and the hit has also come to the consumers in Jammu and Kashmir. Here the fuel prices have surpassed the 100 marks for the petrol. Petrol is now being sold at 104 rupees and 30 paisa with a hike of 2 rupees and 71 paisa. And if we speak of the diesel, the situation of the diesel is that the per litre diesel is 92 rupees and 81 paisa. That has seen a spike of 2 rupees and 69 paisa.
The petrol prices in Delhi have now crossed rupees 100 as the price now stands at rupees 102.12 per litre, while diesel prices reaching 95.20 per litre. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, petrol prices have skyrocketed to about rupees 111.21 per litre. Petrol and diesel prices in Kolkata have also reached rupees 113.51 and rupees 99.82 respectively.
सर, जब घर से आए थे पता था कि जो फ्यूल का प्राइस हाइक हुआ है?
नहीं, हमें नहीं पता था।
2 रुपये 71 पैसे बढ़ा है। दिक्कत होती है आम आदमी को?
हाँ, होती तो है, फर्क तो पड़ेगा ही ना, पर क्या करें, पीछे से बाहर के कारण और उसी के कारण हो रहा है ये।
परेशानी तो है ही है, रेट का कम होना चाहिए।
अभी किस तरह से गुजारा हो रहा है?
बहुत मुश्किल है, 200 रुपये 100 रुपया लीटर से ऊपर हो गया, मुश्किल ही है बहुत।
As global oil certainty continues, the question on everyone's mind right now, whether this is the final hike or only the beginning. And now we are shifting focus. The Assam government has now tabled a bill on the Uniform Civil Code seeking to ban polygamy and make registration of live-in relationships compulsory. Now, Assam Parliamentary Affairs Minister Atul Bora introduced the Uniform Civil Code Bill 2026 in the 126-member Assembly on behalf of the Chief Minister Twisha Sharma. Now, the bill has been scheduled for discussion on May 27, that is 2 days from now. In fact, on this, we also have a reaction from Atul Bora himself. Let's take a listen.
Honorable CM is not here today. He left for Delhi. He's coming. On behalf of the Chief Minister, I have tabled UCC today in the House. And our Honorable Chief Minister, he committed that if he comes to power, if MDA comes to power, it will table in the first session. That has happened today. Honorable CM is not here today. He left for Delhi. He's coming. On behalf of the Chief Minister, I have tabled UCC today in the House. And our Honorable Chief Minister, he committed that if he comes to power, if MDA comes to power, it will table in the first session. That has happened today.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thanks so much for watching and don't go anywhere. Coming up after a very short break, Delhi Gymkhana Club now moves Delhi High Court against central government's order to vacate 27.3-acre premises. Getting you all the updates on that after a short break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society,
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा।
in fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does?
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Madhya Pradesh High Court adjourns Giribala bail hearing to May 27. Giribala now gets 2 days to file her response. Supreme Court issued oral restraint on Twisha Sharma case, tells family and in-laws to not speak to media during ongoing investigation. Congress High Command summons senior Congress leaders from Karnataka, including CM Siddaramaiah and Deputy CM D.K. Shivkumar to Delhi. Cracks widen within AIA-DMK. 3 MLAs resigned from party to join TVK. AIA-DMK strength in Tamil Nadu now reduced to 44. Assam government tabled the Uniform Civil Code Bill in the State Assembly. Bill seeks to ban polygamy and make the registration of live-in relationships compulsory. Delhi Gymkhana Club moves Delhi High Court against central government's order to vacate 27.3-acre premises. Technical snag reported in Jammu and Kashmir's Gulmarg gondola. 300 tourists stranded in Gulmarg.
News coming in from Rajouri. The terror base has been busted by security forces during an encounter in Rajouri sector. Large-scale anti-terror operation is underway. Belongings of terrorists recovered from open terror hideout. Blood trails also recovered during this surge operation. 2 senior Lashkar commanders trapped in the encounter as well. So that's a big development coming in from Rajouri sector in Jammu, a terror base. And you have the visuals first on Republic TV as the base is busted in Rajouri during the encounter, and the operation is still underway. It's a large-scale anti-terror operation, viewers, and the belongings of those terrorists have also been recovered. We're getting you more details on this operation from Jammu. This is day 3 of the encounter. Search for terrorists intensified yesterday, and now we have the hideout being busted. Singh joins us on the broadcast for more. Gursimran, tell us more details about the operation that is underway in Rajouri right now and the hideout that has been busted.
Rakshita, this is the third day of the operation that started on the Saturday morning when the terrorists opened fire on the special forces of the Indian Army. It is in the Gambhir area of the Rajouri district. Soon after that, we saw that the special forces of Indian Army were also deployed. They were airdropped to the operation site. And during the search operation, the security forces have busted a hideout of the Pakistani terrorists. What we are told that their belongings have been recovered. That includes some eatable solar chargers and their digital assets that have also been recovered. Though no weapon has been recovered, that means the terrorists are still carrying the weapons with them. Those 2 terrorists that are part of this group, they are top Lashkar commanders. And what the officials are telling us that this is going to be the biggest of the operations of the 2026 because it includes the terrorists that have created havoc in Kashmir Valley as well as in the Jammu region. They have now been trapped. The security forces are very hopeful that they will be able to neutralize both these terror commanders very soon. IGP Jammu Bhimsen Tuti has already reached the spot along with the DIG of the Rajouri Poonch range, Sandeep Wazir, and the local SSP Gaurav Sikarwar. We are told that the movement of the terrorists has been traced today morning as well by the special forces of the Indian Army, and the forces are very hopeful that they will be able to neutralize these 2 terrorists. For now, it cannot be called as an encounter because there has been no retaliatory fire by the terrorists because terrorists know that they are short of the ammunition with them. They want to escape from this terrain, and that's why they are not firing at the security forces. They're trying to escape from this very area. The security forces are taking their aims at the locations they suspect could be having the presence of the terrorist, but very likely we are told that next 24 hours are going to be very crucial for this encounter, and Jammu region that has seen that 7 Pakistani terrorists being wiped out in 2026 could go ahead with the numbers going to 9 also. And one more important thing, that the deadliest terrorist active in Jammu and Kashmir, that is also trapped, what we are picking up from the sources.
Just stay on with us, Gursimran. We will get more details from the valley. Now, we're shifting focus to now the incident reported from Kashmir now. Around 300 tourists were stranded mid-air after the Gulmarg gondola service developed a technical fault. This is coming in from Gulmarg, northern part of Kashmir, of course near Srinagar, and joint rescue operation has been launched by NDRF, SDRF, Army and CRPF. My colleague Gursimran tells us more. We have Zinat also, who is en route Gulmarg. She will be getting us live reportage. But right now, this is, of course, this is a very something that has been flagged as a major risk. Thankfully, we did not hear of any casualties. This was a mid-air panic or mid-air scare. Gursimran, if you could just share more details on that, because this is Asia's highest cable car, and this is the time when hundreds and thousands of tourists throng to Gulmarg whenever they visit Kashmir, and it's a serious snag that is right now being reported, and we have a joint operation for rescue.
Yes, it was this afternoon when this technical snag was developed, and soon after that the security forces launched these rescue operations. We are told that the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the SDRF, they launched the initial operation because it was a priority to get these pilgrims and those have come here to enjoy this ride, to get them out safely. So that was launched by the SDRF and the Jammu and Kashmir police at very initial stage, followed by the Indian Army and also the NDRF. That too later joined the operation. As we speak, the Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha has spoken to the DGP Nalini Prabhat, who is already on his way to the place where this incident has been reported. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has also spoken to the tourism authorities and also the groups that are carrying out the rescue operations on ground. He has also been briefed about the prevailing situation. There is nothing to panic, that what we are being told by the authorities, that the situation continues to be under control, though the rescue operations are continuing in the area.
All right. Thanks so much, Gursimran, for joining us with details on that story. So viewers, this is the joint operation in Gulmarg for the gondola ride mid-air scare. We'll tell you more about it when we have Zenith live from Gulmarg. But right now, we shift our focus to breaking developments coming in. And this is the statement that is coming in from the Finance Minister. Nirmala Sitharaman is saying that the government is closely monitoring the impact of West Asia crisis. Now, this is coming in on a day when, again, the common man is dealing with the rise in fuel hikes for a fourth time in a week or 10 days. And Nirmala Sitharaman says, and I quote, just as over the past 2 to 3 years, despite external pressures, our production sector, manufacturing sector and agriculture sector have all contributed at their respective levels. As a result, we continue to remain the fastest growing economy. So this is on the economy, placing our confidence, she says, in our government and our Prime Minister. We must continue to move forward because if you look back to the time of COVID, and I'm not drawing a direct comparison to COVID itself, but rather referring to that specific period, whenever there was any request or sentiment expressed by the country or the public, we have consistently responded to it in a timely manner. And the public too, Nirmala Sitharaman says, the public too acknowledges this, recognizing that we are capable of moving forward with the confidence. Okay, so this is a statement that has been put out by Nirmala Sitharaman as fuel prices go high. Fuel prices continue to hike, and there are concerns, of course, being raised on this situation right now, on the impact on the economy, on inflation. And we have Nirmala Sitharaman now responding. Listen in.
West Asia crisis, Strait of Hormuz crisis, Russia-Ukraine war crisis, Iran, Israel, US war crisis, the supply chain disruption crisis, the increasing fuel price, fertilizer price. And they are not minor increase, they are very serious increases, all of which will have to be paid through foreign exchange only. So these are going to be challenges, but I'm confident, and I'm saying this with responsibility, I'm confident with the guidance of the Prime Minister, we will be able to handle those challenges which are not of our making. If crude oil prices are growing, 1 week it is 83, another week 86, 92, 101, 102, 116, we will have to constantly monitor this, but make sure that people are not going to suffer.
All right, viewers, with that, we come to another important story that we're tracking. This is from Bengal, and we have breaking news on that. Kolkata police has reached the residence of Abhishek Banerjee, who's TMC's General Secretary and MP, as he remains under intense scrutiny. Now, we are getting in visuals also. The police action against Abhishek Banerjee covers multiple accounts, with his properties also coming under scanner amid the widening investigation into irregularities in the public appointment. This is Abhishek Banerjee's house gate. You can see the entrance, and you can see the officials also there at his residence. And in fact, we have Indrashish joining us on the broadcast for more. Indrashish, हमें बताएं क्या कुछ हो रहा है? काफ़ी ज़्यादा डिप्लॉयमेंट दिख रही है अभिषेक के कोलकाता रेजिडेंस के बाहर. क्या कुछ और जानकारी सामने आ रही है?
देखिए, कोलकाता में अभिषेक बनर्जी का घर पर कोलकाता पुलिस जो आधिकारिक पहुंचते हैं, घर से एक टीवी लेकर जाते हैं कोलकाता पुलिस के आधिकारिक. सरकारी संपत्ति को घर में रखा गया था अभिषेक बनर्जी का दरवा. आज उस घर में कोलकाता पुलिस की एक बड़ी टीम पहुंची. इस घर को कोलकाता म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन की तरफ से नोटिस दिया गया था. काफी देर तक आवाज लगाने के बाद भी घर से कोई जवाब नहीं मिला. आखिर में एक कर्मचारी घर से बाहर आता है. उस बाद कोलकाता पुलिस के अधिकारी घर के अंदर जाकर टीवी को लेकर चले जाते हैं.
और ये अगर आप इस केस की थोड़ी जानकारी दे सकें कि एक जो केस है म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन को लेकर, क्या नोटिस है, क्या क्या इनके खिलाफ जो नोटिस है उसमें क्या कुछ कहा जा रहा है? इंद्राशीष, आप सुन पा रहे हैं इंद्राशीष हमको? All right, we'll just try and reconnect there with our correspondent at Abhishek Banerjee's house, because this is, you can see the visual right outside his gate. Kolkata police personnel arriving at the residence of Diamond Harbour MP Abhishek Banerjee at the Harish Mukherjee Road. And there is, of course, the heavy police deployment also. They are just days after the KMC noticed the Kolkata Municipal Corporation issued notice over properties. Development comes just days after the Kolkata Municipal Corporation issued several notices, in fact, to Abhishek over several properties linked to him and directing him to show documents regarding their approved building plan. But clearly he's not responding to it. Any of them, as you can see, has not even come out. We do not know about his whereabouts also, as what we understand, given the information from Kolkata. Indrashit, can you hear me? Indrashit, आप हमें सुन पा रहे हैं? इंद्रशीष, अगर इस नोटिस के बारे में आप बताएं, एक नहीं तमाम नोटिस जो हैं जारी किए गए हैं अभिषेक बैनर्जी को, तो ये किस मसले पर हैं ये?
हाँ। देखिए, कोलकाता में एक बड़ी टीम, कोलकाता पुलिस को एक बड़ी टीम आती है। ये अभिषेक बनर्जी का घर पर कोलकाता पुलिस का अधिकारिक पहुंचता है। घर से एक टीवी लेकर जाते हैं कोलकाता पुलिस के अधिकारिक। सरकारी संपत्ति को घर में रखा गया था अभिषेक बनर्जी का दरवा। आज उस घर में कोलकाता पुलिस की एक बड़ी टीम पहुंची। इस घर को कोलकाता म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन की तरफ से नोटिस दिया गया था। काफ़ी देर तक आवाज़ लगाने के बाद भी घर से कोई जवाब नहीं मिला। आखिर में एक कर्मचारी घर से बाहर आता है। उसके बाद कोलकाता पुलिस का अधिकारी घर के अंदर जाकर टीवी को लेकर चले जाते हैं।
जी, और अभिषेक, ये क्या उनके घर में कोई कर्मचारी हैं जो दिख रहे हैं, जो सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल से बात कर रहे हैं? वो क्या बता रहे हैं? आपने बात करने की कोशिश करी? अभिषेक बैनर्जी कहाँ पर हैं?
नहीं, अभिषेक बनर्जी ये घर पे नहीं है। कोलकाता पुलिस से पांच अधिकारिक पहुंचता है। घर से एक टीवी लेकर जाते हैं कोलकाता पुलिस को अधिकारिक में। सरकारी संपत्ति को घर में रखा गया था अभिषेक बनर्जी के दरवा। आज उस घर में कोलकाता पुलिस की एक बड़ी टीम पहुंची, लेकिन आखिर में एक कर्मचारी घर से बाहर आता है। उसके बाद कोलकाता पुलिस के अधिकारी घर से अंदर जाकर टीवी को लेकर चले जाते हैं।
अच्छा, तो अभिषेक बैनर्जी वहां पर नहीं है। क्या बताया जा रहा है कि वो कहां पर है? कुछ बताइए, कुछ जानकारी दी है कि वो यहाँ है, बाहर गए हुए हैं, या कब आएंगे, या है नहीं वहां पर, या कोलकाता में कुछ ऐसी बात करिए?
नहीं, कोलकाता पुलिस में एक कोलकाता पुलिस जो अधिकारी ये पहुंचता है, वो बताए कि जी घर से एक टीवी के लेकर जाते, सरकारी संपत्ति को घर में रखा गया था अभिषेक बनर्जी के दरवा। लेकिन कोलकाता म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन की तरफ से नोटिस गया रहा था इस घर के। आखिर में एक कर्मचारी घर से बाहर आता है। उसके बाद कोलकाता पुलिस के अधिकारी घर से अंदर जाकर और टीवी को लेकर चला जाता है।
अच्छा, all right. Thank you so much, Indrashit. बहुत शुक्रिया हमें जुड़ने के लिए। Viewers, you can see that it's a drama unfolding outside Abhishek Banerjee's house. You can see he's not responded to those notices from the Kolkata Municipal Corporation. There were notices regarding his properties. Asked him to show documents regarding the approval of the building plans, several buildings that are linked to Abhishek Banerjee. But there's been no response allegedly on that. We'll get you more on that from Kolkata. But right now, shifting focus to Assam. It's been a big day for Assam. The government has tabled, as promised during the elections, Uniform Civil Code. Now, the UCC in Assam seeks to ban polygamy in the state and make registration of live-in relationships compulsory. Assam Parliamentary Affairs Minister Atul Bora introduced the Uniform Civil Code Bill 2026 in the 126-member Assembly on behalf of the Chief Minister, Arnab Goswami. The bill has been scheduled for discussion on the 27th of May.
Honorable CM is not here today. He left for Delhi. He's coming. On behalf of the Chief Minister, I have tabled UCC today in the House. And our Honorable Chief Minister, he committed that if he comes to power, if MDA comes to power, it will table in the first session. That has happened today.
Chief Minister has that time promised that if we come back to power, in the first session of the Assembly, we will bring this bill. As per our manifesto also, we said that we will bring this bill. So, as promised, we brought this bill today. We tabled this bill today. And people of Assam, you know, the Assam is a very sensitive state. Lots of community, lots of religions are there. And we have seen a very big section of people, they practice their own laws, which actually trouble their own people. So this bill will definitely give a right to the women of that community, and 3 talaq will be abolished. They will come under single law, and I hope that many clauses are there. In these clauses, the different community will get justice, and the Assam people, the people of Assam, will be practiced in a single line, and Assamese people will be secured in the near futures under this law.
हम लोग का जो इलेक्शन घोषणा पत्र था उसमें 1 नंबर में यूसीसी था, और पिछले विधानसभा में मुख्यमंत्री जी ने बोला था कि पहले कैबिनेट और पहले विधानसभा में उसको पारित किया जाएगा। ये हम लोगों का इलेक्शन प्रॉमिस है। आज बिल टेबल हुआ है, इसका ऊपर डिस्कशन होगा तो आराम से पास हो जाएगा। ओपोजिशन मियाँ अपीजमेंट का है, वो यूसी से कोई मतलब नहीं, मियाँ को अपीज करना है। तो एआईसीसी ने मियाँ अपीजमेंट के लिए एक रिजोल्यूशन लेके रखा है कि एट एनी फॉर्म दे विल अपोज यूसीसी। तो वो उन लोगों के लिए नेचुरल है, क्योंकि उन लोगों का आप देखिए मियाँ लोगों को, उन लोगों को एक्चुअली वो मियाँ लोगों का हक भी बनता है कि कांग्रेस उन लोगों को सपोर्ट करे, क्योंकि असम में 19 में से 18 मियाँ विधायक सुन के दिया है। तो इतना सपोर्ट करने का बाद कांग्रेस का भी हक बनता है मियाँ लोगों को थोड़ा पब्लिक में दिखाया कि सपोर्ट किया है।
All right, shifting focus now. Another dowry-related death has been reported from a part of the country. This is coming in from Rajasthan's Jaipur, and it is triggering outrage. New evidence has also surfaced in the case. In fact, Anu Meena, an individual, a woman who died allegedly by suicide. Her family claims she was constantly harassed and abused by her husband Gautam Meena, a PWD executive engineer. Now, CCTV footage, mobile videos and messages are now being examined by the police. The family says that Anu had repeatedly told them that she feared for her life. Here are the details.
Anu died by suicide on April 7 in Jaipur. Her family says she had been facing mental and physical torture for a really long time by her husband Gautam Meena. According to Anu's mother, she often called the family crying and asking for help.
7 बजे दिन में फ़ोन आया था, बोले मम्मी बच्चे कैसे हैं? मैं अच्छे हैं बच्चे, तू कब तक आ रही है? बोली मम्मी मैं शाम तक आ जाऊंगी, लेट भी हो सकती हूँ, बच्चों को खाना खिला देना। मैं को ठीक है, मैं बच्चों को खाना वाना खिला दिया। 7 बजे फ़ोन आया, 7 बजे फ़ोन आते ही बोले मम्मी मेरे को बचा लो, मम्मी मेरे को बचा लो। मैं बोली तू चुप हो के बता तो सही, तेरे साथ हुआ क्या? वो रोती रही, रोती। अरे मैं बोली तू चुप हो एक बार, मेरे को सच तो बता तेरे साथ होगा क्या? बोला मम्मी क्यों काम वाली के साथ अप्रैल चल रहा है गौतम जी का, मेरे को पता ही नहीं चला।
The family claims Gautam was addicted to alcohol and regularly fought with Anu over dowry and physically assaulted her many times. According to the complaint, on March 3rd, Gautam allegedly broke the television, spat on Anu's face in front of the children, beat her up with a shoe and tried to hit her head against a gas cylinder. Videos and CCTV footage of the incident were recorded. On March 13, Gautam locked Anu inside a room and left the kitchen gas open, putting her life in danger. The next morning, another person had to open the locked room. Despite all this, Anu continued to face threats and mental torture. Then, on April 7, Anu turned the LPG gas regulator and locked herself inside the room. She was later found dead due to suffocation.
अभी सीसीटीवी फुटेज परिवार के पास ही था, उन्होंने हमें उपलब्ध कराया। ओरिजिनल डीवीआर हमने सीज कर लिया है, उसे भी हम एफएसएल के लिए भेज देंगे। आरोपी से अभी अनुसंधान कुछ भी नहीं हो पाया है, उसकी तलाश चल रही है।
The police and forensic teams inspected the house after the incident and recovered videos and evidences from Anu's phone as important evidence in the case, as the family demands strict action against the husband and the in-laws.
Meanwhile, viewers, fuel prices continue to rise in the country. Today, this is the fourth time in a fortnight that the fuel prices have been hiked. Today, the petrol prices have crossed the 100 rupee mark in the country. The government also maintains that all is well, that there has been a controlled impact on the economy, that we are insulated, that we have not been much affected by the war in Iran. Well, the war continues, but the prices also continue to soar at the expense of the common man, viewers. Here's the report.
A fresh fuel hike has now hit Indian consumers. Petrol and diesel prices have been hiked for the fourth time in a fortnight. Petrol prices have gone up by rupees 2.61 per litre, while diesel prices have been hiked by rupees 2.71 per litre. With the latest hike, the cumulative price hike now nears rupees 8 in the last 14 days.
For the fourth time in last 10 days, the fuel prices have hiked across the country, and the hit has also come to the consumers in Jammu and Kashmir. Here the fuel prices have surpassed the 100 marks for the petrol. Petrol is now being sold at 104 rupees and 30 paisa with a hike of 2 rupees and 71 paisa. And if we speak of the diesel, the situation of the diesel is that the per litre diesel is 92 rupees and 81 paisa. That has seen a spike of 2 rupees and 69 paisa.
The petrol prices in Delhi have now crossed rupees 100 as the price now stands at rupees 102.12 per litre, while diesel prices reaching 95.20 per litre. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, petrol prices have skyrocketed to about rupees 111.21 per litre. Petrol and diesel prices in Kolkata have also reached rupees 113.51 and rupees 99.82 respectively.
सर, जब घर से आए थे पता था कि जो फ्यूल का प्राइस हाइक हुआ है?
नहीं, हमें नहीं पता था।
2 रुपये 71 पैसे बढ़ा है। दिक्कत होती है आम आदमी को?
हाँ, होती तो है, फर्क तो पड़ेगा ही ना, पर क्या करें, पीछे से बाहर के कारण और उसी के कारण हो रहा है ये।
परेशानी तो है ही है, रेट का कम होना चाहिए।
अभी किस तरह से गुजारा हो रहा है?
बहुत मुश्किल है, 200 रुपये 100 रुपया लीटर ऊपर हो गया, मुश्किल ही है बहुत।
As global oil certainty continues, the question on everyone's mind right now, whether this is the final hike or only the beginning.
And with that, it's time for a short break, viewers. But on the other side, we get you another matter that has reached the court, and that is the Delhi Gymkhana Club. The Gymkhana Club members have moved the court. It's reached the Delhi High Court against central government order to vacate the 27.3-acre premises. We'll get you more on that.
Pure शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है तभी तो रिचमैन बनना नहीं आसान है.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj, and viewers, Abhishek Banerjee's house is seeing action in Kolkata. Meanwhile, the Twisha Sharma case, the court has adjourned the hearing of the anticipatory bail plea of the ex-judge Giribala Singh. We're getting you all the details. Here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Madhya Pradesh High Court adjourns Giribala's bail hearing to the 27th of May. She now gets exactly 2 days to file her response. Supreme Court issued oral restraint on Twisha Sharma case, tells family and in-laws to not speak to media or the public during the ongoing investigation. Congress High Command summons senior Congress leaders from Karnataka, including the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, to the capital, New Delhi. Cracks widen within the AIA-DMK. 3 MLAs resign from the party, join hands with the TVK. AIA-DMK strength in the State Assembly floor reduced to just 44. Assam government tables the Uniform Civil Code Bill. In the State Assembly, bill seeks to ban polygamy and make the registration of live-in relationships absolutely compulsory. Delhi Gymkhana Club moves the Delhi High Court against central government's orders to vacate 27.3-acre premises over national security. Massive technical snag in Jammu and Kashmir's Gulmarg Gandola. 300 tourists stranded in Gulmarg. Viewers now, the Madhya Pradesh High Court has adjourned Giribala's bail cancellation hearing to the 27th of May. This is a huge setback for the family, while the High Court has granted about 2 days' time to Giribala Singh to file her reply in additional contentions that have been raised in the plea submitted to the court by Twisha's parents. Now, that's the latest that we're getting in. A huge derailment for the family's campaign to demand justice for their deceased daughter, who was laid to rest yesterday, Twisha Sharma. In fact, the High Court has pushed the date of the hearing to the 27th. Here are about 7 reasons for why this bail really needs to be cancelled. Reason number 1, evidence has been tampered with. Reason number 2, non-cooperation has been reported by the police and the authorities when it comes to ex-judge Giribala Singh and, of course, her absconding son that's now been arrested. Reason number 3, hurried granting of bail was provided initially when the anticipatory bail filed by her got accepted. Reason 4, the severity of the offence law does not open doors for an anticipatory bail in a dowry death case. Reason number 5, the key accused in this case, one of them is the ex-judge Giribala Singh, who's been accused of not calling the cops at time and also tampering with the evidence and the crime scene. Reason number 6, maligning the victim publicly, speaking to the media and speaking ill of the deceased victim's character. Reason number 7, and the final reason that we have for you here, ignoring Twisha's family's calls on the night of death. In fact, viewers, we also are getting in a statement from Twisha's aunt Aradhana Sharma standing next to her lawyer. Listen into what she has to say.
तो हमें यही उम्मीद है कि हमारे बच्चे को जल्द से जल्द न्याय मिले और जो भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट सीबीआई जांच वो निष्पक्ष जांच हो और उसको जो मतलब अपराधी हैं उनको सजा मिले। बस ये।
आप उनको बचपन से जानती रही होंगी, कैसा व्यवहार था? जैसे कि लोग
बहुत अच्छा व्यवहार था, बहुत खुश मिजाज, एक बहुत चुलबुली लड़की थी। एक तो
वो ऐसा नहीं करते,
वो ऐसा कभी हम सोच ही नहीं सकते कि वो ऐसा कभी कर सकती है।
उम्मीद है कि अब न्याय मिल जाए।
बस अब उम्मीद है कि अब बच्ची को न्याय मिलना चाहिए। तो हमें यही उम्मीद है कि हमारे बच्चे को जल्द से जल्द न्याय मिले और जो भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट सीबीआई जांच वो निष्पक्ष जांच हो और उसको जो मतलब अपराधी हैं उनको सजा मिले। बस ये।
आप उनको बचपन से जानती रही होंगी, कैसा व्यवहार था? जैसे कि लोग
बहुत अच्छा व्यवहार था, बहुत खुश मिजाज, एक बहुत चुलबुली लड़की थी। एक तो
वो ऐसा नहीं करते,
वो ऐसा कभी हम सोच ही नहीं सकते कि वो ऐसा कभी कर सकती है।
उम्मीद है कि अब न्याय मिल जाए।
बस अब उम्मीद है कि अब बच्ची को न्याय मिलना चाहिए।
A breaking development that comes in from West Bengal, and now TMC's General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee is under the scanner of the police. In fact, 4 police officials have entered Abhishek Banerjee's residence. They are probing Abhishek Banerjee in relation to his properties. In fact, the police have left Abhishek Banerjee's residence with his computer to go through the details of what's inside that computer. A big breaking development. Republic Bangla has been following the development since morning. Bengal police has finally left Abhishek Banerjee's residence, but along with them, they've carried out Abhishek Banerjee's computer to carry out further probe. Now, remember, this case has various allegations on the TMC General Secretary, including major allegations related to his properties that are under the scanner of the West Bengal police after the takeover of the BJP government. Now, the Bengal police have left Abhishek Banerjee's residence just moments ago, and they in fact also carried out his computer while leaving his residence. Now, this comes as the police is looking to go deeper into the probe related to the properties that are owned by TMC's General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee. Remember, multitude of cases. These are the visuals of the Kolkata police, the white-dressed police in West Bengal, taking away Abhishek Banerjee's computer to go through it and to probe him and take out details regarding his properties, the properties that are owned by him. Remember, there are allegations that Abhishek Banerjee, the TMC General Secretary, is holding on to government property under his name as well. That's the Bengal police that's left Abhishek Banerjee's residence. Republic Bangla has been on the story since morning. They're tracking every detail. Take a look at that. They're carrying Abhishek Banerjee's computer single-handedly and taking it away for further interrogation and to further the probe, to deepen the probe into his properties. In fact, there are a multitude of cases that are ongoing against the TMC General Secretary at this point, including his involvement in the recruitment scam from last year, that is 2025. Also, his provocative speeches that were heard during the election season in West Bengal, the state that went to polls on the 23rd and the 29th of April. In fact, various cases that are ongoing against Abhishek Banerjee, one of them in front of you on your screens right now, where the police is taking away his computer after leaving his residence, and this is in connection with the properties that are owned by the TMC General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee. So the BJP has promised and now is delivering swift action against everybody from political leaders to goons in West Bengal, and Abhishek Banerjee is the latest to come under the police's lens. Republic Bangla gets you these visuals that are coming in straight from outside Abhishek Banerjee's residence, the TMC General Secretary. Now, 4 police teams have left with a computer from the house of Mamata Banerjee's nephew and also TMC General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee. In fact, let's also listen into the ambience of this entire clip that's in front of us.
अंदर लेके जा रहे हैं वो इनका जो सीसीटीवी है यहाँ पे लेके जा रहे हैं और अंदर घुस रहे हैं আপনারা কি নিয়ে যাচ্ছেন आप लोग ये क्या लेके जा रहे हैं आप लोग ये क्या लेके जा रहे हैं
Viewers, these are the visuals of the President Draupadi Murmu, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister is present. These are from the Padma Awards at the first civil investiture ceremony that's happening right now at the Rashtrapati Bhavan this evening as we speak. Now, Padma Awards, one of the highest civilian awards of the country, are conferred in 3 categories: Padma Vibhushan, Padma Bhushan and Padma Shri. These are the Padma Awards in front of you being carried out as we speak at the Rashtrapati Bhavan.
डॉक्टर श्रीमती एन राजम, कला, वायलिन। पद्म भूषण शतावधानी डॉक्टर आर गणेश, कला, अवधान।
श्री भगत सिंह कोश्यारी, लोक कार्य। श्री उदय सुरेश कुमार कोटक, व्यापार एवं उद्योग। प्रोफेसर विजय कुमार मल्होत्रा, मरणोपरांत, लोक कार्य। उनके पुत्र श्री अजय कुमार मल्होत्रा। डॉक्टर कल्लीपट्टी रामास्वामी पल्लीस्वामी, चिकित्सा गैस्ट्रोएंट्रोलॉजी। श्री पीयूष पांडे, मरणोपरांत, कला विज्ञापन। उनकी पत्नी श्रीमती नीता जोशी। पद्मश्री श्री विश्वबंधु, मरणोपरांत, कला लोक नृत्य। उनकी पत्नी श्रीमती इंदु देवी। श्री भरत सिंह भारती, कला लोक गायन। श्री तगाराम भील,